Chapter 1, A God-Level Choice. $100 million smash on the face. In Xinghue Western restaurant, melodious piano music flows. Latte sat across from the dining table covered with a white tablecloth, his hands in the pockets of his washed-out jeans, feeling a little awkward. Every piece of furnishing here exudes sophistication and expensiveness that is beyond the reach of his daily circle. Across from her, Lu Feifei slowly wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue, dropping the used one onto the table. She was beautifully dressed today, with newly curled hair and a dress whose brand Latte couldn't name but looked expensive. "Letty, let's break up." Lu Feifei put down the knife and fork in her hand. The sound was not loud, but it was like a hammer hitting Le Tian's heart. He curled his fingers slightly in his pockets, raised his head, and looked at Lu Feifei's face, which once made his heart beat faster, but now seemed unfamiliar. "Why?" His voice was a little dry. Lu Feifei picked up a brand new designer bag on the table, put it on her lap, and stroked it gently. "Why?" She scoffed, her tone dragging out. "Letty, look at yourself, and then look at this place. Do you think we're a good match?" She stretched out her nails painted with nail polish and pointed around. "My girlfriends and I are going to the Maldives for my birthday next month. Can you take me with you? My mother has her eyes on a set of jewelry worth 300,000. Can you buy it for me? You even hesitated for a long time to invite me to dinner here, didn't you?" Lu Tian moved his lips but no sound came out. His part-time salary this month was not even enough to cover 1/3 of the cost of this meal. So, Lu Feifei shrugged, the impatience and contempt on her face no longer concealed. "We are not from the same world." At the booth next to her, a young man wearing trendy brand clothes and a shiny gold watch on his wrist stood up, walked over, and casually placed one hand on the back of Lu Feifei's chair. "Feifei, why are you wasting time with this poor guy? It's almost time, the movie is about to start." The young man is Zhang Haoyu, a famous rich second generation in the school. He is always in Lu Feifei's circle of friends these days. Latte's heart sank little by little. He was not a fool and had noticed the changes in Lu Feifei a long time ago. However, he didn't expect this day to come so soon and so ruthlessly. Zhang Haoyu glanced at Letty with a teasing smile on his face. "Hey, isn't that Letty? I heard that you beat up director Lu Sun to stand up for your disappointing roommate? Now you've been asked to drop out of school? TSK, that's really courageous." The eyes of the people at the surrounding tables drifted over vaguely, looking in to watch the fun. Latte felt his cheeks burning. The matter of being persuaded to quit was like a thorn in his heart. Lu Feifei stood up and took Zhang Haoyu's arm. "Let's go, brother Haoyu. It's a waste of time to talk to him anymore." She paused, then looked at Letty again, with a hint of pity in her eyes. "Lu Tian, accept the reality. You can't give me the life I want. From now on, don't contact me again." After saying that, she followed Zhang Haoyu towards the door without looking back. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions surged in Le Tian's heart. He stood up suddenly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Why? Because he's poor now? Because he has no background? He squeezed out 2 words from his throat, trembling with suppressed emotion. "If I could live my life over again. If I were given a chance." Just when his inner roar of unwillingness reached its climax, suddenly, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. "Host strong will detected, God-level life decision system binding. Binding successful. Novice mission trigger, the last dignity. Current situation, being publicly humiliated and abandoned by a materialistic girlfriend, while a love rival acts arrogantly. Host, please make a choice. Choice 1, suffer in silence, accept yourself as worthless, and watch them leave. Reward, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle title permanent, greatly reduces attraction to the opposite sex, increases chance of being bullied. Option 2, fight back forcefully, denounce gold diggers and the second generation rich, and reclaim the dignity that belongs to men. Reward, newbie super rich gift pack includes 100 million in cash, a Lamborghini Veneno, and a penthouse duplex in Tianyue Mansion in the city center, and basic aura intimidation produces a mental deterrent to targets below your level." Latte was stunned. Hallucination? But the clear options and rewards in his mind were so real that it frightened him. Lu Feifei and Zhang Haoyu had already walked to the door of the restaurant. Zhang Haoyu turned around and gave him the middle finger with an undisguised mockery on his face. Time seems to freeze at this moment. Choose 1, continue to be his wimp. Option 2, 100 million in cash? A Lamborghini Veneno? A mansion? Latte barely hesitated. He was fed up with the feeling of being trampled underfoot. I choose to, he roared in his heart. Select confirm. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. Your savings card account ending in XXXX received 100 million renminbi at XXXXX on XXXXX. The current balance is 100 million and 85 renminbi and 32 cents. XX Bank. A text message alert sounded in the quiet restaurant. Latte took out his old phone with a cracked screen and opened the text message. The string of zeros made his eyes dizzy. It really is 100 million. At the same time, he felt that there seemed to be something extra in his trouser pocket. He reached out and touched a heavy car key and a card with a unique texture. On the car key was a ferocious bull logo that he had only seen in car magazines. On the card, there are gold-plated words, certificate of the only owner of the top floor of Building A, Tianyue Mansion. All this happened too fast. Latte. There was a hint of impatience in Lu Feifei's voice. She noticed that Letian was still standing there and thought he was going to pester her. What else do you want? Do you want me to split the bill for this meal? Zheng Haoyu put his arm around Lu Feifei's waist and smiled disdainfully. Feifei, ignore him. What kind of waves can a poor guy who was expelled from school make? Lu Tian took a deep breath, and the depressed mood in his chest miraculously dissipated for the most part as the 100 million yuan arrived and he had the key and room card in his pocket. What replaced it was a confidence that had never been felt before. He raised his head, his eyes were calm, but with a power that could penetrate people's hearts. This was the primary aura pressure at work. Lu Feifei. His voice was not loud, but it made Lu Feifei and Zhang Haoyu subconsciously stop. You're right, we are indeed not from the same world. Letian walked towards them step by step. Before, I was blind and treated you like a treasure. Now it seems that you are only worth this much. He took out his wallet from his pocket, pulled out all the cash inside, about a few hundred yuan, and threw it directly in Lu Feifei's face. Here, this is your reward. This meal is my last meal before your execution. Banknotes were flying everywhere. Lu Feifei screamed and subconsciously tried to block them. Zhang Haoyu's expression changed. Boy, you're looking for death. He let go of Lu Feifei and wanted to rush forward. Lu Tian's eyes turned cold. Mr. Zhang, right? I heard your father's company's capital chain is a bit tight lately. I wonder if my 1 or 200 million yuan investment can help your uncle relax a little. He shook the bank text message on his phone. Zheng Haoyu paused and his pupils contracted when he saw the string of numbers. Letian didn't look at him again, but turned his gaze to the onlookers in the restaurant. Everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt your meal. I'm so happy today. I just dumped that gold digger. It's a great day, so I'll treat you all. Pay the bill, everyone here. After saying that, he walked straight to the restaurant door without even looking at the stunned Lu Feifei and the ashen-faced Zheng Haoyu. When he reached the door, he pressed the key in his pocket that had the bull logo on it. Buzz. Outside the restaurant, in the direction of the parking lot, a low and violent roar of an engine exploded. Immediately afterwards, a black supercar with smooth and aggressive lines turned on its dazzling headlights and slowly drove to the door of the restaurant. Lamborghini Veneno. Globally limited edition. In the restaurant, everyone stretched their necks, including Lu Feifei and Zhang Haoyu. The expressions on their faces were wonderful. Letian opened the car door and got in. He rolled down the car window and smiled at Lu Feifei, his white teeth a little dazzling under the light. Oh, by the way, Lu Feifei, I forgot to tell you. My co-pilot, you don't deserve it. The engine roared again, and the Lamborghini Veneno was like a black lightning, sweeping up a gust of wind and disappearing into a cloud of dust. At the restaurant entrance, Lu Feifei staggered, her face pale. Zheng Haoyu opened his mouth, speechless for a long time. The diners around gasped. Fuck. 666. That car must be poison. It costs tens of millions. Who was that kid just now? He's trying to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Chapter 2, First Experience of Luxury House, The Face of the X. The Lamborghini Veneno shuttles through the night, and the sound of its engine declares its extraordinariness. Lu Tian held the steering wheel, his palms slightly sweaty. This feeling is so unreal. He glanced at the passenger seat, it was empty. My co-pilot, you don't deserve it. He said that sentence just now very straightforwardly. The phone vibrated in the storage compartment, and the words Lu Feifei jumped on the screen. The corner of Lu Tian's mouth twitched, and he directly pressed the reject button. Is it never going to end? The destination of the car navigation is Tianyue Mansion, one of the top luxury residential areas in the city center, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. In the past, when Letian passed by there, he didn't even dare to look at the gate. Now, he's going to move in. Du Yao drove smoothly into the gate of Tianyue Mansion. When the security guard at the gate saw the car, he immediately saluted and let it pass without even asking any questions. That's the power of money. According to the information on the property certificate, Lotte drove the car into the exclusive area of Building A in the underground garage. An extra-large parking space marked a top floor only was left empty. He parked the car, took a deep breath, and got out. The elevator is exclusive and requires a card swipe. He took out the owner's credential card and placed it on the sensing area. Ding! Mr. Lotte, the owner, welcome home. The elevator door slowly opened, revealing a low-key and luxurious interior. Go straight to the top floor. The elevator door opened again, revealing an independent entrance hall. Fingerprint lock. Lotte tried to press his thumb on it. Ding! Identity confirmed, welcome, master. The heavy solid wooden door opened silently. In an instant, the dazzling night view of the entire city came into view through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. This is a top-floor duplex space with an area beyond imagination. Modern and simple design style, every detail is extraordinary. Lotte stood in the middle of the living room and looked around. A huge spiral staircase leads to the second floor. The kitchen utensils in the open kitchen are shining coldly, and there seems to be a door to a private cinema and gym in the distance. He walked to the French window and looked down at the brightly lit city below. Is this the world of the rich? The phone vibrated again, it was Lu Feifei again. Lu Tian frowned, answered the call, turned on the hands-free mode, and threw the phone on the sofa. Lotte. What do you mean? Where did you get that car? Lu Feifei's voice was a little sharp, with a hint of panic. Lu Tian walked to the wine cabinet, picked up a bottle of red wine whose label he couldn't understand, and found a highball glass. My car is mine, of course. He poured himself a small half-cup and swirled it gently. You rented it, right? Lotte, stop trying to be so braggy. Where did you get the money to rent a car like that? And treat the whole restaurant to a meal? Are you crazy? Lu Feifei's voice rose. You think I'll change my mind like this? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Master Zhang is 1,000 times better than you. Lotte took a sip of the red wine. It had a mellow taste. He couldn't tell whether it was good or bad, but it felt good. Oh, really? His tone was flat. Where are you? Did you borrow money from a loan shark? Lotte, don't do anything stupid. There was finally a hint of urgency in Lu Feifei's tone. Letian walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the night view outside. I'm in Tianyue Mansion, on the top floor. He gave the address. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Tianyue Mansion? Top floor? Letian, if you're going to make up a lie, could you at least make it sound more convincing? Do you know how much the top floor of Tianyue Mansion costs? Even if I sold you, I wouldn't even be able to afford a toilet. Lu Feifei's voice was full of sarcasm. If you don't believe me, you can come and see for yourself. After Letian finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for her response. He had no interest in wasting time talking to her. Putting his phone on silent mode, Lotte began to familiarize himself with his new home. The first floor has a large living room, dining room, kitchen, a guest bedroom and a study. The second floor is the master bedroom suite, which comes with a separate dressing room and an extra-large bathroom, and even a small outdoor jacuzzi. There are 2 secondary bedrooms next to it, as well as a viewing terrace with a great view. Letian lay on the big bed in the master bedroom, which was big enough to sleep 4 or 5 people, looking at the intricate crystal chandelier on the ceiling, feeling a little dazed for a moment. A few hours ago, he was a poor student who was expelled, broke up, and penniless. Now, he owns assets worth hundreds of millions, lives in a mansion worth tens of millions, and drives a sports car worth tens of millions. The ups and downs of life are so exciting. Knock, knock, knock. The doorbell rang. Letian raised his eyebrows, stood up and went downstairs. Who will come? Through the access control videophone, he saw Lu Feifei's anxious and suspicious face. Standing next to her was Zhang Haoyu, who looked unhappy. Latte pressed the call button. What's up? When Lu Feifei saw the familiar interior of the mansion behind Lu Tian on the screen, especially the iconic spiral staircase and the night view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, her eyes widened. Lu Tian, are you really in Tianyue Mansion? Her voice was trembling. What else? Latte leaned against the door. Open the door. I want to go in and take a look. Lu Feifei almost shouted. Zhang Haoyu pulled her aside and whispered, Feifei, stop making trouble. How could he possibly live here? But the look in his eyes when he looked at the screen was also full of surprise and doubt. Latte chuckled. Sorry, this is a private residence. We don't accept outsiders. Let in. Explain yourself. Where did you get the money? Lu Feifei tapped the access control camera. No comment. After saying this, Letian hung up the call. Outside the door, Lu Feifei stomped her feet in anger. He must have rented it. Yes. He must have rented this hourly room for one night to deceive me. Zheng Xiao, let's go back. I don't believe he really got rich. Lu Feifei tried hard to convince herself and Zhang Haoyu. Zhang Haoyu frowned. He always felt that things were not that simple. The bank text message about 100 million yuan that Latte left in the restaurant did not seem fake. Moreover, that Lamborghini Veneno is not something that anyone can rent. Let's go. Zhang Haoyu took Lu Feifei and turned to leave. He needs to investigate this Latte carefully. Inside the house, Letian shook his head. He walked over to the sofa and picked up his phone. There were several missed calls, including Lu Feifei, several unfamiliar numbers, and his college roommate Guan Shanyue. He replied to Guan Shanyue first. The call was connected quickly. Oh my god. Honor. Where have you been? You didn't even answer my calls. Are you okay? I heard you had a fight with that bastard Zhang Haoyu. And the school. Guan Shanyue's anxious voice came. Latte felt warm in his heart. Shanzi, I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. Where are you? I'll come find you. Zhang Haoyu is not a good guy, you must not let him get into trouble. I'm at Tianyue Mansion, on the top floor of Building A. Latte reported the address. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Tianyue Mansion? Top floor? Buddy, you don't have a fever, do you? Or are you feeling irritated? Guan Shanyue's voice was full of disbelief. Latte smiled. No fever, no stimulation. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Is this true? Did you win the lottery? About the same. Latte did not explain further. Okay. Wait. I'll be there soon. Guan Shanyue hung up the phone. Letian put down his phone and began to think seriously about the next step. 100 million in cash is not a small amount, but you can't just sit there and do nothing. The choices given by the system seem to point to a better life. He needs to plan. First of all, although he no longer cared about the diploma, he couldn't just let it go after being expelled from school. Secondly, the grudge with Zhang Haoyu has been formed, and that guy will definitely not let it go. Also, how can we make this 100 million yuan of funds generate greater value? Just as he was thinking, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is facing initial development difficulties, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, be content with the status quo and enjoy a life of luxury. Reward, advanced culinary mastery making you a Michelin 3-star chef. Choice 2, be proactive, address remaining issues, and plan for future development. Rewards, basic business acumen makes it easier for you to spot business opportunities. Network development card X1 allows you to randomly meet someone who can help you. Latte looked at the two options without any hesitation. Rest on his laurels? That wasn't what he wanted. Moreover, although culinary skills are good, compared with business acumen and connections, the latter are obviously more useful to him at the moment. I choose 2. Select confirm. Rewards are being distributed. A cool feeling flooded into my mind, and many vague concepts about business operations seemed to become clearer all of a sudden. At the same time, a virtual card appeared in his system space. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Chapter 3, Car Incident, First Encounter with a Beautiful Woman. When the doorbell rang again, Lutian had already reached the entrance. He looked through the access control screen and saw a simple yet anxious face. Guan Shangyue, his best brother in college, is also the only one who truly cares about him even after he was persuaded to drop out. Latte opened the door directly. Honor. As soon as Guan Shangyue entered the room, he looked Lutian up and down, and seeing that there was nothing unusual about him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, his eyes were drawn to the scene before him. Damn! Guan Shangyue opened his mouth wide and his eyes widened as he looked at the luxurious living room, then turned his head to look outside the door and then at Letian. Is this really the top floor of Tianyue Mansion? His voice was a little woozy. Letian smiled and took out a new pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and threw them to him. What else? Come in and sit down. Guan Shangyue mechanically put on slippers, walked into the living room, looked around and touched things, and exclaimed in amazement. Dude, tell me the truth. Did you rob a bank? Or did you discover you're some long-lost rich kid? He sat down on the soft sofa and felt like he was sinking into it. Latte walked to the bar and poured him a glass of juice. Almost. Just think of it as winning the biggest lottery in history. He handed the juice to Guan Shangyue. Guan Shangyue took the juice and took a big gulp, his eyes still fixed on Letian. Then, the thing about you being asked to drop out of school. He sounded a little worried. Letian sat opposite him and leaned back on the sofa with a relaxed body. Go ahead and persuade me to leave. If I'm not welcome here, I'll find another place that will. Now that he has a system and startup capital, a college degree is no longer so important to him. Of course, he still had to vent his anger. Guan Shangyue patted his thigh. That's right. With your luck, why bother going to school? It would be so much better to just be a boss. He became excited. By the way, your car, the black one downstairs, is it yours? He remembered the eye-catching sports car he saw when he entered the community. Yes, Lamborghini Veneno, a gift from the system. Latte put it lightly. Puff. Guan Shangyue almost spit out the juice he had just drunk. Poison? Tens of millions of that stuff? He jumped up and ran to the floor-to-ceiling window to look downstairs. Although he couldn't see the specific vehicle clearly, he was already excited. Awesome. That's awesome, Honor. You're about to take off. Guan Shangyue paced back and forth in the living room, happy for Letian. Lutian felt warm in his heart when he saw his sincere look. Shanzi, I'd become rich. From now on, every bite of meat I eat will be a bite of soup you drink. Guan Shangyue waved his hand and grinned. We're friends. I'm happy if you're okay. By the way, you called me over, is there something wrong? Latte nodded. 2 things. First, I have to go back to school, pick up my tattered luggage, and complete the formalities of withdrawing from school. His tone was calm, but Guan Shangyue could hear something else. Okay. I'll go with you. We have to get back at those bastards for what they did to you. Guan Shangyue rolled up his sleeves. Latte smiled. The second thing is, I want to start a company. Are you interested in joining me? He extended an olive branch. Guan Shangyue was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head. Me? What can I do? I can only play games and write some crappy code. That's enough. Letian interrupted him, we'll talk about the details later. Think about it first. Guan Shangyue nodded vigorously. All right. No need to think about it. If Honor says so, I have to follow you. The two chatted for a while, mainly Guan Shangyue excitedly planning for the future, while Letian listened from the side and added a few words from time to time. Early the next morning, Latte drove the Lamborghini Veneno with Guan Shangyue towards the school. As soon as the poison appeared near the university town, it immediately caused a sensation. Many students took out their mobile phones to take pictures and talked about it. Fuck. Poison. Who in our school is so awesome? I don't think I've seen this license plate before. The car was stopped by security at the school gate. Hello, vehicles outside the school are not allowed to enter casually. A young security guard poked his head in and saw Letian sitting in the driver's seat. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at Guan Shangyue sitting in the passenger seat. Lutian? Guan Shangyue? How do you drive a car like this? The security guard knew them. He had dealt with them a lot when Latte was working and studying. Latte took off his sunglasses and smiled. "I'm here to run something, can you please make some concessions?" The security guard was a little embarrassed. "Let in, it's not that I don't want to help you, the school has regulations." At this time, an older security captain came over. When he saw the poison, his eyes lit up, but when he saw Letian, his brows frowned. "Isn't this the Latte who was persuaded to quit? Why is he showing off with a junky car? Get out of here quickly and don't block the door." The security captain spoke in a bad tone, obviously knowing that Letian had been persuaded to leave, and that it seemed to have something to do with Zheng Haoyu and the others. Lu Tian's eyes turned cold. Guan Shangyue was so angry that he couldn't stand by. "Hey! How can you talk like that?" The security captain snorted. "What did I say? Someone who was expelled from school still has the nerve to come back?" Lu Tian took out a stack of cash from the storage compartment, estimated to be about 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, and threw it directly on the windowsill of the booth in front of the security captain. "Is that enough to buy you to shut up?" The security captain stared at the stack of money with his eyes wide open, and the arrogance on his face suddenly diminished. "This. Boss, what are you doing?" Latte ignored him and said to the young security guard, "Open the door." The young security guard looked at the captain, then at Latte, gritted his teeth, and pressed the button to open the gate. Poison slowly drove into the campus. The security captain looked at the back of the car, then at the money on the windowsill, hesitated for a moment, and quickly put the money into his pocket. When the car drove to the dormitory building, it attracted a crowd of onlookers. Letian and Guan Shangyue went upstairs to pack their things. Latte doesn't have much stuff, just a suitcase and a backpack. "Tianer, those who bullied you, do you want to teach them a lesson?" Guan Shangyue asked in a low voice. Latte shook his head. "There's no need to bother with them and waste time. His perspective is different now." The two of them went downstairs with their luggage and were about to leave when a few girls came towards them. The leader was Su Wanqing. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with no makeup on, but she was still elegant and refined, with only a hint of sadness and fatigue between her brows. When she saw Letian and Guan Shangyue, she was stunned for a moment, then nodded politely. Su Wanqing is one of the recognized beauties in the school, but she comes from a poor family and is very low-key in her daily life. She has little interaction with Letian and the others. Latte had some impression of her because she studied very hard and he often saw her in the library. Just as Su Wanqing was about to pass by them, a girl dressed seductively behind her suddenly spoke. "Hey, isn't this the campus beauty of Suzhou University? Aren't you going to the library to study today?" The girl's tone was mean and full of obvious jealousy. Su Wanqing paused, ignored him, and wanted to continue walking. But the girl refused to give in and stepped forward to stop her. "I heard your brother still needs a lot of money for surgery. How about you sisters chipping in for you? Or, find a rich boyfriend, wouldn't that solve everything?" As soon as these words were spoken, several people watching the fun around them all smiled with malicious intent. Su Wanqing's face turned pale, she clenched her fists, and pursed her lips tightly. Latte frowned. Although he was not a saint, he could not stand this kind of bullying in public. Ding! An emergency has been detected, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, stand aside and watch, acting like a bystander. Reward, none. Choice 2, act out of righteousness and rescue Su Wanqing. Reward, Su Wanqing's favorability plus 30, special skill knowing people with perceptive eyes basic, can roughly judge others' character and potential. Chapter 4, Acting with Righteousness and Discerning People. The system's cold prompt sound echoed in my mind. Stand idly by or take action? Latte barely hesitated for a moment. He is not a pushover, but he is not a cold-blooded person either. Su Wanqing's stubborn and helpless look reminded him of his past self. "I choose to." Lu Tian muttered to himself. Select confirm. Rewards are being distributed. A strange feeling flooded into his mind again, and he looked at people with an inexplicable insight. At the same time, he inexplicably felt a sense of closeness to Su Wanqing. "Hey, isn't this Latte?" The girl who stopped Su Wanqing and was dressed seductively was named Ma Lily. She noticed Letian and Guan Shangyue. She looked Lu Tian up and down with contempt in her eyes. "I heard you were asked to drop out of school. You deserved it. You dared to offend Master Zhang back then, and you didn't even take a piss to look at yourself. Ma Lily is one of Zhang Haoyu's many suitors, so naturally she doesn't have a good face towards Letian. The girls around her also laughed. Su Wanqing took the opportunity to try to move around. But Ma Lily grabbed her arm. Su Wanqing, why are you so anxious? I haven't finished speaking yet. Su Wanqing struggled for a while but failed to break free, and a hint of anger appeared on her face. Let me go. Let you go? Ma Lily raised her eyebrows, her eyes even more contemptuous. Beg me. Or, let your poor friend Letian come and beg me too? Guan Shangyue was furious watching from the side and was about to step forward to argue, but Letian stopped him. Letian walked slowly forward and his eyes fell on Ma Lily's hand holding Su Wanqing. Let her go. His voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible pressure. Ma Lily felt a little scared when Letian looked at her, but she relied on the fact that they were in a large group and shouted in a timid manner. Letian, who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my affairs? I repeat, let her go. Lutian's eyes turned cold. Although the primary aura of coercion he exudes has limited effect on people like Ma Lily, combined with his eyes and tone at the moment, it is enough to make people feel cold. Ma Lily subconsciously loosened her grip. At this moment, a somewhat arrogant voice came from not far away. Oh, it's so lively? Zhang Haoyu came over casually with a few followers. He saw Letian at a glance, and then saw Su Wanqing who was being bullied by Ma Lily, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Tian, you really are haunting me. How come you're expelled from school and you still come back to hook up with your junior high school girl? When Ma Lily saw Zhang Haoyu coming, she immediately felt confident. She grabbed Su Wanqing's arm again and raised her chin proudly towards Letian. Master Shang, you've come just in time. This Letian, and that vixen Su Wanqing, they. Bang! A crisp slap interrupted Ma Lily's words. Latte took action. His slap was fast and accurate, landing directly on Ma Lily's face. Ma Lily was hit and staggered. She covered her face and looked at Lu Tian in disbelief. You dared to hit me? The people around were also stunned. No one expected that Latte, a student who was persuaded to drop out, would actually dare to beat someone in public, and the person he beat was a member of Zhang Haoyu's quasi-harem group. The smile on Zhang Haoyu's face froze and then became gloomy. Lu Tian, you're looking for death. He roared angrily and punched Lu Tian in the face. Lu Tian's eyes narrowed, and he dodged Zhang Haoyu's fist sideways, while kicking out with his right leg like lightning. This kick hits Zhang Haoyu's lower abdomen. Bang! Zhang Haoyu let out a muffled groan, his whole body bent like a shrimp, staggered back a few steps, and sat down on the ground. Seeing this, his followers rushed forward yelling. Guan Shangyue was well prepared. He took a step forward to block in front of Letian and got into position. Want to fight, huh? Come on. Grandpa'll fight you to the end. Although Guan Shangyue is usually honest, he is a man who doesn't care about his life when fighting. Letian patted Guan Shangyue on the shoulder and signaled him to step back. He looked at Zhang Haoyu lying on the ground, then glanced at the followers who were eager to try, and Ma Lily who was pale. I just came here to get my things back today and don't want to cause any trouble. But if someone insists on running into me, I don't mind giving him a ride. His gaze finally fell on Su Wanqing, and his tone softened a little. Are you okay? Su Wanqing shook her head and looked at Letian with complicated eyes. She didn't expect that this boy, who is usually unknown and even a little self-deprecating, would have such a tough side. I never expected that he would take action for me. Thank you, she said softly. Latte nodded. He turned to Guan Shangyue and said, Shanzi, take your luggage and let's go. Okay. Guan Shangyue picked up the suitcase and backpack. With the help of his followers, Zhang Haoyu barely stood up, his face distorted with pain and anger. Lu Tian. Just wait for me. I won't let you go. He roared. Latte didn't stop or look back. At your service any time. After saying that, he took Guan Shangyue and walked towards the Lamborghini Veneno parked not far away under the complicated gazes of the crowd. Ma Lily covered her swollen cheeks and looked at Lu Tian's back, her eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. Su Wanqing watched Lu Tian get into the cool sports car, the engine roaring, and sped away, feeling mixed emotions. In the car. Guan Shangyue rubbed his hands excitedly. Honor. You were so cool just now. You kicked that bastard Zhang Haoyu down with one kick. It was so satisfying. So fucking satisfying. A smile appeared on Latte's face. It felt really good just now. However, he also knew that the feud was getting deeper and deeper. Zheng Haoyu will definitely not give up. Shanzi, you might want to be careful for the next period of time. He reminded. Guan Shangyue waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry. I, Guan Shangyue, am no pushover. Besides, I have a wealthy man like you protecting me now, so what do I have to fear? Letian smiled and said nothing more. He turned on his phone and checked the system. Su Wanqing's favorability did increase by 30 points, reaching the level of friendly. And that skill of knowing people by sight seems to have started to work. He recalled Su Wanqing's eyes just now. In addition to gratitude, there seemed to be a kind of indomitable spirit and tenacity. This girl is not simple. Just then, his cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Latte connected. Hello, is this Mr. Latte? A calm middle-aged man's voice came. I am. Hello, Mr. Liu. I'm Liu, the property manager at Tianyue Mansion. You checked in yesterday, and we have some check-in procedures and service instructions that need to be confirmed with you in person. Is it convenient for you now? Latte thought about it. Sure, I'll be home in about half an hour. Okay, then we look forward to seeing you. After hanging up the phone, Letian was thoughtful. The property manager personally visiting your home? This kind of treatment was something I never dared to imagine before. He took a look at the network expansion card in the system interface. Maybe I can find an opportunity to use it. Chapter 5 Property Manager, Network Development. The Lamborghini Veneno drove smoothly back to Tianyue Mansion. Guan Shangyue was still thinking about the satisfying scene along the way, and he laughed from time to time. Tianer, I'll follow you from now on. I'll hit you wherever you point me. Guan Shangyue patted his chest with a look of pride on his face. Latte parked the car and the two walked towards the elevator side by side. Don't be too happy yet. Zheng Haoyu will definitely find a way to take revenge. Latte reminded. Guan Shangyue waved his hand nonchalantly. If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. At worst, we can just kill him. Letian shook his head helplessly. This guy is still so impulsive. However, it does feel good to have such a brother. Back at the penthouse, Guan Shangyue was once again shocked by the luxury here. He touched and looked around, and the novelty had not yet worn off. Letian walked to the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass of water. He was thinking about how to use the network expansion card. The system description is simple. After using it, you can randomly meet someone who can help the host's current or future development. This kind of randomness is a bit like opening a blind box. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Latte looked through the access control screen and saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with his hair neatly combed, standing at the door with a professional smile. Behind him were two young female assistants in uniform, holding documents and gift boxes. Mr. Lo, I'm Lu Guangming, the property manager of Tianyue Mansion. Sorry to bother you. Manager Lu's voice came through the loudspeaker, gentle and polite. Latte opened the door. Manager Lu, please come in. Lu Guangming walked into the entrance hall with his assistant, quickly glanced inside the room, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to bother visiting you. My main purpose is to complete your check-in record and introduce you to the exclusive services that Tianyue Mansion provides to top-tier owners. Lu Guangming spoke very carefully and his attitude was respectful but not flattering. Letian noticed that the way he looked at him just now seemed to be scrutinizing. Is this the effect of the insightful eyes skill? It allows him to more keenly perceive subtle changes in other people's emotions. Please sit down. Latte pointed to the sofa. Guan Shangyue stood up tactfully and whispered to Lu Tianer, you guys chat while I go visit the other rooms. After saying that, he strolled up to the second floor. Lu Guangming and his two assistants sat down on the sofa with standard postures. An assistant handed the document to Latte. Mr. Lo, here is the owner's manual and service list we prepared for you, with detailed instructions on it. Another assistant placed a beautifully wrapped gift box on the coffee table. This is a small gift from our Tianyue Mansion for the new owner. It's not a token of respect. Latte opened the owner's manual, which listed various services, from 24-hour butler, private dining, luxury car pickup, to appointments with famous doctors, children's enrollment, and overseas asset allocation consultation, covering almost every aspect of life. That's thoughtful. Latte closed the manual. Lu Guangming spoke with a smile. Mr. Lu is young and promising. It is our honor that he has chosen Tianyue Mansion. Our property management team will wholeheartedly provide you with the best service to ensure your living experience. He paused and changed the subject. I wonder what industry Mr. Lu is currently working in. Most of the owners of our Tianyue Mansion have made achievements in various industries. Perhaps there will be opportunities in the future for us to introduce each other and develop together. This question requires some skill. It seems like a casual question, but it also carries the meaning of testing and finding out the truth. Lu Tian's heart moved. As a property manager in a top-tier luxury residential area, Lu Guangming comes into contact with wealthy and powerful people, so his network of contacts must be extraordinary. He thought of the network expansion card. Is now a good time to use it? If I can get to know a truly influential person through him, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to my future development. Manager Lu, you're welcome. Letian tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the sofa. I'm currently sort of a freelancer, and I'm more interested in investing. He didn't get too specific. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Guangming's eyes. It's a good investment. Young people nowadays have good vision. Many of our Tianyue Mansion's owners are leaders in the investment world, such as Mr. Qin Haishan, who lives in Building B. He is a famous stock god in our city and a person who can turn stones into gold. Lu Tian's heart moved. Qin Haishan? He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. At this moment, Lu Tian silently said in his heart, use the network expansion card. Ding! The network expansion card has been used successfully. We are matching you with the right person. Match successful. Target, Qin Haishan. Identity, senior investor, stock market legend. Compatibility with host's current needs, high. Tip, the system has created a reasonable opportunity for you to get acquainted, please seize it. Latte was stunned for a moment. What a coincidence. As soon as I mentioned Qin Haishan, the system matched him? Or is this what the system calls a reasonable opportunity? He looked at Lu Guangming, with just the right amount of surprise and yearning on his face. Mr. Qin Haishan? I've heard of your great name for a long time. I didn't expect he lived here. I've always admired Mr. Qin's investment philosophy, but it's a shame I never got the chance to meet him. When Lu Guangming saw that Letian praised Qin Haishan so much, the smile in his eyes deepened. Mr. Lu is too modest. Mr. Qin is an easygoing person, but he usually stays at home and doesn't like to be disturbed. But Lu Guangming changed the subject, as if he had thought of something. What a coincidence! Mr. Qin mentioned to me a few days ago that he's been researching a new investment direction and is having trouble finding young, motivated individuals with fresh thinking to discuss it with. If Mr. Lu doesn't mind, I could try to introduce you to one. Lu Tian thought to himself, beautiful. This system is really powerful. He pretended to be surprised. Really? Thank you so much, Manager Lu. If I could get some guidance from Mr. Qin, it would be worth 10 years of study for me. Lu Guangming waved his hand. Mr. Lu, you're too polite. It's our property management's responsibility to help connect the owners. He took out his cell phone, as if he wanted to make contact on the spot. Just then, Huan Shanyue poked his head out from upstairs and shouted loudly. Honor. Your bathroom is amazing. It's bigger than my living room. And that jacuzzi tub, I have to soak in it tonight. Lu Guangming and his two assistants all had subtle expressions. Letian held his forehead helplessly. This mountain is really. Lu Guangming acted as if he didn't hear it and said to Letian with a smile. Mr. Li's friends are also people of temperament. He dialed a number. Hello, Mr. Qin? This is Xiao Lu. Yes, sorry to bother you. Well, there's a new young tenant here, his last name is Lu. He's very insightful about investment and a huge admirer of you. When are you free? Could we meet and have a chat? Okay, that's great. I'll send you Mr. Li's contact information later. Don't bother you anymore, Mr. Qin. After hanging up the phone, Lu Guangming looked very happy. Mr. Lu, Mr. Qin said he happens to be free this afternoon and asked me to give him your contact information. He will contact you. Lu Tian was delighted. Thank you, Manager Lu, for your trouble. It should be. Lu Guangming explained some property matters and then said goodbye with his assistant. After seeing Lu Guangming off, Letian breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, a network expansion card actually connected me to Qin Haishan. If he could get guidance from this stock god, or even cooperate, then the 100 million yuan in his hands would be able to bring greater value. Guan Shangyue came down from upstairs and saw Letian with a smile on his face, and asked curiously. Tianer, what are you so happy about? What did the property manager say to you just now? Latte smiled mysteriously. In the afternoon, I'll take you to meet an important person. Chapter 6, First Meeting with Mr. Qin, the Stock God's Test. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Latte's phone rang on time, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. He gestured to Guan Shangyue, who was playing games in front of a huge screen in the living room, to be quiet, and then answered the phone. Hello, is this Latte-chan? An old but powerful voice came. Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Letian. Letian stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Ha, Xiao Lu has already told me. Are you free now? Why don't you come over here and have a cup of tea? Qin Haishan's voice sounded very kind. When I'm free, Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to bother you. Please send me the address and I'll be there right away. Okay, I live in Building B, room 1801. You can just come up. After hanging up the phone, Qin Haishan's address was also sent via text message. Guan Shangyue paused the game and came over. Tianer, is this a call from an important person? Latte nodded. The stock god Qin Haishan, Mr. Qin. Guan Shangyue's eyes lit up. Is he the legendary guy who trades stocks like it's a piece of cake? Well, get ready, we'll go visit. Latte changed into a relatively formal casual outfit, and Guan Shangyue also put on a clean t-shirt. The two came to Building B and took the elevator directly to the 18th floor. The door of 1801 was ajar. Latte knocked on the door gently. Come in. Old Qin's voice came from inside. Letian pushed the door open and walked in. This is a suite with a Chinese-style decoration and antique charm. It is not as big as the top-floor duplex in Latte, but it exudes elegance and heritage everywhere. In the living room, an old man with gray hair and a vigorous spirit was sitting on a mahogany sofa with a set of tea sets in front of him, and the air was filled with the aroma of tea. He was wearing a simple tang suit and his eyes were sharp and deep. It was Qin Haishan. Mr. Qin. Letian shouted respectfully. Qin Haishan looked up at Letian, then glanced at Guan Shangyue, who was following behind him, and nodded slightly. Young friend Lu, you are indeed young and promising, and a handsome man. Who is this? Mr. Qin, you're too kind. This is my friend, Guan Shangyue, Letian introduced. Shanzi, this is Mr. Qin. Guan Shangyue stepped forward hurriedly and bowed somewhat stiffly. Hello, Mr. Qin. Qin Haishan chuckled and pointed to the sofa opposite. Please sit down, you're welcome. Letian and Guan Shangyue sat down as instructed. A middle-aged maid in a simple cheongsam came over with a tea tray and refilled their tea. Xiao Lu said you have a lot of insights into investment? Qin Haishan went straight to the point and looked at Lu Tian with burning eyes. Letian picked up the teacup and took a sip. I wouldn't say I have any insights, but I just have some ideas of my own and would like to ask Mr. Qin for advice. He knew that this kind of big guy didn't like to beat around the bush. Qin Haishan remained silent, rubbing his fingers gently along the edge of the teacup. It's good for young people today to have ideas. However, when it comes to investing, ideas alone are not enough. You also need vision, courage, and even luck. He changed the subject. I heard that you have a considerable amount of funds on hand recently? Letian understood that Lu Guangming must have revealed some of his situation. Yes, about 100 million in spare money. He answered calmly. Even though Qin Haishan was knowledgeable and experienced, his eyes couldn't help but waver when he heard the words 100 million and spare money coming from such a young mouth. Guan Shangyue was even more shocked when he heard this. 100 million, and it was just spare money? Tianer was too Versailles. Qin Haishan picked up the teacup and blew away the hot steam. 100 million isn't a lot, but it's not a small amount either. If I were to let you run it, where would you invest it? This is obviously a comparison. Latte was well prepared. After activating his primary business sense, he had a lot more information in his mind. Mr. Chin, I'm personally optimistic about the new energy vehicle industry chain and related upstream and downstream industries in the next few years, such as battery technology and charging station construction. In addition, I believe artificial intelligence and biomedicine have great potential. He spoke slowly and clearly. As Qin Haishan listened, the approval in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The directions mentioned by Latte are exactly what he has been paying attention to and studying recently. Oh? Tell me your reasons in detail. Qin Haishan asked. Latte then elaborated on his own views based on what he had learned from the system and some public information. Although some of his views were still relatively immature, they were novel and bold. Guan Shanyue was confused as he listened to what Lu Tian said. He just felt that what Lu Tian said made sense and was impressive. Qin Haishan nodded from time to time and occasionally asked one or two sharp questions, which Letian tried his best to answer. After a conversation, Qin Haishan smiled more often. Not bad, not bad. My dear Lu, you have a very broad mindset and are very forward-looking. Even better than I imagined. The way he looked at Lu Tian had changed from initial scrutiny to genuine appreciation. Mr. Qin, thank you for your praise. I still have a lot to learn. Letian said modestly. Qin Haishan waved his hand. Excessive modesty is a form of pride. The areas you mentioned are indeed the future's hotspots. I've also been developing new energy, particularly solid-state batteries. I have a promising project and am in need of some startup capital. He changed the subject and looked at Letian. Little friend Lu, are you interested in playing a game with an old man like me? Latte was delighted. This is the main purpose of his coming today. If he can get on board the stock god's ship, his path to wealth appreciation will undoubtedly be much smoother. It is my honor to cooperate with Mr. Qin. Latte immediately expressed its position. Qin Haishan laughed heartily. Good. That's straightforward. I like dealing with straightforward people. He took out a document from under the coffee table and handed it to Latte. This is the information of a solid-state battery RD team that I have initially selected, as well as my investment plan. Please take a look at it first. If you think it is feasible, we can discuss the details of the cooperation in detail. Letian took the document and read it carefully. The document is very detailed and provides a thorough analysis of technical background, team composition, market prospects, and risk assessment. Latte used its good eye for talent and rudimentary business acumen to quickly determine the feasibility of this plan. The system seemed to sense his needs and gave some vague but positive prompts. After reading the document, Latte had already made up his mind. Mr. Qin, I've invested in this project. He raised his head, his eyes determined. I'll invest all of my 100 million. Regarding the shares and specific cooperation methods, I'll follow Mr. Qin's arrangements. He knew that at this time, only by showing enough trust and courage could he win the other party's favor. Qin Haishan's eyes flashed with brilliance. He stared at Letian for more than 10 seconds before slowly nodding. Good boy. You're so courageous. You're even more daring than I was when I was younger. He patted Latte's shoulder. Since you trust me so much, I won't let you suffer any loss. I will own 60% of the technical shares for this project, and you will provide 100 million in capital and 40% of the shares. I will lead the subsequent operations and management. What do you think? Latte didn't hesitate. It's all up to Mr. Qin. 100 million in exchange for 40% of the shares, and you can also leverage the experience and connections of the stock god. This deal is worth it no matter how you look at it. Ding! The host has made a major investment decision and has been recognized by senior experts. System experience points have increased significantly. Reward, business acumen upgraded to intermediate level, decision points plus 500. In my mind, the system prompt sounds rang one after another. Letian was overjoyed. This time, I really made a lot of money. Just then, Qin Haishan's cell phone rang. He answered the phone, said a few words, and frowned slightly. After hanging up the phone, Qin Haishan looked at Letian with a hint of apology on his face. My dear Lu, I'm so sorry. I have something urgent to deal with. Let's discuss the cooperation in detail another day, okay? Letian quickly stood up. Mr. Qin, please be busy first. We won't disturb you. Yes. Qin Haishan nodded. Shanzi, please see Le Xiaoyu off for me. The maid who had been standing quietly by the side responded. After sending Lu Tian and Guan Shangyue to the door, Qin Haishan suddenly spoke again. Friend Lu, has that kid from the Zhang family had any problems with you recently? Chapter 7 Zhang Family Revenge, System makes another decision. Qin Haishan's sudden question made Lu Tian's heart tremble. He didn't expect that Mr. Qin, who was busy with all kinds of affairs, actually knew about this little friction between him and Zhang Haoyu. Yes, Mr. Qin. Latte did not hide anything and answered calmly. I had a conflict with him at school because of some minor things. Qin Haishan looked at Letian with deep eyes, and without asking any more questions, just nodded. The Zhang family has some roots in the local area and is used to acting in a domineering manner. Young people, it's good to be aggressive, but you also have to know how to protect yourself. What he said was very meaningful. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for reminding me. I understand. Lu Tian said respectfully. After coming out of Qin Haishan's house, Guan Shangyue was still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. Tianer, you're truly amazing. Even a big shot like old Qin looks at you with admiration. Investing 100 million just like that, you're so bold. His feelings towards Latte now were no longer just admiration, but worship. Latte smiled. Just good luck. He knew that without the business acumen and ability to identify people provided by the system, as well as the perfect network expansion card, he would not have been so successful today. What should we do next? Should we wait for good news from Mr. Qin and then count money until our hands cramp? Guan Shanyue's face was full of longing. Latte shook his head. It's not that simple. Investing is risky, and I'm afraid Zhang Haoyu won't let it go. He had a hunch that what Mr. Qin had just said was not groundless. Back in his penthouse, Letian let Guan Shanyue play by himself first, while he went into the study and began to think about the next strategy. Cooperation with Qin Haishan is just the first step. He needs to convert the spare money in his hands into greater strength and influence as soon as possible. Moreover, the threat from the Zhang family must be guarded against. He turned on his computer and began searching for some public information about the Zhang family and their businesses. With his intermediate business acumen, he quickly screened out some valuable clues from the complex information. The Zhang family mainly operates in the traditional catering and hotel industries and has deep roots in the local area, but in recent years it seems to have faced pressure to transform and its performance growth has been weak. Zhang Haoyu's father, Zhang Jiangwo, is a typical nouveau riche. He acts flamboyantly and uses ruthless methods. It seems that we need to prepare early. Latte tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Just then, his cell phone rang. It is an unfamiliar number and the location shown is local. Latte connected. Hello, is this Latte? A cold voice came, with a hint of deliberate suppression. Latte raised his eyebrows. I am, who are you? Ha, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you're so arrogant. You even dare to touch young Master Zhang? The voice was full of threats. Just say what you want to say. Latte said in a calm tone. It's very simple. Young Master Zhang said he'll give you a chance. Tomorrow at noon, come alone to the abandoned factory in the west of the city. Kowtow, admit your mistake, and cut off one of your hands, and this matter will be over. Otherwise. A sinister laugh came from the other end of the phone. Otherwise, you and your friend Guan Shanyue will end up dead on the streets. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Lu Tian's eyes turned cold instantly. An abandoned factory in the west of the city? Go alone? Kneel down and admit your mistake? Cut off one of your own hands? This Zhang Haoyu is really lawless. Moreover, Guan Shanyue was also involved. Ding! The host is detected to be facing a serious threat, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, compromise, go as the other party asks, and beg for mercy. Reward, gain the title of Coward Permanent, significantly reduces your luck, and increases the chance of being bullied. Choice 2, call the police and seek their assistance. Reward, receive a verbal commendation from the police, and the other party may face legal sanctions, but this may not completely resolve the issue and may expose their own weaknesses. Choice 3, fight back with force. Let them know there are some people they can't afford to offend. Rewards, fighting skill upgrade to advanced, gain crisis sense basic, can sense danger in advance, mystical assist X1 can provide unexpected help at critical moments. Looking at the three options given by the system, Latte had almost no hesitation. Choice 1, impossible. Even if he died, Lu Tian would never bow to someone like Zhang Haoyu. Option 2, calling the police? Although the safest option, as the system said, it might not completely solve the problem. Instead, it might alert the enemy and expose one's newly acquired wealth and connections. Moreover, given the Zheng family's influence in the local area, this kind of thing is likely to end up in nothing. That only leaves option 3. Fight back with force. He wanted to see how capable Zheng Haoyu was. I choose 3. Latte made a decisive choice in his heart. Select confirm. Rewards are being distributed. A powerful feeling of strength surged throughout his body, and he felt that his physical fitness and fighting skills had instantly improved by more than one level. At the same time, a mysterious intuition formed in his mind, as if he could vaguely sense some potential danger. As for the mysterious helper, it is still unknown what it is. Letian stood up, walked to the window, looked at the bustling city night scene outside, but his eyes became sharp. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. It belongs to the property manager Lu Guangming. Manager Lu, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Mr. Lu, you're too polite. Please let me know if you need anything. Lu Guangming's voice remained gentle. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Please help me check if there's any unusual activity at the abandoned factory in the west of the city, or who owns it. Lu Tian didn't say anything specific, but he believed that people like Lu Guangming could understand the meaning of his words. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Mr. Lu, are you in any trouble? Lu Guangming's tone became serious. Just a little thing, need to confirm. Okay, I understand. I'll have someone check it out right away and let you know as soon as I have any news. Lu Guangming didn't ask any more questions. After hanging up the phone, Letian dialed Guan Shanyue's internal line again. Shanzi, come to my study for a moment. Soon, Guan Shanyue pushed the door open and came in. Tianer, what's the matter? Letian briefly told him what had happened on the phone and Zhang Haoyu's threat. Guan Shanyue was furious when he heard this. Damn it! That bastard Zhang Haoyu actually dared to attack me? Fine. I'm going to meet him tomorrow. Let's see who ends up dead on the street. He rolled up his sleeves, looking ready for a fight. Latte held him down. Shanzi, don't be impulsive. I'll handle this matter. No. Tianer, this happened because of me. I can't let you take the risk alone. Guan Shanyue was firm in his attitude. Letian looked at him and felt a little touched, but still shook his head. If you go, they'll just find a way to use you against me. Besides, I have my own plans. He glanced out the window, his eyes deep. Tomorrow, there will be a good show. Seeing that Letian was confident, Guan Shanyue hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay. Tianer, I believe you. If you need me to do anything, just tell me. Stay at home tomorrow, don't go anywhere, and wait for my news. Letian warned. He didn't want to put Guan Shanyue into deeper danger. The night deepens. Latte stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the study, playing with the Lamborghini car key engraved with the bull logo in his hand. Tomorrow, abandoned factory in the west of the city. He wanted to see what tricks Zhang Haoyu could come up with. And what kind of surprise will he give to the other party? Chapter 8, Going to the Meeting Alone, Mysterious Help. The next day, 11:30 a.m. Abandoned factory in the west of the city. This used to be a large machinery factory, but now only ruins and huge rusty factory buildings remain, overgrown with weeds, exuding a sense of desolation and gloom. A black Lamborghini Veneno slowly drove on the bumpy dirt road and finally stopped outside the factory gate. The car door opened and Latte, dressed in black casual clothes, walked out of the driver's seat. He looked around, his face expressionless. His sense of crisis skill allowed him to sense that there were at least a dozen people lying in ambush inside the factory, and all of them had bad intentions. It really was a hongmen banquet. A cold arc appeared on Lu Tian's lips as he walked deeper into the factory. He did not bring any weapons and did not call Guan Shanyue. This is his battle alone. Walking into a huge abandoned workshop, the light was dim and the air was filled with the smell of rust and dust. In the center of the workshop, Zhang Haoyu sat on a tattered iron chair, with his legs crossed and a cigarette in his mouth. Behind him stood 7 or 8 burly men holding steel pipes or machetes, each of them looking ferocious. Seeing that Lu Tian really came alone, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Haoyu's eyes, and then turned into deep contempt and cruelty. Letian, you are really brave, daring to come here alone to die. He blew out a puff of smoke and spoke arrogantly. Lu Tian did not stop until he was about 10 meters away from Zhang Haoyu. I'm here. What do you want? His voice was calm without a trace of emotion. Zhang Haoyu threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it with his foot. How is it? It's very simple. He pointed at his feet. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times, then stretch out your left hand and let my men chop it off for you. Then, get out of here and never show up in front of me again. The strong men behind him burst into laughter, and the steel pipes and machetes in their hands collided with each other, making a harsh sound. Lu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. What if I say no? Say no? Zhang Haoyu said, as if he had just heard a huge joke. Then don't even think about walking out of this factory upright today. He waved his hand violently. Brothers, come on. Break his legs first. The 7 or 8 strong men, howling and waving the weapons in their hands, rushed towards Lu Tian. The bald strong man in the front, with a steel pipe in his hand, smashed it hard on Li Shen's head with the sound of wind. Lu Tian's eyes focused, and he slightly tilted his body, easily avoiding the steel pipe. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand like lightning, grabbed the wrist of the bald man holding the pipe, and twisted it hard. Crack! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Ah! The bald strong man let out a shrill scream, the steel pipe in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and he curled up in pain. Without stopping, Letian kicked out with his left foot, hitting the abdomen of another strong man who was rushing up. The sturdy man groaned and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall behind him and sliding to the ground, his life or death unknown. All this happened in a flash. The smile on Zhang Haoyu's face froze. He didn't expect that Latte was so good at fighting. Those originally aggressive men were also shocked by Li Shen's clean and neat method, and their offensive could not help but slow down. Advanced fighting skills are indeed extraordinary. Latte felt his body was full of strength, and every movement was precise and efficient. He took the initiative to meet him, like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Punches, kicks, elbows, knees. Every time he was attacked, a strong man would fall down and groan in pain. In just a few minutes, the 7 or 8 strong men were all lying on the ground, waiting, and unable to get up. In the entire workshop, only Zhang Haoyu and the last 2 followers beside him, whose faces were pale with fear, were left. Letian walked towards Zhang Haoyu step by step, with a suffocating sense of oppression on him. Zhang Haoyu looked at his men rolling on the ground, then looked at Letian who was like a god of death, and finally felt fear. He jumped up from his chair, his voice distorted with fear. You, don't come over here. My dad is Zheng Jiangwo. If you dare to touch me, my dad won't let you go. Letian walked up to him and looked down at him. Are you scared now? He reached out and gently patted Zhang Haoyu's cheek. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you want to cut off one of my hands? Zhang Haoyu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. I was wrong. Brother Lu. Master Lu. I didn't recognize a great man. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. He knelt down with a plop and began to kowtow. Latte's eyes were cold. Spare you? When you sent people to threaten me and tried to harm my brothers, did you ever think of sparing us? Zhang Haoyu kowtowed like crazy. I'm a bastard. I'm not a human. Master Lu, I'll do whatever you say. Please spare my life. Letian looked at his ugly appearance without any sympathy in his heart. Just when he was about to teach Zhang Haoyu a lesson he would never forget. Bang! A dull gunshot broke the silence in the workshop. A warning suddenly arose in Latte's heart. The sense of crisis was brought to its peak at this moment. Almost instinctively, he lunged to the left. A bullet flew past his arm and hit the far wall, sending up a shower of sparks. A burning pain shot through my arm. Lu Tian rolled on the ground and quickly looked in the direction where the bullet came from. Behind the dilapidated window on the second floor of the workshop, there was a dark figure wearing a baseball cap, with smoke coming out of the muzzle of the gun in his hand. Sniper. Zhang Haoyu actually had a backup plan. Zhang Haoyu was also startled by the sudden gunshot, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. Let Ian. You're dead. This is the professional bodyguard my dad hired for me. One shot can kill you. He got up from the ground and became arrogant again. Lu Tian's eyes were solemn. Although he has strong fighting skills, he is still in great danger when facing guns. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind. The host has been detected to be in a fatal crisis, and the mysterious helper has been activated. Mysterious assistance type, precise positioning and environmental analysis. The target sniper's position has been locked, a 3D model of the surrounding environment has been constructed, and the optimal counterattack evasion route has been generated. A light blue virtual interface suddenly appeared in front of Latte. The sniper's position, as well as various shelters and obstacles within the workshop, are clearly marked on it. Several green arrows indicate the best course of action. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The bullet hit the place where Latte had just stopped, and gravel flew everywhere. Without any hesitation, Letian followed the instructions of one of the green arrows on the virtual interface, and rushed out like a cheetah, using an abandoned machine tool as a cover. Damn it! He dodged it. Keep shooting. Kill him. Zheng Haoyu was shouting wildly below. The sniper on the second floor kept adjusting his shooting angle, but Lu Tian could always cleverly evade it at the moment before he fired, using the environment and the route provided by the system. While dodging, Letian quickly approached the stairs to the second floor. He needs to take out that sniper. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to leave safely today. Just as he was about to rush up the stairs, something strange happened. Outside the factory gate, there was suddenly a burst of dense footsteps and the roar of vehicle engines. Immediately afterwards, dozens of burly men in black suits and sunglasses, holding various instruments, rushed in like a tide. The leader was none other than the property manager Lu Guangming. When Lu Guangming saw the scene in the workshop, his face changed. "Mr. Lu!" he shouted and waved his hand. "Protect Mr. Lu. Capture all these troublemakers." Chapter 9 Thunder Strikes Back. Zheng family bows their heads. Lu Guangming led dozens of men in black into the abandoned workshop, and the situation reversed instantly. Those big men in black were well trained and moved swiftly. In just a few moves, they subdued Zheng Haoyu's two followers who had not yet reacted. Seeing that the situation was not good, the sniper on the second floor tried to escape through the window. "Catch him!" Lu Guangming shouted sternly. The two burly men in black were agile and climbed up to the second floor like monkeys. They quickly captured the sniper and confiscated his gun. Zheng Haoyu looked at this sudden change, and the ecstasy on his face froze and turned into despair. He never thought that Latte actually had such a backup plan. Who are these people and why do they listen to Latte? Letian walked out from behind the shelter. The wound on his arm was still bleeding, but he looked calm. He nodded to Lu Guangming. "Manager Lu, thank you very much." Lu Guangming walked quickly to Letian and his face darkened when he saw the wound on his arm. "Mr. Lu, you're injured. I'll arrange for a doctor right away." He immediately ordered his men, "Secure these people. Especially the one who fired the gun, and this guy named Zhang. Don't let any of them go." "Yes." The big men in black responded in unison, with an astonishing momentum. Zheng Haoyu collapsed to the ground, looking at those men in black who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers, and his previous arrogance was completely gone. "You, who are you? Do you know who I am? My father is Zheng Jiangwo." He also wanted to use his father's name to scare people. Lu Guangming sneered, walked up to him and looked down at him. "Zheng Jiangwo? Who the hell is he? In front of our boss, the Zheng family is nothing." Lu Guangming said this with great dominance. Zheng Haoyu was completely confused. "Boss? When did Latte become the boss of these people?" Letian walked up to Zheng Haoyu, squatted down, and looked at his face, which was distorted with fear. "Master Zheng, now, do you still want to cut off one of my hands?" Zheng Haoyu's body was shaking like a sieve and he kept shaking his head. "No. I don't dare anymore. Master Lu. Master Lu, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please have mercy on me and let me go." He began to cry bitterly, his face covered with snot and tears. Letian stood up with a cold tone. "Let you go? Sure." A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhang Haoyu's eyes. "But first, you have to tell me who told you to do this? I'm afraid you wouldn't be brave enough to use a sniper, right?" Letian didn't believe that Zheng Haoyu could come up with such a detailed plan. Zheng Haoyu hesitated for a moment, glanced at the men in black who were watching him with eager eyes, and dared not hide anything anymore. It's my dad. It was my dad who asked me to find someone to teach you a lesson. That sniper was also hired by my dad from outside at a high price." He put all the blame on his father Zheng Jiangwo. A cold light flashed in Li Shen's eyes. "Zheng Jiangwo. It really is him. Very good. Letian nodded. Manager Lu, please send someone to invite young Master Zhang back to the Zhang family, and have his father, Zhang Zhangwo, come to Tianyue Mansion in person to give me an explanation. Remember, it's please. Letian deliberately emphasized the tone of the word please. Lu Guangming understood what he meant. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I know what to do. He winked at his men, and immediately several big men in black picked up Zhang Haoyu from the ground like a chicken and took him out. As for the others, Letian glanced at the thugs lying wailing on the ground and the subdued sniper. Let's hand them over to the police. They'll be punished for intentional injury and illegal possession of firearms. Yes. Lu Guangming immediately arranged for someone to handle the matter. Soon, the abandoned workshop became quiet, with only Letian, Lu Guangming, and a few men in black left. Mr. Lu, your injury. Lu Guangming looked at Lishan's arm with concern. Latte waved his hand. It's just a superficial wound, nothing serious. Manager Lu, thanks to you for arriving on time today. Lu Guangming bowed slightly. Mr. Lu, you are too kind. Protecting your safety is our responsibility. Does Mr. Qin know about this? Latte suddenly asked. Lu Guangming hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully. Old Qin knows something. It's not convenient for him to show up in person, so he asked me to bring someone here. Latte understood. It seems that Qin Haishan values him more than he imagined. He remembered this favor. Manager Lu, thank Mr. Qin for me. Also, thank you to all the brothers who helped me today. Give each of them a bonus of 100,000 yuan, which will be put into my account. Latte is generous. Lu Guangming's eyes lit up. Mr. Lu is so generous. Thank you on behalf of my brothers. He knew that this young owner was not only rich, but also knew the rules and was a good person. Such people are worth making close friends with. After dealing with the situation on the scene, Letian returned to Tianyue Mansion under the escort of Lu Guangming. Guan Shanyue was so anxious at home that he was running around in circles. He was shocked to see Letian coming back with gauze wrapped around his arm. Tianyue. Are you injured? Is it serious? Where's Zhang Haoyu's grandson? Letian signaled him to be patient. It's a minor injury, nothing serious. Zhang Haoyu, someone will make him pay the price soon. He briefly told Guan Shanyue what happened in the abandoned factory. Guan Shanyue was stunned when he heard this, and then he became excited again. Holy crap! Manager Lu is so awesome? And even old Qin is secretly helping him? Tianyue, you're really awesome now. He was sincerely happy for Latte. Letian smiled and didn't say much. He knew that all this came from the power of the system. In the afternoon, Zhang Zhangwo came to Tianyue Mansion in person. Coming with him was Zhang Haoyu, who had a bruised face and nose. Zhang Zhangwo was in his 50s, with a slightly plump figure and a face full of flesh. But in front of Letian, he no longer has the arrogance of the past, but instead has a bit of flattery and fear. Mr. Lu, I am ignorant and have offended you. I beg you to be magnanimous and show mercy. As soon as Zhang Zhangwo entered the door, he bowed and apologized. Zhang Haoyu even knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Master Lu. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please spare my life. Letian sat on the sofa, holding a cup of tea, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. Boss Zheng, your son wants to cut off my hand and take my brother's life. How do you want to settle this? His voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Zhangwo's forehead. He had already roughly learned about Latte's background from Lu Guangming. Even Qin Haishan has to give some face to this person, his Zhang family can't afford to offend him. He gritted his teeth, took out a document from the briefcase he brought with him, and handed it to Letian with both hands. Mr. Lu, this is the share transfer agreement for 30% of all restaurants and hotels under our Zhang family. Also, on this card is 100 million in cash as an apology. I only ask that you let our Zhang family go this time. Chapter 10 Huge Compensation, Investment Opportunities. Zhang Zhangwo held the share transfer agreement and bank card in both hands. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and dripped onto the precious carpet, spreading a small dark area. He didn't even dare to breathe, waiting for Lishan's final verdict. Letian slowly put down the teacup and glanced at Zhang Zhangwo and Zhang Haoyu, who was shaking like a sieve behind him. He reached out and took the share transfer agreement and bank card. Boss Zhang, you are quite sincere. Lu Tian flipped through the agreement, an unfathomable smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. According to market valuation, 30% of the shares of Jingjia Catering and Hotel are worth at least 200 to 300 million. Adding the 100 million in cash in the card, Zheng Jiangwo really spent a lot of money this time. Zheng Jiangwo nodded and bowed quickly. Of course, of course. It's all because of my poor discipline of my son that Mr. Lu has caused trouble. This small gift is not just a token of respect, but I hope Mr. Lu will accept it. Latte threw the agreement and bank card on the coffee table. I'll take the shares and the money. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiangwo and Zhang Haoyu both breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter was over. Latte changed the subject. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. He looked at Zheng Haoyu with cold eyes. Your son interrupted my brother's thoughts and even tried to use a sniper to kill me. If I hadn't been lucky today, I'd probably be a corpse. Zheng Haoyu's body stiffened, and the heart that had just been put at ease rose to his throat again. Zheng Jiangwo also looked at Letian nervously. Mr. Lo, what do you want to do with my son? Latte tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the sofa. It's very simple. He stood up and walked in front of Zheng Haoyu. I will treat you the same way you wanted to treat me. Zheng Haoyu collapsed to the ground with a thud, his crotch quickly became wet and emitted a foul smell. He was scared to death. Zheng Jiangwo's face turned pale, and he knelt down with a thud, hugging Li Shen's thighs. Mr. Lu. Master Lu. Please. Haoyu is still young and naive. Please forgive him this time. I kowtow to you. I'll be your slave. As he spoke, he actually started to kowtow. Letian looked down at the once invincible General Zhang at his feet, who was now wagging his tail and begging for mercy like a dog, without a single ripple in his heart. He kicked Zheng Jiangwo away and winked at Guan Shanyue next to him. Guan Shanyue had been holding back his anger for a long time, and when he got a signal from Letian, he walked over with a grin and picked up a decorative blue and white porcelain vase from the side. Master Zhang, I heard you wanted to cut off my brother's hand? And you wanted to kill us? Zheng Haoyu was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly and spoke incoherently. No. It's not me, it's my dad, no. I was talking nonsense, Master Lu, Brother Shan, I was wrong. You know you're wrong now? It's too late. Guan Shanyue raised the porcelain bottle and pretended to smash it down. No. Zheng Haoyu screamed. Just then, Latte spoke. Shanzi, wait. Guan Shanyue paused and looked at Letian. Letian looked at Zheng Haoyu, who was almost fainting, with a playful smile on his face. Just breaking his limbs would be too easy for him. He paused and said to Zheng Jiangwo. Mr. Zhang, doesn't your son like to cause trouble outside? I'll find a good place for him. There's a mine in a war-torn region in Africa and they're short on workers. How about sending him there to experience life, mining for 3 to 5 years, and then reflecting on his actions? Zheng Jiangwo and Zhang Haoyu were stunned when they heard this. Going to Africa to mine? Or to a war-torn region? Isn't that worse than death? Zheng Jiangwo's lips were trembled and he wanted to beg for mercy, but when he saw Li Shen's unquestionable look, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He knew that this was Latte's greatest kindness. If Zheng Haoyu really stayed, given Latte's current tactics, his fate would probably be even worse. Okay. I'll leave it to Mr. Lu to arrange. Zheng Jiangwo struggled to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. Zheng Haoyu collapsed completely to the ground, his face ashen. Ding! The host successfully deterred and punished the evildoer, received a huge amount of compensation, and the system experience value increased. Reward, decision points plus 1000, gain the passive skill Wealth Aura Elementary, can subtly attract wealth and increase investment success rate. In my mind, the system prompt sounded again. Aura of wealth? Sounds like a good skill. Latte is in a good mood. He asked Lu Guangming to send someone to send Zheng Jiangwo and Zhang Haoyu, who was like a pile of mud, out, and to be responsible for arranging Zhang Haoyu's further studies abroad. In the huge living room, only Lu Tian and Guan Shanyue were left. Guan Shanyue looked at the share transfer agreement and bank card on the coffee table and clicked his tongue. Tianer, you've suddenly become a billionaire among billionaires. 30% of the Zhang family's shares, plus the 100 million in the card, the 100 million reward from the system, and the 100 million investment from Qin Haishan. Latte's current assets are already astronomical. Letian picked up the bank card with 100 million cash in it and threw it to Guan Shanhua. Shanzi, take this card. Guan Shanhua was startled and quickly pushed the card back. Tian'er, this can't happen. This is too much. 100 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. Latte forced the card into his hand. We are brothers. What's mine is yours. Take this money first. Use some of it to improve your family's life, and the rest will be the startup capital for our future company. Didn't we agree to start a company together? You will be the first shareholder of the company. Guan Shanhua held the heavy bank card, his eyes a little red. Tian'er. Okay, stop being so nagging. Letian patted his shoulder. Follow me from now on, and I promise you'll have everything you need. After appeasing Guan Shanhua, Letian began to think about how to deal with the Zheng family's 30% shares. Directly holding shares and receiving dividends every year would certainly be nice, but as he had learned before, the Zhang family's catering and hotel business was already on the decline and had limited room for growth. He would rather cash out these shares and invest them in industries with greater potential. For example, the solid-state battery project in cooperation with Qin Haishan. Or other emerging industries that he is optimistic about. Just as he was thinking, Qin Haishan called. Friend Lu, is the Zhang family's affairs going smoothly? There was a hint of smile in Mr. Qin's voice. Thanks to Mr. Qin, everything went smoothly. Letian knew that Qin Haishan's secret pressure played an indispensable role in the easy solution to the Zhang family this time. Ah, that's good. Young man, you have courage and means. I am very optimistic about you. Qin Haishan paused and continued. By the way, I have some news. I wonder if you are interested. Mr. Qin, please speak. I have an old friend who works in artificial intelligence in Shenzhen. He recently developed a very promising AI chip and is seeking Series A financing. I think this project has great potential, but most of my funds are tied up in the solid-state battery project, so I'm a bit stretched. Little friend Lu, don't you have some spare money? Are you interested in finding out more? AI chip? Series of funding? Latte's eyes lit up. Isn't this exactly the direction he is optimistic about? Moreover, it is a project recommended by Mr. Qin himself. Chapter 11 AI Chips, a trip to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Qin Haishan's call made Li Shen's eyes light up. AI chip? Series of funding? Isn't this exactly the future technology field that he has always been optimistic about? Mr. Qin, which company in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange are you talking about? What are the specific details of the project? There was obvious interest in Latte's tone. Qin Haishan laughed on the other end of the phone. My dear Lu, I knew you were interested in these emerging technologies. This company is called Jiha Technology. The founder is Chen Feng, a technical genius with a PhD from overseas. His technical prowess is undeniable. The AI chip they developed is said to be able to significantly improve edge computing capabilities and has disruptive potential in the fields of the Internet of Things and smart devices. It's just that research and development costs a lot of money, and they really need funds now. As Latte listened, he activated his intermediate business acumen skill in his mind. A vague stream of information poured in. AI chips are the future trend, but they have high technical barriers, fierce market competition, and both risks and opportunities. Mr. Qin's recommendation shows that the project does have potential and is a real investment. Mr. Qin, do you think the valuation of this project is reasonable? Latte asked directly. The valuation is reasonable. It's Series A now, and they want 30 million for 15% of their shares. I think if they can use this money to mass produce their chips, the returns in the future will be substantial. Qin Haishan's voice was filled with regret. It's a pity that all my funds are tied up in solid-state batteries, otherwise, I would also like to invest. Latte had an idea in mind. With 100 million in cash, investing 30 million is not a lot. Moreover, with Qin Haishan's recommendation, the reliability of the project has been greatly increased. Mr. Qin, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Latte said in a serious tone. I plan to take a look at this project. Good. You're bold. Qin Haishan praised. I've already sent you Chen Feng's contact information. Contact him directly. If he asks, just say I recommended you. Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll treat you to a meal some other day. After hanging up the phone, Letian looked at Guan Shangyue. Guan Shangyue was looking at the share transfer agreement on the coffee table, with stars in his eyes. Tian'er, do you really want to take over the Zheng family shares? That's hundreds of millions. Latte shook his head. The Zheng family's restaurant and hotel business is now considered a sunset industry with limited room for growth. I plan to find an opportunity to cash out these shares and invest them in more promising areas. Guan Shangyue nodded to show his understanding. So are you going to Shenzhen now? Do you want me to come with you? He rubbed his hands and seemed a little excited. Latte thought about it. Come with me. It's a good opportunity to see the outside world. Besides, when our company is established in the future, we'll need your help to take care of some things. Guan Shangyue jumped up immediately when he heard it. No problem. Tian'er, you're my boss, whatever you say goes. Immediately, Latte booked 2 first-class tickets to Shenzhen on his mobile phone and booked a presidential suite at a top hotel in Shenzhen. Efficiency is what he values most now. That afternoon, the two arrived in Shenzhen. When I came out of the airport, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was already waiting for me. This is the exclusive reception service that manager Lu Guangming of Tianyue Mansion arranged in advance for Latte. Latte sat in the spacious back seat, looking at the high-rise buildings and high-tech scenes on the streets of Shenzhen, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. This is a city full of opportunities. After arriving at the hotel, Letian called Chen Feng. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Letian. Mr. Qin Haishan recommended your Jihad technology project to me. I'm very interested in it and would like to make an appointment to talk to you. On the other end of the phone, Chen Feng's voice sounded a little tired, but when he heard the name Qin Haishan, his tone obviously changed. Hello, Mr. Lu. Recommended by Mr. Qin? That's an honor. I'm always available. When would it be convenient for you? I'd like to come visit you. Latte glanced at the time. How about this, Mr. Chen, let's have dinner tonight and chat while we eat. I'll be at the XXXX Hotel. He gave the name of the hotel. Chen Feng paused on the other end of the phone. XXXX Hotel? Presidential suite? Latte raised an eyebrow. There was a hint of surprise in Chen Feng's voice, but he quickly returned to normal. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll be there at 6 tonight. I'll call you then. After hanging up the phone, Guan Shangyue chuckled. Tian'er, your display has completely shocked the other side. Lu Tian didn't say anything, just smiled. This is just the first step. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Letian and Guan Shangyue waited for Chen Feng in the restaurant of the presidential suite. Chen Feng is in his 30s, wearing a pair of glasses. He looks somewhat elegant, but his eyes carry a hint of fatigue and a dedication to technology. When he saw Letian and Guan Shangyue, he was stunned for a moment. Latte is too young. He thought that the person recommended by Mr. Qin must be a senior investor, but he didn't expect it to be a young man. Letian stood up and stretched out his hand. Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Letian. Hello, Mr. Lu. Chen Feng came back to his senses, shook his hands with a polite smile on his face. He sat down, his eyes occasionally glaring at Letian with a hint of suspicion in them. Mr. Lo, I heard that you are interested in our Jihad technology project? Chen Feng's tone was tentative. Yes, Mr. Qin praised your project highly. Latte is straightforward. I heard from Mr. Qin that the AI chip your company developed has disruptive potential? Chen Feng adjusted his glasses and began to introduce his project in a torrent of words. He spoke in great detail about the technical principles, R&D difficulties, market prospects, and team advantages. While listening, Latte activated his intermediate business acumen and good eye for talent skills. Chen Feng is indeed a technical genius and is full of confidence in his products and technologies, but he seems to be a bit of an amateur when it comes to business operations and financing. As he spoke, there was a hint of anxiety and desire for funds in his eyes. Letian noticed that when Chen Feng introduced the key technical points, his eyes would involuntarily look in one direction. Mr. Chen, does your chip have advantages over traditional chips in a specific area, such as voice recognition processing in smart homes? Latte suddenly asked. Chen Feng was startled, with a look of surprise on his face. Mr. Lu, how did you know this? This is a core secret technology of our team, unknown to the outside world. There was a bit more scrutiny in his eyes, no longer the previous politeness. Latte smiled faintly. It's just my intuition. Since it's a secret, I won't ask any further questions. But he knew in his heart that this was the result of the dual effects of business acumen and good judgment of people. Chen Feng's expression became complicated, and he began to re-evaluate the young man in front of him. Mr. Liu, since you're interested in our project, let's discuss the financing terms. We currently need 30 million in series of funding, and we'll be selling 15% of our shares. Chen Feng directly put forward the conditions. Latte didn't respond immediately. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of beef. Mr. Chen, I have a question. If this 30 million yuan isn't in place, how much will your chip mass production plan be affected? Chen Feng's face froze, and the chopsticks in his hand stopped in mid-air. He lowered his head and his voice was a little hoarse. The impact will be huge. Our team is almost broken. If we fail in series of funding again, we may have to give up. His face was filled with despair. Letian looked at him and had an idea in his mind. He put down his chopsticks and looked directly at Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, 30 million for 15% of the shares. I'll take the offer. Chen Feng suddenly raised his head, his eyes widened, thinking he had misheard. Mr. Liu, you mean, you agree? His voice was trembling. Latte nodded. But, I have an extra condition. Chen Feng's breathing was rapid. You say. If I can do it. Latte leaned forward and lowered his voice. In addition to my investment of 30 million, I will also give you an additional 50 million. Chen Feng was stunned. Guan Shanyue also opened his mouth wide. Latte continued. This additional 50 million will not count towards your shares and will be considered an interest-free loan from Jiha Technology. However, it must be used specifically for your team's subsequent research and development and talent recruitment. Furthermore, I want to become a member of your board of directors. He looked at Chen Feng with burning eyes. I hope Jiha Technology can become a true industry giant, rather than a flash in the pan. Chen Feng looked at Letian, a young man who was much younger than him. What he saw in Latte's eyes was not only courage, but also an indescribable self-confidence and ambition. This additional 50 million interest-free loan directly solved his urgent needs and could even accelerate Jiha Technology's R&D and mass production plans by at least half a year. He suddenly stood up from his seat and bowed deeply to Latte. Mr. Liu. Thank you. You are the savior of Jiha Technology. There was a choke in his voice and his eyes were a little red. Latte waved his hand. Sit down and talk. Tomorrow, I'll have my legal team contact your legal department to finalize the contract as soon as possible. Chen Feng sat down excitedly and repeatedly. Yes. Everything is up to Mr. Liu. He picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it in one gulp. Mr. Liu, you are the benefactor of Jiha Technology. This cup is in your honor. Latte looked at him and smiled. Jiha Technology has a promising future. His business empire also lost an important piece. Chapter 12. The contract is finalized, Lu Feifei's regret. The dinner with Chen Feng ended in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Chen Feng's initial suspicion towards Latte has turned into deep admiration and gratitude. He knew that the young man in front of him not only had strong financial resources, but also had vision and courage far beyond his peers. Jiha Technology, we have met a noble person. The next morning, the legal team sent by Latte started efficient communication with the legal team of Jiha Technology. The drafting of the contract terms went more smoothly than expected. Chen Feng accepted almost all of the conditions proposed by Latte. 30 million yuan in exchange for 15% of Jiha Technology's shares. An additional 50 million interest-free loan will be used exclusively for research and development and talent introduction. Latte joins the board of directors and has a veto power. To outsiders, these terms may seem a bit harsh. But Chen Feng knew in his heart that Latte was using real money to safeguard the future of Jiha Technology. Especially the 50 million interest-free loan, which was a timely help and solved their biggest worry. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two parties formally signed the investment agreement. Latte's 80 million yuan of funds were also transferred into Jiha Technology's account at the fastest speed. Ding! The host has successfully completed a major technology investment and received deep recognition from the core personnel of the invested company. System experience points have increased significantly. Reward, business acumen upgraded to advanced, decision points plus 2,000, and a special item, talent discovery radar basic, lasts 30 days, automatically scans and alerts nearby individuals with special talents or potential. In my mind, the system prompt sounded again. The corners of Lu Tian's mouth rose slightly. The improvement of his business sense to a high level means that he can capture business opportunities more keenly and make more accurate judgments. And this talent discovery radar is even better. In the future, he wants to build his own business empire, and what he lacks most is talent. After signing the contract, Chen Feng held Li Shen's hand and was so excited that he was speechless. Mr. Lu. From now on, you will be the pillar of our Ziha technology. I, Chen Feng, will definitely not let you down. He has changed his way of addressing Latte to Latte Director. Latte patted his shoulder. Mr. Chen, I believe in your technology and my vision. The future of Ziha technology is limitless. He paused and continued. The funds are in place. I hope you can mass produce the chip and put it on the market as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. Chen Feng nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. Our team will definitely work overtime to make our AI chip amazing to the world as soon as possible. After resolving the issue of Ziha technology, Latte and Guan Shanyue did not leave the Shenzhen Stock Exchange immediately. Latte plans to use these few days to investigate the business environment of Shenzhen and see the effectiveness of the talent discovery radar. In the evening, the two came to a famous seafood restaurant in Shenzhen. This restaurant left me with some impression. He remembered that before Lu Feifei broke up with him, she had boasted in her circle of friends that her best friend's boyfriend treated them to a big meal here, and the average cost per person was several thousand yuan. When Latte saw that post on WeChat Moments, he felt very uncomfortable. Now, he can walk into this restaurant with his brothers and order the most expensive dishes without batting an eyelid. Tianer, this restaurant looks very high-end. Guan Shanyue looked around, feeling a little excited. Latte smiled. Order whatever you want, it's my treat. The two had just sat down and were about to order when a familiar and somewhat sarcastic voice suddenly came from the table next to them. Oh, isn't this Latte? It's true that we meet everywhere in life. Lu Tian looked in the direction of the voice and raised his eyebrows slightly. Lu Feifei. She was dressed up beautifully, and sitting next to her was a young man with slicked back hair and powdered face. Judging from his clothes, he was also a rich second generation. When Lu Feifei saw Letian, she was stunned at first, and then her face showed exaggerated surprise and a hint of undisguised contempt. Lu Tian, why are you here? This kind of place is not something a poor student like you can afford, right? She said sarcastically. The rich second generation next to her also glanced at Latte with disdain on his face. Feifei, do you know him? He doesn't look that good. Lu Feifei took the rich second generation's arm and spoke in a coquettish voice. Oh, Mr. Wu, he was a disappointing classmate of mine who was expelled from school a long time ago. He must have been lucky enough to get into a place like this and broaden his horizons. She spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for people at the surrounding tables to hear. Guan Shanyue was so angry that his face turned red. Just as he was about to explode, Lu Tian stopped him with a look. Letian looked at Lu Feifei with a playful smile on his face. Lu Feifei, we are indeed destined to be together. Last time at Xinghue Western Restaurant, didn't you say that I couldn't give you the life you wanted? He paused and pointed to the menu on the table. Today, I've booked this restaurant. Whatever you want to eat, just order it. It's my treat. Lu Feifei and that young Master Wu were both stunned. Private the whole place? The consumption of this restaurant in one night is at least tens of millions. Wu Xiao's face looked a little ugly. He felt that he was outshined by Letian. Boy, you're bragging without thinking. Do you know how much it costs to rent this place? Latte ignored him and spoke directly to the waiter next to him. Call your manager. The waiter was a little hesitant, but seeing Latte's momentum, he nodded and left in a hurry. Soon, the restaurant manager came trotting over. Hello sir, how can I help you? Lu Tian spoke lightly. I've booked this restaurant tonight. All the guests' expenses will be charged to my account. The manager's eyes lit up when he heard this, but he was still a little skeptical. Sir, are you sure? Our restaurant is fully booked for tonight. If we rent the whole place out, the cost might be. Latte simply pulled out a black card from his pocket and threw it on the table. Swipe the card. That black card is an unlimited credit card provided by Tianyue Mansion Property for top owners. When the manager saw the black card, his pupils shrank and his attitude immediately became extremely respectful. Yes, yes, yes. Please wait a moment, sir. I will arrange it right away. He picked up the black card and retreated respectfully. Lu Feifei, Wu Xiao, and the guests at the surrounding tables were all stunned. Unlimited black card? Who is this kid? Lu Feifei's face turned pale in an instant. She recalled the last time at Xinghui Western Restaurant, when Lotte drove away in a Lamborghini Veneno. Could it be that he really made a fortune? A strong sense of regret surged in my heart. If she had not been so materialistic and looked down on Letian, would she be the one sitting next to Letian now? Young Master Wu also felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. His family background and financial resources, of which he was proud, were nothing compared to Lotte. Just then, Lotte's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Chen phone. Hello, Mr. Chen. Director Lu. Good news. Terrible news. We just received a notice from the Shenzhen Science and Technology Innovation Conference Organizing Committee that Jiha Technology is invited to participate in next month's conference as a key supported enterprise. They've also arranged for us to have an independent booth and the opportunity to give a keynote speech. Chen Feng's voice trembled with excitement. This is Shenzhen's highest level tech event. We couldn't even get admission before. Now we can actually give speeches on stage. The corners of Lu Tian's mouth rose slightly. As expected. Our chips deserve this kind of treatment. He knew that Qin Haishan's connections must be at work behind this. Mr. Lu, you are truly our lucky star. Good luck comes with you. Chen Feng exclaimed sincerely. Letian hung up the phone and glanced at Lu Feifei, who looked as pale as death. Lu Feifei, do you see this? This is the world you can never give me. He paused, his tone calm. And you will never be worthy of entering my world. After saying that, he no longer looked at Lu Feifei and spoke to Guan Shanhua. Shanzi, let's eat somewhere else. He stood up and prepared to leave. Lu Feifei looked at Lishan's departing back, her lips trembling. She wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Regret, like a poisonous snake, gnawed at her heart. Chapter 13 Talent Radar, Encounter with Su Wancheng. After coming out of the seafood restaurant, Guan Shanhua was still thinking about Lotte's domineering behavior of booking the entire restaurant. Tianer, you were so cool just now. Lu Feifei's expression was as if she had eaten a fly. It was so satisfying. His admiration for Lotte was no longer just simple, but total devotion to him. There was no smug expression on Lotte's face. He was too lazy to waste too much emotion on someone like Lu Feifei. Slapping someone in the face is just a casual act. Let's go take a look around and see what this talent discovery radar does. Lotte is more interested in the new props rewarded by the system. The two of them strolled casually in Shenzhen's most prosperous commercial street. Lotte muttered to himself and activated the talent discovery radar. Talent discovery radar primary has been activated, scanning range, 500-meter radius, duration, 30 days. Scanning the surrounding area. In his mind, a virtual interface similar to a radar scan unfolded, spreading out in all directions with him as the center. On the interface, various colored light spots flash from time to time, but most of them are ordinary white or gray light spots, representing ordinary people. Occasionally there would be some faint green spots of light, and the system prompt would be possessing certain potential, but not meeting the standards for special talents. As Lotte walked, he paid attention to the changes in the radar interface. Guan Shanhua was like a curious baby, full of interest in the dazzling array of goods and fashionable handsome men and beautiful women around him. Tianer, look at that big screen, it's so cool. Wow! The clothes in that store are so trendy. Lotte responded intermittently, but his attention was mainly focused on the radar. After walking around for more than half an hour, no particularly dazzling light spots appeared on the radar interface. It seems that special talents are not so easy to come across. Letian thought to himself. Just when he was about to give up and plan to go back to the hotel to rest, a bright blue light suddenly flashed on the radar interface. Ding! Special talent detected. Name, unknown, need to be unlocked after contact. Talent and potential, business operations A level, marketing A level. Current status, confused, job hunting. Suggestion, you can try to contact them, there is a higher chance of recruiting them. Blue light. A level potential. The optimistic spirit is lifted. He immediately looked in the direction of the blue light spot on the radar interface. About 300 meters away from him, in a cafe. Shanzi, let's go to that cafe and sit down. Latte pointed to an elegantly decorated cafe not far away. Guan Shanhua didn't understand, but nodded anyway. Okay, I'm tired from walking, so I'll have a drink. The two walked into the cafe and Letian quickly glanced around. Soon, his eyes locked on a seat by the window. A quiet girl in a white dress is looking down with a cup of coffee and a laptop in front of her. The girl's profile looked familiar. Lutian's heart moved and he took a few steps closer. When the girl seemed to notice someone approaching and raised her head slightly, both Letian and she were stunned. Su Wanqing. It's her. When Su Wanqing saw Letian, a hint of surprise and embarrassment flashed in her eyes. Lutian? Why are you here? Her voice was a little quiet, with a hint of uncertainty. Latte didn't expect that the A-level business operations and marketing talent scanned by the system would be Su Wanqing. He remembered that Su Wanqing had always been a girl with excellent character and academic performance in school, but she came from a poor family and had a somewhat introverted personality. How come she ended up in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, and was still in a state of confusion and job hunting? Su Wanqing, what a coincidence. Latte put on a smile and tried his best to look easygoing. My friend and I came to Shenzhen to do some business and took a stroll. He pointed at Guan Shanhua behind him. Guan Shanhua also recognized Su Wanqing and greeted her with some surprise. School beauty Su, are you coming to Shenzhen to play too? Su Wanqing was forced to smile, feeling a little unnatural. I'm here looking for a job. There was a hint of loss in her voice. Latte noticed that the laptop screen in front of her was open to a recruitment website page, which was densely packed with recruitment information. It seems that her job search was not going well. Do you mind if we sit here? Latte pointed to the empty seat opposite her. Su Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Please sit down. Letian and Guan Shanhua sat down. Letian looked at Su Wanqing. She was thinner than when she was in school, and there was a hint of worry between her brows, but her elegant and refined temperament remained unchanged. Why, did you come to Shenzhen to find a job? Latte asked. Su Wanqing stirred the coffee in the cup and whispered. My brother's illness requires a large sum of money for surgery. The salary back home is too low, so I want to try my luck in Shenzhen and see if I can find a job with a higher salary. Her voice was full of helplessness and compromise with reality. Latte understood. Last time at school, he knew that Su Wanqing came from a poor family and had a sick younger brother. Unexpectedly, the situation was more serious than he had imagined. How's the job search going? Letian continued to ask. Su Wanqing shook her head, a hint of bitterness on her face. It's not going well. The competition in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange is too fierce. I'm a recent college graduate with little work experience, so many companies don't look at me. She sighed. I've submitted numerous resumes and attended numerous interviews, but nothing has come of it. Guan Shanhua listened from the side and felt a little sympathetic. Don't be discouraged, Miss Su, you are so talented, you will definitely find a good job. Su Wanqing forced a smile. Thank you. Letian looked at Su Wanqing and already had an idea in his mind. A-level business operations and marketing talents are exactly what he urgently needs. Moreover, he also trusts Su Wanqing's character. Ding! The host and the target talent have been detected to have an intersection, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, express sympathy and provide some financial assistance. Reward, Su Wanqing's favorability plus 10, choice points plus 100. Choice 2, offer a job opportunity and invite them to join your team. Reward, Su Wanqing's favorability plus 50, a higher chance of successfully recruiting this talent. The system will issue additional rewards based on the recruitment results. Latte chose option 2 without hesitation. He looked at Su Wanqing and spoke seriously. Su Wanqing, I'm currently planning to set up a new company. Its main business is technology investment and the incubation of emerging industries. Currently, the company is a startup and is in urgent need of a capable and potential head of operations and marketing. If you don't mind, I formally invite you to join my team. Su Wanqing suddenly raised her head and looked at Lutian in disbelief. Lutian, are you telling the truth? Her voice trembled with excitement. Lutian nodded with a sincere look in his eyes. Of course it's true. As for the salary and benefits, don't worry, it will definitely not be lower than the market level, and may even be higher. Moreover, if you can achieve results, you will have the opportunity to obtain company shares in the future. He offered very tempting conditions. Su Wanqing looked at Letian, her eyes a little red. She didn't expect that when she was in the most difficult and confused time, Lotte would lend her a helping hand and give her such an important position and promise. She knew that Letian was no longer the poor and unknown student in school. The scene of him driving a Lamborghini Veneno and easily dealing with Zhang Haoyu at the school gate last time is still vivid in his mind. But I don't have much work experience, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it well. Su Wanqing was a little unconfident. Lotte smiled. Experience can be accumulated. I believe in my vision and I also believe in your ability. He paused, his tone became serious. Su Wanqing, give me a chance, and give yourself a chance, okay? Su Wanqing looked at Lu Tian's eyes full of trust and encouragement, and the hesitation and uneasiness in her heart were gradually replaced by a warm current. She took a deep breath and vigorously. Okay. Letian, I promise you. I'm willing to join your team. Her voice was full of determination and longing for the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a level talent Su Wanqing. Reward: Su Wanqing's loyalty is locked. Initial 80 points, decision points plus 1,000, and a company management skill package beginner, including basic finance, personnel, and legal knowledge is obtained. The system prompt sounded again in Lu Tian's mind. A satisfied smile appeared on Lotte's lips. This trip to Shenzhen was really fruitful. Chapter 14: Team Formation and Acquisition Plan. Having successfully recruited Su Wanqing, Lotte was in a good mood. This means that his future business empire finally has its first core backbone. Su Wanqing, welcome aboard. Lotte extended his hand. Su Wanqing excitedly held Li Shen's hand and lightly vigorously. Lu. Mr. Lu, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely not let you down. She also followed Chen Feng's example and started calling Lu Tian Mr. Lu. Lotte smiled. Don't be so polite. We're all team members from now on. You can just stay in Shenzhen for a few days to get familiar with the environment and take care of your brother's affairs. I'll arrange the company registration and office space as soon as possible. He paused, took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Su Wanqing. There's 500,000 yuan in this card. Use it for emergencies. The password is 6/8. If it's not enough, tell me anytime. Su Wanqing looked at the bank card and her eyes turned red again. She knew that Lotte was sincerely helping her. Director Lu, this is too much. She wanted to refuse. But Lotte stuffed the card into her hand without question. Take it, you deserve it. Your brother's surgery is more important. Besides, you'll be in charge of the company's operations and marketing from now on, so these are things you'll need to worry about. Su Wanqing felt Li Shen's trust and respect, and her heart was filled with warmth and motivation. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will definitely work hard. She held the bank card tightly, as if holding the hope for the future. Guan Shanyue was also filled with emotion watching from the side. He knew that Lotte was playing a big game. And he is also honored to be a part of this game. In the next few days, Lotte asked its legal team to handle the company registration matters while starting to look for a suitable office space. The headquarters of his future company must be located in a first-tier city with a developed economy and abundant talent. The Shenzhen Stock Exchange is undoubtedly a good choice. Under Lotte's arrangement, Su Wanqing first dealt with her brother's medical expenses and began to use her professional knowledge to plan the company's future market positioning and initial promotion. Her state also changed from initial confusion and helplessness to full of energy and confidence. Guan Shanyue became Lotte's full-time follower, always at his beck and call, and never complaining. Lotte also began to consciously train him and let him get involved in some business matters. That day, the three of them were discussing the company's future development direction in the living room of the hotel suite. Letian looked at the two people in front of him and felt quite satisfied. An A-level business operation and marketing talent, a loyal brother. The prototype of the team has already been established. Shanzi, take a portion of the 100 million I gave you earlier and set up an investment holding company to serve as the parent company for all our future industries. Lotte said. Guan Shanyue nodded. No problem, Tianer, I'll do whatever you say. Letian looked at Su Wanqing again. Wanqing, what are your thoughts on the company's initial marketing plan? Su Wanqing pondered for a moment and spoke clearly. Mr. Lo, I believe our company's initial positioning should be technology empowerment, venture capital for the future. We should invest in promising emerging technology companies, such as Jiha Technology, and also incubate projects that we ourselves are optimistic about. In terms of marketing, we can start with online marketing to build a professional brand image and attract high-quality projects and talents. At the same time, we should also actively participate in some industry summits and exhibitions to expand our influence. Letian listened and nodded from time to time. Su Wanqing's ideas coincided with his. He is indeed an A-level talent. Very good, Letian praised. Please come up with a detailed plan as soon as possible. Don't worry about the funding. He thought for a moment and spoke again. By the way, I previously acquired 30% of the shares of the Zheng family's restaurant and hotel. I plan to cash in these shares as soon as possible. Wanqing, do you have any good channels or suggestions? Su Wanqing's eyes lit up when she heard this. Mr. Lo, although the Zheng family's restaurant and hotel business is a traditional industry, it still has a certain brand value and market share locally. If we sell directly in the secondary market, it may cause stock price fluctuations and affect the cash value. I suggest we try to contact some investors or large chain restaurant groups that are interested in integrating the traditional catering industry and negotiate a transfer. This way, we might be able to get a good price. Latte nodded. That's a good idea. I'll leave this matter to you to follow up on. If you need any resources, please let me know. Su Wanqing nodded solemnly. Okay, Mr. Le, I will definitely get it done. She knew that this was Latte's first test of her. Just then, Latte's cell phone rang. It's Qin Haishan's call. Friend Lu, has everything been going well in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange recently? Old Qin's voice was still bright and clear. Thanks to Mr. Qin, everything went smoothly. The investment in Jiha Technology has been finalized, and I also recruited a capable person. Latte replied with a smile. Oh? You recruited some talent? That's great. Qin Haishan chuckled. It seems I was right about you. You really have good vision and are very lucky. He paused and changed the subject. By the way, my friend Lu, I have some news that might be useful to you. Mr. Qin, please speak. I heard that a long-established live streaming platform called Xingyo Live is seeking a buyer due to poor management and a broken capital chain. Although the platform has experienced a significant loss of users, its foundation is still there, with a certain amount of technical accumulation and anchor resources. If you're interested in the live streaming industry, you might consider buying it at a low price, reorganizing and repackaging it, and maybe you can revitalize it. Starry Live? Lu Tian's heart moved. He had already envisioned the live broadcast industry in his outline. This is an industry with huge traffic and strong monetization capabilities. If you can acquire a platform with a solid foundation at a low price and then use your own funds and resources to transform it, it is indeed a good opportunity. Moreover, he now has plenty of cash on hand. 100 million as a reward from the system and 100 million as compensation from the Zheng family, a total of 200 million. It costs 80 million to invest in Jiha Technology. Guan Shanyue was given 100 million as startup capital for the company. Gave Su Wanqing 500,000 yuan for emergency. All in all, he still has about 20 million in cash available to him. If the Zheng family shares that are ready to be liquidated are added, funds will not be a problem. Mr. Qin, thank you for your information. I'll have someone look into the Xingyo Live broadcast. Latte already had a preliminary plan in mind. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a new business opportunity, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, wait and see with caution. The live streaming industry is complex and shouldn't be entered lightly. Reward, plus 200 choice points. Choice 2, act decisively and acquire Xingyo Live to create your own traffic portal. Rewards, receive the live broadcasting operation guide containing a variety of successful live broadcast platform operation strategies and case studies, and a mysterious anchor signing card X1 which allows you to sign a random mysterious anchor with S-level potential. Chapter 15 Acquisition of Xingyo, Mysterious Anchor. The system's choice is once again before it. Should we wait and see cautiously, or take decisive action? Latte barely hesitated. The live streaming industry is one of the future trends, and he can't miss it. Moreover, the information recommended by Mr. Qin, plus the generous rewards given by the system, isn't this obviously an opportunity that comes right to your door? I choose 2. Latte made a decisive choice in his heart. Select Confirm. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the live broadcast operation guide. It has been saved in the system space and can be checked at any time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious anchor signing card X1 already stored in the system space. After use, you can sign a potential S-level anchor. In my mind, the system prompt sounds rang one after another. The corners of Lu Tian's mouth rose slightly. Live broadcast operation manual, this is a good thing. He doesn't know much about the live broadcast industry, and having this guide is like having an experienced mentor. As for the mysterious anchor signing card, it is even more exciting. What will an S-level potential anchor be like? Mr. Qin, I will have someone contact Xingyo Live as soon as possible, Letian said to Qin Haishan on the other end of the phone. Okay. Little friend Lu, I trust your judgment. If you need my help, just let me know. Qin Haishan admired Letian more and more. After hanging up the phone, Letian looked at Su Wancheng. Wanqing, I have a new task for you. Su Wanqing immediately sat up straight. Mr. Lu, please give your instructions. Immediately organize a team to conduct a comprehensive investigation and assessment of Xingyo Live, including their assets, user data, technical team, anchor resources, and so on. I want to see a detailed report within 3 days. Latte's tone left no room for doubt. Su Wanqing's eyes narrowed, and she immediately felt the pressure, but was also full of energy. Yes. Director Lu. I promise to complete the task. She knew that this was Latte's further test of her abilities. In the next 3 days, Su Wanqing demonstrated amazing work efficiency and professionalism. She quickly contacted some local business research agencies and headhunting companies in Shenzhen, formed a temporary research team, and conducted a comprehensive investigation of Xingyo Live. Latte and Guan Shanyue worked together to look for suitable office space in major high-end office buildings in Shenzhen. With his high-level business acumen, he quickly identified several office buildings with high cost-effectiveness and development potential. 3 days later, Su Wanqing placed a thick investigation report in front of Lu Tian. Director Lu, this is the investigation report on Xingyo Live. Please review it. Su Wanqing's voice sounded a little tired, but her eyes were bright. Letian picked up the report and read it carefully. The report is very detailed, with a clear analysis of Xingyo Live's history, equity structure, financial status, operating data, core technology, and anchor contracts. Just as Qin Haishan said, Xingyo Live does have a good foundation and was once ranked among the top 10 live broadcast platforms in China. However, due to internal strife among the management, operational strategy errors, and insufficient subsequent capital investment, a large number of users were lost, and excellent anchors jumped ship one after another. Now it is on the verge of bankruptcy. At present, the total liabilities of Xingyo Live are about 50 million, but its brand value, technical patents, and some remaining anchor contracts are valued at around 80 million. That is to say, if we can acquire them at a lower price and resolve their debt problems, we can still make a profit. Letian closed the report and looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing nodded. Yes, Mr. Lu. Furthermore, I understand that Li Xinghe, the founder and CEO of Xingyo Live, is a man with a strong passion for technology, but he's not good at management. If we can convince him to stay and continue to be responsible for technology research and development, it will be very helpful for the subsequent upgrades and renovations of our platform. A hint of approval flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. Su Wanqing thought very carefully. Very good. Letian stood up. Wanqing, come with me to meet this Li Xinghe. The headquarters of Xingyo Live is located in a relatively remote technology park in Shenzhen. A slightly old office building seems a bit out of place compared to the glamorous emerging technology companies around it. Letian and Su Wanqing met Li Xinghe in the CEO's office. Li Xinghe is in his 40s, with somewhat gray hair, sunken eye sockets, and a face full of fatigue and loneliness. Seeing that Latte was so young, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he did not show much emotion. You two are. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Letian, and this is my assistant, Su Wanqing. We're very interested in Xingyo Live and would like to discuss an acquisition with you. Latte got straight to the point. Li Xinghe smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mr. Lu, Xingyo is in such a state now, what's worth acquiring? It's saddled with debt, its users have all left, its anchors have dispersed, and it's just an empty shell. His voice was filled with helplessness and unwillingness. Lu Tian did not respond, but took a document from Su Wanqing and handed it to Li Xinghe. Mr. Li, this is our preliminary valuation and acquisition plan for Xingyo Live. You can take a look at it first. Li Xinghe took the document suspiciously and started looking through it. When he saw the purchase price, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Latte in disbelief. 100 million? He thought he was seeing things. Xingyao Live is now heavily in debt, and it would be a blessing if someone is willing to pay 50 million to take over.
Latte is actually willing to pay 100 million? Latte nodded.
Yes, 100 million. 50 million of that will be used to repay all of Xingyao Live's debts. The other 50 million will be paid to your original shareholders as the acquisition payment. Li Xinghe's breathing became rapid, and a glimmer of hope rekindled in his eyes.
Mr. Lo, why are you offering such a high price?
He doesn't believe in free lunch.
Letian looked at him and said seriously.
Because I believe in the foundation of Xingyao Live, and I believe even more in your technical prowess, Mr. Li. I acquired Xingyao Live not to take advantage of the situation, but to rebuild it and make it a top live streaming platform in China. Therefore, I hope that Mr. Li will stay and continue to serve as the company's CTO, responsible for technology research and development and platform upgrades. I will give you sufficient stock and option incentives, as well as complete independent technology research and development rights.
Latte extended an olive branch.
Li Xinghe was stunned. He didn't expect that Latte was not only willing to acquire him at a high price, but also valued him so much and was even willing to delegate power to him. In the past few years, he has been looked down upon and criticized by shareholders and investors due to poor management. Latte's trust and respect filled him with mixed emotions. He took a deep breath, looked at Letian's young but confident face, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Lo, if you can truly restore Xingyao to a new life, I, Li Xinghe, am willing to serve you at all costs.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully convincing key figure Li Xinghe and laying a solid foundation for the acquisition of Xingyao Live. Reward, decision points plus 500, obtain the title of negotiation expert. Wearing it can increase the success rate of negotiations.
The system prompt sounded in Lutian's mind. A victorious smile appeared on Latte's face. He wants Xingyao Live and the technical expert Li Xinghe.
Just as the acquisition negotiations were coming to an end and both parties were preparing to finalize the specific details, the office door was suddenly and roughly pushed open. A middle-aged man, well-dressed and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked gentle but had a sinister look in his eyes, rushed in with several bodyguards.
Li Xinghe, I heard someone wants to acquire Xingyao. Has our board of directors agreed?
The middle-aged man's voice was cold, with an unquestionable arrogance. Li Xinghe's face changed when he saw the person coming.
Mr. Zhao, why are you here? Chapter 16, Directors make things difficult and take control. Mr. Zhao's sudden intrusion instantly froze the atmosphere in the office.
When Li Xinghe saw the person coming, his face turned a little ugly, and the hope that had just been ignited was also cast a shadow.
Director Zhao, why are you here?
Li Xinghe's tone was a little unnatural. This director, Zhao Mingxian, is one of the early investors of Xingyao Live and an important member of the company's board of directors. This person is smart and capable, but also extremely arrogant and greedy.
He often makes things difficult for Li Xinghe within the company.
Zhao Mingxian pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, swept his sharp eyes over Letian and Su Wanqing, and finally fell on Li Xinghe, with a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth.
Mr. Li, if I don't come, won't I miss this great show?
He shook a document in his hand. I heard someone is offering 100 million to buy out this mess.
Mr. Li, you've got a pretty good plan.
Are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to escape and get rid of all of our old shareholders? Zhao Mingxuan's voice was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The bodyguards behind him all had unfriendly expressions, blocking Lutian and Su Wanqing's retreat route. Li Xinghe's face flushed and he hurriedly explained.
Director Zhao, you misunderstood.
Mr. Li sincerely wants to help Xingyao overcome its difficulties and has offered very generous conditions.
Generous terms? Zhao Mingxian sneered, interrupting Li Xinghe.
In my opinion, it's just that some people want to sell off the company's assets at a low price and enrich themselves. His words were obviously directed at Li Xinghe. Su Wanqing listened at the side, frowned slightly, and wanted to open her mouth to refute, but was stopped by Letian with a look. Letian sat on the sofa from beginning to end, with a calm expression, as if the farce before him had nothing to do with him. He picked up the teacup in front of him and blew gently to remove the hot steam. Until Zhao Mingxian pointed the finger at him.
Are you the one who got taken advantage of, Mr. Lu?
Zhao Mingxian looked Letian up and down, his eyes full of contempt and disdain.
Young man, you're quite arrogant. 100 million? Do you know how much Xingyao Live is worth now? Or are you just a clueless young man being used as a pawn? Letian put down the teacup and finally looked up at Zhao Mingxian. Mr. Zhao, right?
His voice was not loud, but it carried an invisible pressure.
How much do you think Xingyou Live is worth now? Does it have anything to do with how much I paid to acquire it?
I buy things optimistically, and the only thing I consider is whether I like them or not.
As for the price, that's up to me. He said this with great dominance.
Zhao Mingxian was choked by Li Shen's words and his face turned a little ugly. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him was so arrogant.
What a big mouth.
Zhao Mingxian snorted coldly. Even if you have money and want to acquire Xingyao, you have to get approval from our board of directors.
Without the consent of us shareholders, you can't take a single cent.
He was making a naked threat. Li Xinghao was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Director Zhao, Mr. Lu is truly sincere.
Sincerity? Zhao Mingxian sneered. In my opinion, sincerity only comes from real money.
Li Xinghao, don't forget that Xingyao Live doesn't belong to you alone. If you want to sell it, you have to ask us shareholders for our approval. He turned to look at Letian, with a hint of greed in his eyes.
Mr. Lu, since you're so rich, why don't we renegotiate the price? 100 million is too little. At least 200 million. And our board of directors wants a 30% stake in the new company. The lion opened its mouth wide.
Li Xingha's face turned pale.
Zhao Mingxian. Don't go too far.
Zhao Mingxian didn't care and spread his hands.
Is it excessive? I think it's quite reasonable. Mr. La has a large family and a large business, so I'm sure he wouldn't mind such a small amount of money, right?
He was sure that Latte wanted to acquire Xingyao, so he dared to ask for such an exorbitant price.
Letian looked at Zhao Mingxuan's greedy face and suddenly laughed.
He stood up and walked step by step to Zhao Mingxian.
Mr. Zhao, right? I just heard you say that Xingyou Live is a mess. Zhao Mingxian was forced by Li Shen's momentum and subconsciously took a step back. Yes, so what? If it's such a mess, why are you still cherishing it so much?
Li Shen's eyes turned cold.
Or do you think I'm a fool to spend 200 million to buy a bunch of garbage?
He slammed the table. The sound was not loud, but it made the whole office quiet down.
I'm putting this on the line today. I'm going to buy Xingyao Live. 100 million, not a penny more, not a penny less.
As for those bloodsuckers on your board of directors, if you want to raise the price, don't blame me, Letian, for being rude. He glanced at Zhao Mingxian and the bodyguards behind him with a hint of disdain in his tone.
With just a few of you, you think you can stop me? Ding.
The host has been detected to be experiencing commercial blackmail, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, compromise and agree to the other party's unreasonable demands in order to successfully complete the acquisition. Reward, gain the title of Sucker Permanent, greatly increases the chance of being cheated. Choice 2, argue your case and negotiate with the other party to gain greater benefits. Reward, improves negotiation skills, plus 300 choice points.
Choice 3, use drastic measures and dominate the situation. Let your opponent know that in the face of absolute strength, all small moves are futile.
Rewards, gain the business deterrence aura elementary, mentally suppresses business rivals below your level, making them more likely to submit, and Mystical Assist X1 provides unexpected assistance at critical moments, refreshed since last use.
Latte chose 3 without hesitation. When dealing with an insatiable villain like Zhao Mingxian, any compromise or concession will only encourage his arrogance. I choose 3. Select confirm. Rewards are being distributed. An invisible pressure emanated from Letian.
Zhao Mingxian and the bodyguards behind him all felt an inexplicable palpitation.
Letian looked at Zhao Mingxian, with a cold arc on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Zhao, I give you 2 choices. First, cooperate obediently, take your money and get out.
From now on, the fate of Xingyao Live has nothing to do with you.
Second.
Letian paused, his eyes becoming sharp as a knife. I will make you the second Zheng family.
Zheng family? Zhao Mingxuan's pupils suddenly shrank. He naturally knew about the recent changes in the Zheng family.
The Zheng Group's stock price plummeted, Zheng Jiangwo resigned, and Zhang Haoyu was even sent to a remote place in Africa to mine. It is said that behind all this, it is related to a mysterious young man.
Could it be this latte in front of me?
Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Mingxuan's forehead, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. He originally thought that Latte was just a rich young man, but unexpectedly, he was actually a fierce dragon crossing the river. The bodyguards behind him also felt the terrifying aura from Letian and subconsciously tightened their weapons, but their eyes were full of fear.
The atmosphere in the office was extremely tense. Just then, Zhao Mingxuan's cell phone rang. He answered the phone in a hurry, and just after listening to a few words, his face turned pale as paper in the phone fell to the ground with a click. He seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He slumped in the chair, his lips trembling as he looked at Letian with eyes full of fear and despair.
"You, who are you?" Chapter 17. The dust has settled, the mysterious anchor card. Zhao Mingxian slumped in his chair, looking at Letian with eyes filled with unspeakable fear. The call just now was from his father. On the phone, his father's voice was filled with unprecedented panic and anger. He sternly warned him to immediately stop all obstruction of the acquisition of Xingyao Live and to obtain Latte's forgiveness at all costs. Otherwise, their Zhao family will follow in the footsteps of the Zhang family. Zhao Mingxian couldn't understand what kind of background this seemingly ordinary young man had that could make his father so wary that he was even willing to sacrifice the family's interests to keep the peace.
Letian looked at Zhao Mingxuan's distraught expression, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
It seems that his mysterious helper has once again played a precise role. He guessed that it was probably Qin Haishan or Lu Guangming who put pressure on the Zhao family through some channel.
In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are paper tigers. Mr. Zhao, do you still want to negotiate a purchase price of 200 million yuan? Lu Tian's voice, like a death warrant, ranges in Zhao Mingxuan's ears.
Zhao Mingxian was startled and stood up suddenly from the chair. He almost fell because of his violent movement. He crawled to Letian and knelt down with a plop, looking even more embarrassed than Zhang Haoyu before.
Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu. Master Lu. I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. I was so audacious. I shouldn't have gone against you. Please be magnanimous and treat me like a piece of shit and let me go.
As he spoke, he slapped himself hard left and right.
Snap. 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 The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the quiet office.
Li Xinghe and Su Wanqing were both stunned. They could never have imagined that Zhao Mingxian, who was so arrogant and domineering just now, would become so servile in the blink of an eye. Letian looked at Zhao Mingxian, who was kowtowing on the ground and slapping himself in the face, without a trace of pity in his eyes.
You can't be soft-hearted with people like this. Mr. Zhao, didn't you just say that the acquisition of Xingyao Live has to go through your board of directors? Lu Tian spoke lightly.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingxian immediately raised his head with a flattering smile on his face, although the smile looked a little funny because of his swollen cheeks.
Mr. Lu, you're joking.
The fact that Xingyao Live has been chosen by a young talent like you is a blessing we've earned in 8 lifetimes. Our board of directors fully supports it.
If anyone dares to object, I'll be the first to disagree.
He patted his chest and swore with confidence.
Oh? Lu Tian raised an eyebrow.
So what you said before, 30% of the shares of the new company.
I dare not. I dare not. Zhao Mingxian waved his hands in fear. That's just nonsense. Master Lu, you have already given us a huge honor by acquiring Xingyao.
How dare we even ask for shares? He only wanted to save his own life and the Zhao family's property, so he didn't dare to put forward any conditions.
Latte nodded. You're smart. He glanced at the bodyguards who were already terrified. Take your people and get out. Don't let me see you again.
Zhao Mingxian was as if pardoned. He stood up tumbling and fled the office in a panic with his equally distraught bodyguards.
Calm finally returned to the office.
Li Xinghe looked at Letian, his eyes full of awe and gratitude. He knew that if it weren't for Letian, Xingyao Live would probably be completely ruined today by a villain like Zhao Mingxian.
Lu. Mr. Lu, thank you.
Li Xinghe's voice was choked.
Latte waved his hand. Mr. Li, you're too polite.
We're family from now on, so there's no need to be so formal.
He paused and continued. Sign the acquisition agreement for Xingyao Live as soon as possible.
I will arrange the funding immediately.
Yes. Director Lu.
Li Xinghe nodded vigorously.
With Zhao Mingxuan's trouble solved, there will be no more obstacles to the acquisition of Xingyao Live.
That afternoon, witnessed by a team of lawyers, Latte officially signed an acquisition agreement with representatives of Xingyao Live's original shareholders. Latte successfully acquired 100% of Xingyao Live's shares for a total price of 100 million yuan. At the same time, Li Xingha also signed an employment contract with Latte's newly established holding company, officially taking up the position of CTO of Xingxingjiu Live, and received a 5% option bonus from the company.
Ding!
The host has successfully acquired Xingyao Live and gained the loyalty of key technical talent Li Xingha. The business territory has further expanded, and the system experience value has increased significantly. Reward, decision points plus 3,000, company management skill pack upgraded to intermediate, business intimidation aura upgraded to intermediate.
In my mind, the system prompt sounded again. A satisfied smile appeared on Latte's lips.
This acquisition not only gave him a potential live broadcast platform, but also further enhanced his system capabilities. More importantly, his business empire has added another important territory. In the evening, Letian, Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue returned to the hotel. Guan Shanyue danced excitedly in the living room.
Honor. You're amazing. You dealt with that Zhao guy in no time. And you even got a live streaming platform for free. Can we become internet celebrities and make money from live streaming in the future?
Latte was amused by him.
If you want to be an internet celebrity, I won't stop you. However, it's not that easy to get on a live streaming platform.
He looked at Su Wanqing. Wanqing, I'm going to have to work hard on the subsequent integration and operation of Xingyao Live. Su Wanqing's eyes were firm.
Don't worry, Mr. Liu. I will definitely do my best to get Xingyao Live back to its peak as soon as possible.
She has already started studying the live broadcast operation handbook rewarded by the system.
Letian nodded. He was still very confident in Su Wanqing's ability.
He opened the system space and looked at the mysterious anchor signing card.
Who will be the S-level potential anchor? His heart was full of anticipation. System, use the mysterious anchor signing card. Lu Tian muttered to himself. Mysterious anchor signing card in use. Matching you with an S-level potential anchor. Match successful. Target anchor information is as follows. Name. Codename, Heavenly Sound. Gender, female. Age, 20.
Specialty, possessing a voice kissed by an angel, a natural singer, capable of handling a variety of musical styles, and extremely infectious.
Current status, due to some reasons, offline live broadcasts are temporarily unavailable.
Live broadcasts can only be conducted using virtual images or without showing your face.
Contract method, the system will create an opportunity for you to encounter the anchor by chance, please seize it. Heavenly Sound? Live stream without showing your face? Lu Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, and became even more curious.
This S-level potential anchor seems a little special. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but the location was actually the city where his former university was located. Chapter 18, Returning to the Old Place, The Sound of Nature. A strange phone call from the city where the former university town was located made Latte raise his eyebrows slightly.
His current circle of contacts probably hasn't expanded to that area yet. Who could it be?
Letian gestured to Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue to wait for a moment, and walked aside to answer the phone.
Hello. Excuse me, is this Mr. Latte?
A slightly hoarse but very attractive female voice came from the other end of the phone.
This voice sounds familiar. Lu Tian's heart moved. Yes, may I ask who you are? I am Mu Wanqing.
The woman on the other end of the phone seemed hesitant and nervous.
Mu Wanqing. Lu Tian's pupils shrank slightly. Of course he remembered this name.
Back in college, Mu Wanqing was the beauty of the music department, a true prodigy.
She is beautiful and has an outstanding temperament.
More importantly, she has a voice that is praised as the sound of nature. She has held several solo concerts in school, and every concert was packed. Letian was once one of her many admirers, but at that time he was just an unknown and poor student and could only watch her from afar in the audience.
Mu Wanqing, why did you call him suddenly?
Moreover, her voice seemed to have lost the clarity and confidence it had on the stage, and instead revealed a hint of fatigue and loneliness. This seems to be consistent with the current status of the Heavenly Sound S-level anchor prompted by the system. For some reason, offline live broadcasts are temporarily unavailable, and can only be broadcast with a virtual image or without showing the face.
Could it be? Latte had a bold guess in his mind. Senior Mu, hello, long time no see. Latte tried to make his tone sound calmer.
Mu Wanqing on the other end of the phone seemed relieved.
Xiaodi Lu, you still remember me?
There was a hint of bitterness in her voice.
Of course I remember.
Senior Sister Mu was a big shot in our school back then.
Letian paused. I wonder if Senior Sister Mu wants to talk to me about something?
Mu Wanqing was silent for a few seconds, as if she was organizing her words.
Shouty Lu, I heard that you're doing very well now and have established your own company.
Her voice was a little broken.
I want to ask you for a favor. Lu Tian raised his brows slightly. Help? Considering Mu Wanqing's popularity and family background in school, she shouldn't have fallen to the point where she needed to ask for help from him, an unfamiliar junior, right?
Unless she was in real trouble. Please tell me, Senior Sister Mu.
If I can help, I will do my best. Latte didn't agree or refuse immediately.
Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and seemed to have made a great decision.
Shouty Lu, I want to find a job. Any job is fine, as long as I can make money.
Her voice was full of humility and pleading. This is completely different from the proud and confident Mu Wanqing that Letian had in mind.
Lu Tian became more certain of his guess. Senior Mu, which city are you in now? I'm in the city, on this side of the school. Okay, I understand.
Letian pondered for a moment. How about this, Senior Sister Mu? I happen to be back here in the next 2 days to deal with some things.
When I get here, we can make an appointment to talk in person. What do you think?
When Mu Wanqing heard this, there was a hint of surprise and gratitude in her voice.
Really? That's great. Thank you, Le Xueti. Thank you so much. You're welcome. I'll contact you when I get there.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Tian looked at the phone screen with a complicated expression. If Mu Wanqing is really the S-level anchor voice of heaven matched by the system, then something must have happened to her that led to her current situation. Guan Shangyue and Su Wanqing came over when they saw Letian finished his call.
Tianer, who's calling? You look weird. Guan Shangyue asked curiously. Latte shook his head. A former classmate. He didn't say much.
Wanqing, you and your legal team should continue to follow up on the company registration and office space.
Shanzi, come back to my hometown with me.
Latte made arrangements.
Su Wanqing nodded. Okay, Mr. Lu. Guan Shangyue was a little excited. Going back to my hometown? That's great. I haven't been back for a long time. On that day, Latte and Guan Shangyue took a private plane back to the city where their former university was located.
This city carries too many memories for Latte.
There is poverty and inferiority, as well as resentment and anger.
Of course, now, there is more of a calmness and composure about returning home in glory. The plane landed on a private apron, where a fleet of vehicles arranged by Lu Guangming was waiting. Lu Tian did not go to see Mu Wanqing directly, but first went back to the dilapidated community where he used to rent. Looking at the familiar tube-shaped building, Latte felt a lot of emotions in his heart. A few months ago, he was still a poor boy who escaped from here in a panic. Now, he can look down on everything here and re-examine it.
Tianer, do you remember?
Back then, the two of us lived in this shabby house, eating instant noodles every day and dreaming of getting rich.
Guan Shangyue also sighed. Latte smiled.
Yes, at that time, my biggest wish was to have a full meal without having to worry about other people's faces. The two walked around the community and left without disturbing anyone. Afterwards, Letian asked Guan Shangyue to go back to his home to see his parents first, while he himself followed the address sent by Mu Wanqing and went to an ordinary residential area on the outskirts of the city.
This community looks quite old and the environment is pretty average. Lu Tian was a little confused. With Mu Wanqing's family background, how could she live in such a place? He dialed Mu Wanqing's number. Senior Mu, I'm at the gate of your community. Ah. Junior Lu, you're here so soon? Mu Wanqing's voice sounded a little flustered.
Yeah, I came here right after I got off the plane.
Then wait a moment, I'll be down to pick you up right away.
A few minutes later, a figure dressed simply, wearing a mask and a hat, hurried out of the corridor. Although she wrapped herself tightly, Latte recognized her at a glance.
Mu Wanqing.
However, at this moment, she no longer had the bright and radiant look of the past. Instead, she looked haggard and thin, with a hint of uneasiness and evasion in her eyes. When she saw Latte, she was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Latte to come in person and drive a luxury car that looked very expensive.
Lu, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you.
Mu Wanqing's voice was a little hoarse, and her head drooped even lower. Looking at her like this, Letian sighed in his heart. It seems that the story that happened to her is more complicated than he imagined. Senior Mu, let's find a place and sit down and talk slowly. Letian opened the car door and moved for her to get in. Mu Wangqing hesitated for a moment, but still sat in. The car slowly drove out of the community. There was a certain silence in the carriage. Latte was the first to break the silence. Senior Mu, did something happen at home? He asked directly. Mu Wanqing's body trembled slightly, she lowered her head, clasped her hands tightly together, and said nothing. Lu Tian glanced at the rearview mirror. She was wearing a mask, so her expression couldn't be seen, but her eyes, which were exposed, were red. He didn't ask any more questions and just drove quietly. After a while, Mu Wanqing spoke slowly in a voice with a strong nasal tone. My dad, his investment failed and he owed a huge amount of high-interest loans. Those people came to our house every day to collect debts. They emptied our house. My mother couldn't bear the shock and fell ill. She's still in the hospital. I really had no other choice, so I thought of asking you for help. The intermittent words were mixed with suppressed sobs. Latte understood. So that's how it is. The family fell into poverty, the father was in debt, and the mother was seriously ill. No wonder the once favored girl has become what she is now. No wonder she said that as long as she can make money, any job is fine. Loan shark, how much do you owe? Latte asked. Mu Wanqing's voice trembled. 5 million. 5 million is indeed an astronomical figure for an ordinary family. But for Latte today, it is just a drop in the bucket. Senior Mu, don't worry. Li Shan's tone was calm, yet it carried a reassuring power. I'll help you with this matter. Mu Wanqing suddenly raised her head and looked at Letian with tears in her eyes full of disbelief and gratitude. Shouty Lu, are you telling the truth? Of course. Letian smiled slightly, but I have a condition. Chapter 19 Tian Lai signed a contract, a new journey. Mu Wanqing looked at Lu Tian with tears in her eyes full of anticipation and a hint of uneasiness. She didn't know what conditions Latte would propose. Given her current situation, it seems that there is nothing that can be exchanged. Letian looked at her with a calm tone. My conditions are simple. First, I will help you pay off the 5 million in high-interest loans your father owes. I will also cover your mother's medical expenses. When Mu Wanqing heard this, her eyes suddenly widened and her lips trembled slightly. She wanted to say something, but Letian raised his hand to stop her. Secondly, I need you to join my company and become a contracted anchor for the Xingyo live streaming platform. Latte finally revealed his ultimate goal. Mu Wanqing was stunned. Sign a contract with the anchor? Although she is a top student in the music department and has held solo concerts, she knows very little about the live streaming industry. Besides, in her current state, is she still in the mood to sing? Shouty Lu, I'm afraid that in my current situation. Mu Wanqing's voice was filled with hesitation and lack of confidence. Letian saw her concerns. Senior Mu, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. You can choose not to show your face during the live broadcast, or use a virtual image. The live broadcast content should also focus on the music you are good at. What I offer you is not just a job, but also a stage for you to regain your confidence and showcase your talents. He paused, his eyes becoming deep. And, I promise you, as long as you're willing to work hard, Xingyo Live will definitely become the place where your dreams take off. Earning tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars a year, is no longer a dream. Tens of millions per year? Hundreds of millions? Mu Wanqing was completely stunned by Li Shan's words. She couldn't imagine that she could make so much money by singing live. If this were really possible, she would not only be able to pay off the family's debts, but also give her mother the best treatment, and even help her father get back on his feet. A strong desire rose in her heart. She looked at Letian, the junior who was once insignificant in her eyes, but now exuded a charm and confidence that she could hardly resist. Ding! Detected that the host is negotiating a contract with the S-level potential anchor Tian Lazian, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, lower your requirements and only offer a basic contract guarantee to stabilize the other party. Reward, Mu Wanqing's favorability plus 20, and the success rate of signing the contract is increased. Choice 2, show your sincerity, offer a top-tier anchor contract, and promise to allocate resources to completely impress the other party.
Reward: Mu Wanqing's loyalty will be greatly increased, and the success rate of signing a contract will be extremely high. The system will issue generous rewards based on the contract results. Latte chose option 2 without hesitation. When treating S-level talents, you should show S-level sincerity. Senior Mu, this is the contract I prepared for you. You can take a look at it first. Letian took out a document that had been prepared long ago from his briefcase and handed it to Mu Wanqing. He asked Su Wanqing to draft this contract overnight. It is a top-level contract specifically for S-level potential anchors. It not only includes a generous base salary and gift share, but also various resource promotion commitments and a signing bonus of up to millions. Mu Wanqing took the contract with trembling hands and read it word by word. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. The generosity of this contract far exceeded her imagination. Especially the millions of signing fees, which is an astronomical figure for her. It's enough to solve her family's urgent needs. She raised her head and looked at Letian, her eyes full of gratitude and disbelief. Brother Lu, this contract is too generous. I am not worthy enough to. Latte smiled slightly. Senior Mu, your talent is worthy of this contract. What I need is for you to conquer the entire live broadcast industry with your singing. He looked at Mu Wanqing, his eyes full of anticipation. Now, tell me your answer. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath, and tears blurred her eyes again. But this time, they were tears of joy and emotion. She nodded vigorously, her voice choked with excitement. Mr. Lu. I do. I'm willing to sign the contract. I'm willing to sing for you, for Xingyo Live, and for the future. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the S-level potential anchor Heavenly Voice Mu Wanqing. Reward: Mu Wanqing's loyalty is locked initially 90 points, increased by the top-level contract, decision points plus 5,000, and the special item Echo of Heaven is obtained, which enhances the appeal and penetration of Mu Wanqing's singing, making it easier for her to impress the audience. Reward: because the host successfully recruited and signed a second core talent, the team has begun to take shape. The system specially rewards company cohesion aura primary level, can enhance team members' sense of belonging and collaborative efficiency. The system's prompt sounds rang in Letian's mind one after another. A satisfied smile appeared on Latte's lips. S-level anchor, got it. In addition, you will also get 2 practical props and skills, Echoes of Nature and Company Cohesion Aura. This time, I really made a lot of money. Okay. Mu Wanqing, from today on, you are our Xingyo Lives ace anchor. Latte extended his hand. Mu Wanqing also stretched out her hand and shook hands tightly with Letian. At this moment, she felt as if her life had been revitalized. On the same day, Letian arranged for a lawyer to deal with the high-interest loan problem owed by Mu Wanqing's father, and transferred Mu Wanqing's mother to the best private hospital in the city for the best treatment. The 5 million debt and subsequent medical expenses are just a drop in the bucket for Latte now. Mu Wanqing, having resolved her worries, felt completely refreshed. Although she still chose not to show her face during the live broadcast, with the help of the top-level equipment and Echoes of Nature props provided by Latte, her singing soon caused a sensation on the Xingyo Live broadcast platform. Countless listeners, attracted by her ethereal, pure and highly infectious singing voice, flocked to her live broadcast room. The reputation of the Sound of Nature spread like wildfire. The user data of the Xingyo Live broadcast platform has also begun to stop falling and rebound, and even experienced explosive growth. Li Xinghe and Su Wanqing were full of admiration for Letian's vision and courage. They know that the rise of Xingyo Live is unstoppable. Latte, on the other hand, has set its sights even further. His business empire has just begun to be built. A new journey is right at our feet. Just when Latte was full of confidence and ready to make a big move, an unexpected phone call disrupted his plans again. A cold and familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Latte, long time no see. Do you remember me? Lu Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. This voice turned out to be that of Lu Feifei's former love rival, Zhang Haoyu, the one he had sent to Africa to mine. How could he come back early? Chapter 20, Unexpected Return, Storm Rises Again. Zhang Haoyu? Lu Tian held the phone in his hand, his eyes instantly turned cold. Shouldn't this guy be furthering his studies in some deserted mine in Africa? Why did she call him suddenly? And judging from her tone, she seemed quite unfriendly. Zhang Haoyu, you are so lucky to be able to come back alive. Li Shen's voice was calm, but those who knew him knew that this was a sign of his anger.
Zhang Haoyu on the other end of the phone let out a sinister laugh.
Ha, Letian, you didn't expect that, did you? I, Zhang Haoyu, am back.
The sun in Africa is indeed very scorching.
But compared to the humiliation you brought upon me, that little suffering is nothing.
His voice was filled with venom and madness.
It seems that your life in Africa was not very good.
There was a hint of sarcasm in Latte's tone.
Thanks to you, I've definitely experienced a lot.
Zhang Haoyu gritted his teeth.
But don't get too complacent.
I came back this time specifically to settle accounts with you.
Settling accounts? Letian raised an eyebrow. Do you think you are still qualified now?
The scene of the Zhang family bowing down before him and ceding land and paying compensation is still vivid in his mind.
What kind of waves can Zhang Haoyu, a discarded child abandoned by his family, make? Qualifications? Ha, Letian, you underestimate me.
Zhang Haoyu's voice suddenly became full of confidence.
Let me tell you, I am no longer the useless loser I used to be. I've found a new backer.
Someone you absolutely can't afford to mess with. He paused, his tone a little boastful and compact.
Also, I know a little secret about you. Lu Tian frowned slightly. A new backer? A little secret? What is Zhang Haoyu up to? If you have something to say, say it now.
I don't have time to waste my breath on a defeated opponent like you.
Latte was getting a little impatient. A defeated general? Letian, you won't think so soon.
Zhang Haoyu said in a sinister voice, I give you 3 days to return everything you took from our Zhang family, including the principal and interest. Otherwise, I will not only ruin your reputation, but also make you experience a pain 10,000 times more painful than mining in Africa. After saying that, he hung up the phone.
Lu Tian looked at the phone screen with deep eyes. Zhang Haoyu seems to be a little different when he comes back this time. What exactly are the new backer and little secret he mentioned? Ding.
The host has been detected to be facing provocation and threats from a former enemy, triggering a new decision.
Choice 1, ignore him. Zhang Haoyu is just a clown, nothing to be feared. Reward, obtain the title of ostrich mentality. Wearing this will reduce your crisis perception.
Choice 2, take the initiative and investigate Zhang Haoyu's background and his so-called backers, striking first. Reward, gain the intelligence analysis skill beginner level, allowing you to more effectively extract key clues from information, plus 500 choice points.
Choice 3, wait and see what happens, then counterattack.
See what tricks Zhang Haoyu can pull off, then deliver a thundering blow. Rewards, receive a crisis response plan. The system will generate multiple response options for the host based on potential threats, and a mystical assist X1 provides unexpected assistance at critical moments, refreshed.
Lu Tian looked at the options given by the system and tapped his fingers lightly on the table.
Although Zhang Haoyu is not to be feared, since he dares to come back and provoke so arrogantly, he must have something to rely on. Just ignoring it is not his style. Taking the initiative to investigate, while safe, may alert the enemy. Then, there is only the third option left. Wait and see how the situation develops, and then take advantage of the situation. He wanted to see how much Zhang Haoyu had gained after several months of further studies in Africa.
I choose 3.
Latte made a decision in his heart.
Select confirm. Rewards are being distributed. Several response plans for different potential threats emerged in my mind.
At the same time, the mysterious helper is available again.
Latte felt much more at ease.
He briefly told Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue about Zhang Haoyu's call.
Guan Shanyue got angry when he heard it. Damn it! That bastard Zhang Haoyu dares to come back? Tianer, where is he now? I'm going to destroy him.
He rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush out.
Letian held him back. Shanzi, don't be impulsive.
Since he dared to come back, he must have come prepared.
Let's see what tricks he wants to play.
Su Wanqing was relatively calm, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Director Lu, since Zhang Haoyu dares to say that, I'm afraid the backer he's talking about is no ordinary person.
Also, what could this little secret he mentioned be? She was a little worried. Latte shook his head.
When an enemy comes, I will fight him. When water comes, I will block it with earth. No matter what schemes and tricks he has, they will not make any waves in front of me.
He has enough confidence in his current strength. Wanqing, you will continue to be responsible for the integration and operation of Xingyao Live.
As for Mu Wanqing, give her more resources and promote her fame as soon as possible.
Shanzi, you will be responsible for following up on the renovation and layout of the company's office space, as well as the recruitment of new employees. You can start with some basic positions. As for Zhang Haoyu, a cold gleam flashed in Li Shan's eyes. I will meet him in person. The next 2 days were calm. Zhang Haoyu did not contact Latte again, as if he was waiting for Latte's reply. Latte handled the company's affairs step by step. At Jiha Technology, Chen Feng led the team to work overtime, and the mass production plan of AI chips progressed smoothly. Driven by Mu Wanqing's heavenly voice, Xingyou Live's user data continues to rise, and it has shown a trend of returning to the first-tier platform. Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue were also busy. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. But Latte knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Zhang Haoyu must be plotting a bigger conspiracy. The morning of the third day, Lu Tian was discussing the next development plan of Xingyou Live with Su Wanqing when Lu Guangming suddenly called. Mr. Lu, something happened. Lu Guangming's tone was filled with anxiety and solemnity. Lu Tian's heart trembled. Manager Lu, please tell me slowly. What happened? It's Miss Mu Wanqing. Lu Guangming took a deep breath. She was just live streaming when a group of unidentified people suddenly broke into the room and forcibly took her away. What? Mu Wanqing was taken away? Letian suddenly stood up from the sofa, his face instantly became gloomy as water. He had planned everything, but he never expected that Zhang Haoyu would actually target Mu Wanqing. Although Mu Wanqing does not show her face during live broadcasts, her address is no secret to those who are interested. Have you found out who did it? Li Shan's voice was cold. It's still unclear. They acted very quickly, and it seemed like they had planned it all. When our people arrived, they had already left. Lu Guangming paused, however, something was left behind at the scene. What? A note saying, you should go to the South City Pier alone. South City Pier. It's this routine again. Murderous intent flashed in Li Shan's eyes. Zhang Haoyu, you are looking for death. Chapter 21, The Dockyard Storm, Latte's Wrath. South City Pier. Letian clenched his fists, and his knuckles turned white from the force. Zhang Haoyu, this lingering guy, actually dared to touch Mu Wanqing. This is touching his bottom line. Manager Lu, how many people can you mobilize? Li Shan's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. Lu Guangming said in a deep voice on the other end of the phone. Mr. Lu, the security forces of Tianyue Mansion, as well as the external resources I can mobilize, add up to about 50 people, all of whom are elite. All right. A cold glint flashed in Li Shan's eyes. Tell them to gather at the South City dock immediately. Remember, don't alert the enemy. Wait for my order. Yes. Mr. Lu. Lu Guangming knew that Letian was really angry this time. After hanging up the phone, Letian looked at Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue. Wanqing, you stay in the hotel and be responsible for the company's remote scheduling and information support. Shanzi, come with me to the South City Pier. A trace of worry appeared on Su Wanqing's face. Director Lu, this is too dangerous. Why don't we call the police? Latte shook his head. It's too late to call the police, and I don't want to make a big deal out of it. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable authority. I must solve this matter myself. Guan Shanyue's face was full of excitement and fighting spirit. Honor. Don't worry. I'll go with you. I'll make sure Mu Wanqing is rescued safely, and then I'll beat that bastard Zhang Haoyu so hard that his mother won't even recognize him. He took out 2 arm bars that he had used for fitness from under the sofa, weighed them, and felt that they were quite comfortable to use. Letian didn't say much and went downstairs directly with Guan Shanyue. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom was already waiting at the hotel entrance. The driver is Lu Guangming's confidant, and he is very skilled. Go to the South City Pier as fast as you can. Letian ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Mr. Lu. The Phantom was like a black ghost, weaving through the city's traffic and speeding towards the South City Pier. In the car, Lu Tian closed his eyes to rest, but his mind was working fast. Since Zhang Haoyu dared to kidnap Mu Wanqing, he must have something to rely on. Who could this new backer he mentioned be? And what does the little secret he mentioned refer to? All of this must be figured out tonight. Moreover, he would make Zhang Haoyu pay a price 100 times more painful than mining in Africa.
The South City Wharf, located on the edge of the city, is rarely visited on weekdays, with only some abandoned warehouses and cargo ships docked. Under the night sky, the sea breeze blew, carrying with it a salty and bleak smell. The phantom that Lu Tian and Guan Shangyue were riding on stopped some distance away from the pier.
You are here to provide support. Without my order, do not act rashly. Letian instructed the driver and Guan Shangyue. Guan Shangyue was somewhat reluctant. Tianer, I'll go in with you. More people means more care. Latte shook his head. No, I'm enough on my own.
If you're here, you can help me out in case of any emergency. He knew that Zhang Haoyu's target was him, and he didn't want to put Guan Shangyue in unnecessary danger.
Seeing Lu Tian's firm attitude, Guan Shangyue could only nod. Okay. Tianer, be careful. I'll be waiting for your news outside.
Letian patted his shoulder, opened the car door, and walked alone towards the depths of the dock. Under the dim street lights, his figure was stretched out, appearing a little lonely, yet with an indomitable determination. The sense of crisis skill has been activated long ago, and any movement around him cannot escape his perception. He could feel that there were many people hiding behind those abandoned warehouses and containers, staring at him hungrily. It seems that Zhang Haoyu has invested a lot of money this time.
A sneer appeared on Lu Tian's lips, but he didn't stop.
Soon, he arrived at the door of the largest abandoned warehouse. The warehouse door was closed, with a faint light coming from inside.
Zhang Haoyu, I'm here. Let the person go.
Latte's voice echoed on the empty dock. The warehouse door slowly opened a crack. A familiar voice came from inside, with a hint of pride and teasing.
Lu Tian, you really are brave. You dared to come here alone. Zhang Haoyu's figure appeared behind the crack in the door.
He looked much more energetic than the last time he was in Africa, and there was a hint of sinisterness and madness in his eyes.
Where's Mu Wanqing? Letian asked coldly. Don't be in a hurry.
When old friends meet, they always have to reminisce about the past first. Zhang Haoyu opened the door of the warehouse, revealing the scene inside. In the center of the warehouse, Mu Wanqing was tied to a chair, her mouth sealed with tape, her face stained with tears, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Beside her stood a dozen strong men holding sticks and machetes, each with a ferocious face. Next to Zhang Haoyu stood a tall and mysterious man wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses. The man exuded a dangerous aura.
Lu Tian's eyes narrowed.
This person should be the new backer that Zhang Haoyu mentioned.
Zhang Haoyu, what do you want?
Lu Tian looked at Mu Wanqing's helpless appearance, and the anger in his heart rose again.
Zhang Haoyu burst into laughter, his laughter full of pride and resentment. What do I want? It's simple.
He pointed at Mu Wanqing and then at Letian.
I want you to kneel before me and kowtow and admit your mistake.
Then, I will show my love to your confidant right in front of you. In the end, I will sink you and this woman into this cold sea to feed the fish. His expression was ferocious, like a devil crawling out of hell. When Mu Wanqing heard this, her body trembled violently and her eyes were filled with despair.
Lu Tian's eyes instantly became icy cold, like 10,000 years of ice.
A powerful aura suddenly burst out from him. The business deterrence aura intermediate and advanced combat skills are activated at the same time.
Zhang Haoyu, you are courting death.
His voice, as if coming from the netherworld, made the temperature of the entire warehouse drop a few degrees. Zhang Haoyu and the strong men around him all felt an inexplicable chill and fear. The mysterious man in sunglasses also frowned slightly, seeming a little surprised.
At this moment, Latte moved.
His body shot towards Zhang Haoyu like an arrow.
The speed is beyond everyone's imagination.
Stop him! Zhang Haoyu screamed in horror.
The strong men reacted and rushed towards Letian, waving their weapons. But they are too slow.
Li Shan's figure shuttled among them like a ghost. Every time he attacks, a strong man will fall down. The sound of fists whistling and bones breaking was endless. But in just a dozen seconds, those dozen strong men were all lying on the ground, losing their fighting ability. Zhang Haoyu was stunned, his legs went weak and he almost couldn't stand. He could never have imagined that Latte would become so powerful. The mysterious man in sunglasses also looked serious. He finally realized that he seemed to have underestimated the young man in front of him. Lu Tian didn't stop and rushed straight towards Zhang Haoyu. He had to get rid of the culprit before anyone could react. However, just as his hand was about to strangle Zhang Haoyu's neck, something strange happened suddenly. The mysterious man in sunglasses suddenly moved. His speed is actually a few points faster than Letian. A fierce gust of wind hit Lishan's temple from the side. Letian was startled and instinctively dodged sideways. Bang! A muffled sound. Letian felt a sharp pain in his arm and was knocked back several steps by a huge force. He steadied himself and looked at the mysterious man, his eyes full of vigilance. This guy is a master. His strength is far beyond those of ordinary thugs. In fact, he is stronger than the sniper he met before. Who are you? Letian asked in a deep voice. The mysterious man wearing sunglasses had a cold smile on his face. The one who killed you. Chapter 22, Fierce Battle with Powerful Enemies, Mysterious Helper Reappears. The one who killed me? Lutian's eyes narrowed, and the pain in his arm reminded him that the mysterious man in sunglasses in front of him was definitely not a good person. Just you? Letian sneered and moved his numb arm. Although the opponent is very powerful, he is optimistic and is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied. The mysterious man didn't say any more nonsense, his body sank slightly, and he pounced towards Letian again. His attacks were vigorous and each punch and kick carried a tremendous force, stirring up gusts of evil wind. Letian did not dare to delay and immediately activated his advanced fighting skills to fight with the opponent. Bang! 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 The sound of fists and feet clashing kept echoing in the empty warehouse. The two figures were so fast that they were almost invisible, and only after images could be seen interweaving in the air. Zhang Haoyu was stunned watching from the side. He didn't expect that Lishan's skills were so terrifying. What he didn't expect was that the master he invited was so powerful. These two people are simply not normal people. Mu Wanqing was tied to a chair. She was so scared that her face turned pale and her body trembled constantly as she watched the thrilling fighting scene in front of her. Her heart was filled with worry about Latte, but she was powerless and could only pray silently in her heart. Latte became more and more frightened as the fight went on. The strength of this mysterious man is indeed far beyond his imagination. Each of his moves was filled with murderous aura, and it was obvious that he was someone who had experienced a real life and death struggle. In comparison, although Latte's fighting skills are advanced, they are instilled by the system after all, and he lacks practical experience. After dozens of moves, Letian gradually fell into a disadvantage and suffered several heavy blows. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The mysterious man seemed to have noticed Latte's predicament and his attack became even more fierce. Boy, your strength is just this much. He sneered and kicked Letian hard in the waist with a whip kick. This kick was so powerful that if Letian was hit, he would be seriously injured if not killed. Lutian's pupils suddenly shrank and he wanted to dodge, but found that his body seemed unable to keep up with the opponent's speed. At this critical moment, ding! The host is detected to be in a fatal crisis, and the mysterious helper is activated. Mysterious Assist Type, Combat Instinct Enhancement Temporary. Effect, greatly increases the host's reaction speed, strength, and resistance to attacks, and stimulates combat potential. Duration, 5 minutes. A powerful warm current instantly surged through Latte's limbs and bones. He felt as if his body was injected with infinite power. Reaction speed, strength, perception, all have been greatly improved at this moment. Facing the whistling whip kick, Letian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Instead of retreating, he advanced, suddenly turned sideways, turned his right palm into a knife, and chopped fiercely at the opponent's ankle. Crack! A sound of bones dislocating was heard. The mysterious man uttered a muffled groan, and the fatal whip kick deviated from its direction, brushing past the corner of Lishan's clothes. He looked at his ankle in disbelief, then looked at Latte, whose demeanor suddenly changed. You just. Letian didn't give him a chance to speak, and rushed forward again like a cannonball. After the enhancement, Latte's speed and strength have been improved by more than one level. Each of his punches and kicks carried the force of thunder. The mysterious man was beaten back step by step, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He couldn't understand why Letian's strength suddenly increased so much. Impossible. This is impossible. He roared and wanted to fight back, but under Lishan's fierce attack, he couldn't find any chance at all. Bang! Letian punched the mysterious man hard in the chest. The mysterious man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, hitting a container in the distance with a loud noise. He struggled a few times, trying to get up, but eventually collapsed to the ground powerlessly and passed out. After dealing with the biggest threat, Letian took a deep breath, and his chest rose and fell slightly. The 5 minutes of strengthening just now consumed a lot of his physical strength. However, the effect is obvious. He walked up to Zhang Haoyu. Zhang Haoyu was so frightened when he saw Letian, who looked like a god of death, and the mysterious master lying unconscious not far away, that he rolled and crawled to hide. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. His voice trembled and his crotch was soaked again. Lutian's eyes were cold. He grabbed his collar and lifted him up from the ground. Zhang Haoyu, it seems that your so-called backer can't help you now. His tone was full of sarcasm. Now, tell me, who asked you to come back? And what is that little secret you mentioned? Zhang Haoyu was pinched by Letian so hard that he could hardly breathe, and his face turned red with fear. He shook his head desperately, wanting to beg for mercy, but he couldn't utter a word. Letian exerted a little force on his hands. Explain. At this moment, outside the warehouse, there was suddenly a burst of hurried footsteps and the roar of a car engine. Immediately afterwards, dozens of big men in black clothes holding weapons, led by Lu Guangming, rushed in like a tide. Mr. Lu. When Lu Guangming saw the scene in the warehouse and Letian with blood on his arm, his face changed and he immediately rushed over with his men. Guan Shanyue also followed behind. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Letian was fine. But then he saw the mysterious man lying on the ground, Zhang Haoyu being held in Li Shen's hand, and Mu Wanqing tied to a chair. He was immediately furious. Honor. Are you okay? Zhang Haoyu, that son of a bitch. He waved his arm wand and was about to rush forward. Letian waved to Lu Guangming and Guan Shanyue. I'm fine. He glanced at Zhang Haoyu, who was subdued, and then at Mu Wanqing, who was already scared silly. Manager Lu, please rescue Miss Mu first and find a doctor to check her out. Yes, Mr. Lu. Lu Guangming immediately arranged for someone to carefully rescue Mu Wanqing from the chair and helped her to the side to rest. Only then did Letian loosen his grip on Zhang Haoyu's neck and threw him to the ground like garbage. He looked down at Zhang Haoyu, who was like a dead dog. Zhang Haoyu, your game is over. He paused, a cold glint in his eyes. However, before I send you on your way, I have a few questions that I need you to answer honestly. Zhang Haoyu collapsed on the ground, coughing violently. Looking at the men in black who were eyeing him hungrily, and Letian with cold eyes, he knew that he was doomed today. There was a flash of despair and madness in his eyes. Letian, you, don't be so proud, even if I die, someone will avenge me. He spoke in a halting manner. Oh? Really? Letian raised an eyebrow. I'd really like to know who else would dare to stand up for a loser like you. At this moment, an unexpected voice suddenly came from the warehouse door. Mr. Lu, please show mercy. The voice was gentle, yet commanding. Letian turned around suddenly and his pupil shrank slightly when he saw the person coming. It's actually him. Chapter 23, Unexpected Disruption, Jinlao appears. The voice coming from the warehouse door was gentle but carried unquestionable majesty. Letian turned around suddenly, his eyes flashing like lightning. A familiar figure slowly walked in, surrounded by a group of black-clad bodyguards. It turned out to be Qin Haishan, old Qin. How did he appear here? Letian was filled with surprise and confusion. Qin Haishan walked steadily, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. His sharp eyes swept across the scene in the warehouse, finally falling on Letian and Zhang Haoyu, who was lying on the ground. Behind him, there was a middle-aged woman with a capable temperament and a pretty face. Letian recognized her. She was Shanzi, the female assistant beside Qin Haishan. Mr. Qin? Letian frowned slightly, not understanding the purpose of Qin Haishan's visit. When Zhang Haoyu saw Qin Haishan, he felt like he had grabbed the last straw and crawled towards him. Qin, Grandpa Qin. Save me. Save me. This Letian wants to kill me. He hugged Qin Haishan's thighs and cried bitterly. Qin Haishan looked down at the disheveled Zhang Haoyu, a complicated look flashed in his eyes, but he did not express his opinion immediately. He looked at Latte with an apologetic smile on his face. My dear friend Lu, I have come here uninvited. I hope you can forgive me. Lutian narrowed his eyes and said nothing. He could feel that Qin Haishan's visit this time was probably not just a passing visit. Lu Guangming and Guan Shanyue were also a little surprised to see Qin Haishan appear, but they still stood respectfully aside, waiting for Li Shen's instructions. Mu Wanqing, supported by 2 female bodyguards, watched from afar, her eyes filled with worry and confusion. Mr. Qin, what are you doing? Letian finally spoke, with a hint of exploration in his tone. Qin Haishan sighed and tapped the ground lightly with his cane. Friend Lu, this kid from the Zheng family really deserves to die. He paused and changed the subject. However, he cannot die here. At least, he cannot die in your hands. Lu Tian's eyes turned cold. What do you mean, Mr. Qin? Are you going to protect him? Qin Haishan shook his head. Protect him? No, you misunderstood, Mr. Lu. He pointed at Zhang Haoyu and then at the mysterious man in sunglasses who was lying unconscious not far away. This Zhang Haoyu may be a loser, but he's connected to some forces that are not easy to mess with. As for the guy who injured you, he's no small figure. He's a top assassin from a foreign mercenary organization, codenamed Ghost. Lu Tian's heart moved. Foreign mercenary organization? Golden assassin? It seems that the new backer that Zhang Haoyu mentioned does have some weight. So, Master Qin wants me to let them go? There was a hint of displeasure in Latte's tone. He had finally forced Zhang Haoyu into a desperate situation, and now Qin Haishan suddenly jumped out to plead for him, so naturally he would not be happy. Qin Haishan saw Lu Tian's dissatisfaction and showed a bitter smile on his face. Friend Lu, I know you're angry. That Zheng family kid has repeatedly provoked you and even kidnapped your friend. No one would be able to swallow this. However, some things cannot be done just on impulse. He said this earnestly. Zheng Haoyu's so-called backer is actually a branch of a second-rate family in Beijing. While not a significant figure, they do have some complex connections behind them. If someone dies, it will probably cause unnecessary trouble. As for that ghost, the mercenary organization he belongs to is internationally renowned. They are ruthless and vindictive. If you kill him here, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble. Latte was silent. He knew that Qin Haishan was telling the truth. Although he has a system and strong strength, he doesn't want to provoke some difficult enemies for no reason. Especially now, his business empire has just started and needs a relatively stable development environment. Then according to Mr. Qin, how should this matter be handled? Latte finally chose to take a step back. He believed that since Qin Haishan came forward in person, he must have his considerations. When Qin Haishan saw that Letian had given in, a hint of approval appeared in his eyes. Young Master Lu was able to put the overall situation first, and I admire him. He paused and looked at Zheng Haoyu. Zheng Haoyu, your life is temporarily saved by Lu Xiaoyu out of my kindness. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Qin Haishan's voice sank. From today on, you, Zheng Haoyu, are not allowed to set foot in this city again. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. As for what you owe to little friend Lu, and the harm you caused to Miss Mu, I will ask your father, Zheng Jiangwo, to show sufficient sincerity to make amends. Upon hearing this, Zheng Haoyu kowtowed repeatedly as if he had been pardoned. Thank you, Grandpa Qin. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. I won't dare to do that again. I'm leaving right now. Leave right now. Qin Haishan looked at the unconscious ghost again. Shanzi, get rid of this person. Don't leave any traces. Yes, Mr. Qin. The female assistant Shanzi responded, and immediately several bodyguards came forward and carried the ghost out. Qin Haishan then looked at Letian again with a hint of apology on his face. Little friend Lu, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Latte shook his head. Mr. Qin, you are too kind. Since you have come forward, I will naturally give you this honor. He knew that Qin Haishan was helping him and protecting him. But Lu Tian changed the subject, a cold glint in his eyes. Zheng Haoyu, I can let him go. But I must know that little secret he mentioned. He had a hunch that the so-called little secret might be very important to him. When Qin Haishan heard this, a strange look flashed in his eyes, and then he nodded. Of course. I'll have Zheng Jiangwo tell you everything. He paused and added. Don't worry, my friend Lu. We won't let this matter go. If someone dares to reach out, don't blame us, chop them off. When Qin Haishan said this, he exuded the majesty and domineering aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. Li Shan's heart trembled. He knew that old Qin was trying to be friendly to him and also to warn certain people. Ding! The host has made a wise decision at a critical moment and has received recognition and help from senior experts. System experience points have increased. Reward, decision points plus 2,000, obtain the special skill Crisis Prediction Elementary, can predict and avoid potential risks before they occur. The system prompt sounded again.
The corners of Lu Tian's mouth rose slightly. Although I was unable to deal with Zhang Haoyu personally, I felt a little regretful. But being able to get Qin Haishan's help and the new rewards from the system made the trip worthwhile. Moreover, he was even more looking forward to find out what Zhang Haoyu's so-called little secret was. At this moment, a shrill siren suddenly sounded outside the warehouse. Immediately afterwards, dozens of special police officers armed with live ammunition surrounded them from all directions. The leading police officer shouted sternly, holding a loudspeaker. "Listen up, everyone inside. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons immediately and come out to surrender." Chapter 24 Special Police Arrive, Qin Lao Rescues. The shrill sound of sirens pierced the night sky, and dozens of armed special police officers surrounded the entire abandoned warehouse. The atmosphere in the warehouse suddenly became extremely tense. When Zhang Haoyu saw the special police appear, a strange light flashed in his eyes, as if he had grasped a glimmer of hope. Lu Guangming, Guan Shanyue and others also looked solemn and subconsciously protected Letian and Qin Haishan. Mu Wanqing was so frightened that her face turned pale and she clung tightly to the female bodyguard. Only Letian and Qin Haishan remained calm. Latte is a man of great skill and courage, and he knows that he is acting in self-defense, so he is not afraid even if the police come. Qin Haishan was used to seeing big storms and waves, so this little scene was not enough to move him. "Mr. Qin, it seems that there are quite a few guests tonight." The corners of Lu Tian's mouth curled up slightly, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Qin Haishan chuckled and tapped the ground lightly with his cane. "Young man, you are patient. That's good." He glanced at the special police officers standing on high alert outside the warehouse, and a barely perceptible gleam flashed in his eyes. "Don't worry, my friend Lu, I'm here, nothing will happen." The leading police officer, holding a loudspeaker, shouted again. "Everyone inside, listen up. We're from the city's SWAT team. We've received a call about a vicious fight here. Put down your weapons immediately, put your hands on your head, and surrender. Otherwise, we'll take coercive measures." The voice echoed in the empty warehouse with a sense of majesty. Zhang Haoyu seemed to have found an opportunity. He struggled to get up from the ground and tried to call for help outside. "Officer." He had just shouted out 3 words when he was kicked to the ground by one of Qin Haishan's bodyguards. He covered his stomach and couldn't make a sound. Qin Haishan didn't even look at him, but winked at Shanzi, the female assistant beside him. Shanzi nodded, took out a cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number. She whispered a few words into the phone, then hung up and said respectfully to Qin Haishan. "Mr. Qin, everything has been arranged." Qin Haishan nodded slightly, then looked at Letian. "Friend Lu, let's go out and meet these guests. Letian nodded and walked towards the warehouse door side by side with Qin Haishan. Lu Guangming, Guan Shanyue and others followed closely behind. When Letian and Qin Haishan walked out of the warehouse door, the special police outside immediately pointed their guns at them. The atmosphere was extremely tense. When the leading police officer saw Qin Haishan, a hint of surprise and hesitation flashed in his eyes, but he still shouted sternly. "Don't move. Put your hands on your head. Get down." Qin Haishan seemed not to have heard it, and continued to walk calmly, with even a faint smile on his face. The black-clad bodyguards around him also looked calm and not at all panicked by being pointed at gunpoint. Letian remained calm and looked at the police officer calmly. The police officer frowned upon seeing this and was about to order compulsory measures. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie on his waist rang. He picked up the walkie-talkie, listened to a few words, and his face suddenly changed. He looked at Qin Haishan in disbelief, then looked at the walkie-talkie, and a layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. He put down the walkie-talkie and made a drop-your-gun gesture to the SWAT team member behind him. Although the SWAT team members were somewhat puzzled, they still obeyed the order and put down their guns. The police officer walked quickly to Qin Haishan, stood at attention and saluted, with a hint of panic and uneasiness in his tone. "Qin, Mr. Qin. I'm so sorry. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding." He even stuttered when he spoke. Qin Haishan laughed and waved his hand. "Captain Lin, don't be nervous. It's your job to do this." He actually knew this SWAT captain. Letian watched from the side and understood what was happening. It seems that Qin Haishan's connections and influence are even deeper than he imagined. Captain Lin obviously received instructions from his superiors, which is why his attitude changed so drastically. Captain Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked cautiously. "Old Qin, then, the matter here. Qin Haishan took a look inside the warehouse.
It was just some minor friction, which has been resolved.
My men will handle the rest and will not cause you any trouble.
Captain Lin felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard this.
Yes. Master Qin, you are right. Then shall we withdraw first? We won't disturb you anymore?
Now he just wants to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible.
Qin Haishan nodded. Go ahead.
Captain Lin saluted again, then led his equally confused SWAT team members back like the tide, coming and going as quickly as they came.
In a blink of an eye, peace returned to the dock. Zhang Haoyu was completely dumbfounded watching this dramatic scene.
His last hope was shattered.
He finally realized that he had really hit a wall this time.
Moreover, it is a steel plate among steel plates. Ledian looked at the backs of the SWAT team members as they retreated, then glanced at Qin Haishan, who was calm and composed beside him, and his admiration for the old man increased a little more.
This is the true style of a big boss.
While chatting and laughing, the masts and oars were reduced to ashes.
My dear Lu, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you.
Qin Haishan turned to look at Ledian with a hint of apology on his face. I didn't expect that the police would be alerted.
Latte shook his head. Mr. Qin, you are too kind.
If you hadn't arrived in time tonight, I'm afraid I would have had to go through a lot more trouble. His words came from the heart. Although he has the help of the system, if Qin Haishan does not show up, it will be more troublesome to deal with the forces behind Zhang Haoyu and the mercenary organization.
Qin Haishan chuckled. It's just a small favor.
You're a young man I'm optimistic about, so I naturally don't want your future development to be affected by some clowns. He paused and changed the subject.
However, my friend Lu, your attack this time was indeed a bit cruel.
He glanced meaningfully at the knocked-down men and the unconscious ghost in the warehouse.
Latte's eyes were calm.
If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend him. But if someone offends me, I will pay him back 100-fold. This is his code of conduct. When Qin Haishan heard this, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes.
Good. You have courage. This is the character that people of my generation should have.
He patted Latte's shoulder.
Let's go, Le Xiaoyu, let Xiao Lu and the others handle the things here. Let's find a place to have a good chat.
He seemed to have something to say to Latte.
Latte nodded. He knew that what happened tonight was not completely over yet.
He still hasn't figured out Zhang Haoyu's so-called little secret. Moreover, Qin Haishan went to such great lengths to show up, probably not just to help him out.
There must be deeper reasons behind this.
Just as Lu Tian and Qin Haishan were about to leave, Mu Wanqing came over with the support of Su Wanqing. She looked at Ledian, her eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of indescribable emotion.
Lu. Mr. Lu, thank you.
Her voice was choked.
Ledian looked at her and smiled slightly. Senior Mu, you're welcome.
You're mine now, and I'll naturally protect you. He paused, his tone softening.
Rest well first and take good care of your body. The future of Xingyou life still needs you to sing. Chapter 25, Late Night Secret Talk, Chess Game resumes.
The turmoil at the dock was quickly calmed down with Qin Haishan's intervention. Lu Guangming took people to deal with the follow-up matters, and Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue also escorted the frightened Mu Wanqing back to the hotel to rest.
At Qin Haishan's invitation, Ledian got on Mr. Qin's private car.
The car did not return to Tianyue Mansion, but drove towards a quiet courtyard in the city center. This courtyard house is quiet in the midst of the hustle and bustle, simple and elegant, and is obviously a private residence of Qin Haishan. In the living room, the finest tea has already been prepared.
Qin Haishan dismissed his attendants and left only Ledian alone. Friend Lu, I'm sorry that you were frightened by what happened tonight.
Qin Haishan personally poured a cup of tea for Ledian, with a hint of apology in his tone.
Ledian took the teacup and took a sip. You are too polite, Mr. Qin.
If you hadn't appeared in time, I would have had to go through a lot more trouble. He knew that Qin Haishan asked him to come here late at night not just to apologize.
Qin Haishan looked at Ledian, with a hint of approval in his eyes.
Young man, you remain calm in the face of danger and have a steady mind. It's rare. He paused and changed the subject.
Friend Lu, aren't you curious why I rushed to the dock so late at night?
Ledian put down the teacup and looked directly at Qin Haishan.
I do have some doubts.
Mr. Qin is very busy, so he wouldn't make a personal trip just for a small-time character like Zhang Haoyu.
Qin Haishan chuckled. Zhang Haoyu is certainly not worth my old man's trouble. I'm going tonight, firstly for you, and secondly.
There was a barely perceptible gleam in his eyes.
It's also to give a warning to some restless people. Lu Tian's heart moved. Master Qin is referring to the backer behind Zheng Haoyu? Qin Haishan nodded. That's right.
The Zhao family of the capital, a small family of neither rank nor rank, has taken advantage of their ancestors' minor achievements to act arrogantly and domineeringly.
They've really overreached.
This time, they actually dared to set their sights on someone I, Qin Haishan, value.
They really don't know how to live or die.
When Qin Haishan said this, his tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable majesty and domineering aura.
Latte understood.
It seems that Qin Haishan is not only helping him, but also maintaining his own face and authority.
Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your protection. Latte once again expressed gratitude. Qin Haishan waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite between you and me.
He changed the subject and his expression became serious.
Friend Lu,
aren't you curious about how that loser Zhang Haoyu found out about your whereabouts and your relationship with Miss Mu, and how he set up this trap?
Lu Tian frowned slightly.
This was indeed a doubt in his mind.
His contact with Mu Wanqing was very secretive. How did Zheng Haoyu know about it? Could it be that there is a traitor around me? Qin Haishan seemed to see what Letian was thinking and shook his head. It's not a mole.
He took out a document from his arms and handed it to Latte.
Look at this. Lu Tian took the document, opened it, and his pupils suddenly shrank.
The document records in detail his whereabouts in recent times, including his investment in Jihe Technology in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, the acquisition of Xingyao Live, and the entire process of his contact with Mu Wanqing.
Even the details of his meeting with Mu Wanqing in the cafe were recorded clearly.
What shocked him even more was that there were several photos attached to the document. The photo showed him and Mu Wanqing talking in a cafe, and him sending Mu Wanqing back to the community.
These photos were obviously taken secretly.
This is... Latte's face looked a little ugly.
No one would feel comfortable being monitored so closely. Qin Haishan sighed.
This is Zhang Haoyu's so-called little secret. It was provided to him by his backer in Beijing. They've been secretly investigating you through some shady means. Their goal is to find something to hold against you or a weakness so they can retaliate against you and blackmail you.
The kidnapping of Miss Mu is the first step in their plan. Latte's eyes turned cold in an instant.
It turned out that he had fallen into someone else's scheme since he returned to the city.
If he didn't have the system and strong strength, the consequences would be unimaginable.
What a great Zhao family in Beijing. What a great Zhang Haoyu. Letian clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart was ignited again. Qin Haishan looked at Letian, a barely perceptible smile flashing in his eyes. What he wanted was Latte's reaction.
Little friend Lu, there's no need to get angry. These clowns can't cause any big waves.
He paused, his tone became meaningful. However, this incident also serves as a reminder for you.
Your identity is different now, and your every move will be watched. You need to be more cautious in your future actions. Lu Tian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your guidance. I have learned a lot from you.
He knew that Qin Haishan was giving him some pointers and testing him.
Old Qin, what do you plan to do with the Zhao family in the capital? Latte asked.
Since the other party has set his sights on him, he will naturally not give up. Qin Haishan picked up the teacup and blew away the hot steam gently. A small character like the Zhao family is not worthy of my personal intervention.
He glanced out the window at the deep night.
However, since they dared to reach out to my territory, it would be unreasonable not to teach them a lesson.
I've already sent word to the capital.
I believe the Zhao family will soon receive a big gift. Qin Haishan said it lightly, but Letian could hear the weight of his words. He knew that with Qin Haishan's connections and power, it would be easy for him to deal with a second-rate family.
My dear friend Lu, you are still relatively young, so there are some things that are not convenient for me to deal with personally. I am a few years older than you, so I will consider this as a favor to you.
Qin Haishan said with a smile.
Latte was grateful.
He knew that Qin Haishan was sincerely helping him and paving the way for his future development.
Old Qin's kindness is something I will always remember. Qin Haishan waved his hand. It doesn't have to be like this between you and me.
He put down his teacup and his eyes became sharp.
Friend Lu, I asked you to come here today.
Besides solving Zhang Haoyu's problem, There is something more important that I want to discuss with you.
Lu Tian's heart moved. Mr. Qin, please speak.
Qin Haishan leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice a few degrees. I recently received news that there will be a prime piece of land up for public auction in this city.
This land has an excellent location and huge potential for future appreciation.
I plan to acquire this land and develop a high-end commercial complex project. It's just that this project requires a huge investment, and it's a bit difficult for me to handle it alone. So, I would like to invite you, little friend Lu, to work with me to jointly develop this project.
I wonder what you think, my dear friend Lu. Chapter 26 Golden Land, Powerful Alliance.
The olive branch thrown by Qin Haishan made Li Shan's heart tremble.
Prime land. High-end commercial complex.
This is undoubtedly a great opportunity to make his wealth and influence soar again.
Moreover, he is cooperating with a business tycoon like Qin Haishan. Letian looked at Qin Haishan, his eyes flashing with excitement.
He knew that old Qin was giving him a big gift.
Master Qin, I am so grateful to you for thinking so highly of me. Letian stood up and bowed solemnly to Qin Haishan.
Qin Haishan laughed and waved his hand. Young friend Lu, there's no need to be so polite. I'm impressed by your potential and courage, and I'm just looking for a reliable partner. He moved for Latte to sit down.
This piece of land is located in the most prosperous area in the city center.
It has mature surrounding facilities and convenient transportation. It is a rare treasure. I made a preliminary estimate and the total investment for the entire project is about 5 billion.
5 billion. Letian was secretly shocked. This is not a small amount of money.
With the cash flow he currently has, it is almost impossible for him to take on this project independently. Even if the Zheng family's shares waiting to be liquidated are included, it is still far from enough.
Qin Haishan seemed to see Lu Tian's concerns and said with a smile.
Friend Lu, you don't have to worry about the funds. For this project, I intend to invest 3 billion and hold a 60% stake.
The remaining 2 billion, as well as subsequent operations and management, will be left to you, holding a 40% stake. What do you think?
When Letian heard this, his eyes lit up. Qin Haishan's conditions are extremely generous. Not only did he bear most of the financial pressure, but he was also given the operational control of the project.
This is equivalent to giving him a huge opportunity for free. Mr. Qin, you. Latte couldn't believe it. Qin Haishan waved his hand and interrupted him. Little friend Lu, I know what you are thinking.
I'm old, my energy is limited, and I'm a little overwhelmed by the fierce competition in the business world. What I value more is your future and your drive to think and act. He looked at Latte, his eyes full of expectation. This project is a stage I give you. I hope you can fully display your talents on this stage and create your own glory.
Latte was filled with emotion and admiration.
Qin Haishan's words were not only to give him a chance, but also to support the younger generation and pass on his legacy.
This friendship is too heavy. Ding.
The host has been detected to be facing a major business cooperation opportunity and has received strong support from senior professionals, triggering a new decision.
Choice 1, politely decline. The project investment is too large and the risk is too high.
It is not advisable to participate lightly. Reward, gain the conservative management concept, increase risk aversion awareness.
Choice 2, gladly accept and join forces with Qin Haishan to create a commercial landmark.
Reward, receive the commercial real estate operation guide including successful cases and operational strategies for high-end commercial complexes, plus 3,000 choice points, and a significant increase in Qin Haishan's favorability.
Latte chose 2 without hesitation. How can we miss such a God-given opportunity? Master Qin. I will always remember your kindness. Letian stood up again and bowed deeply to Qin Haishan. I've accepted this project. I will definitely live up to your expectations and build it into a new commercial landmark for this city and even the country. His voice is full of confidence and pride. Qin Haishan laughed heartily upon seeing this. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I feel relieved with your words. He picked up a document that had been prepared long ago from the coffee table beside him and handed it to Letian. Here are the detailed information about the land, as well as the preliminary letter of intent for project cooperation that I have drafted. Please take a look.
Letian took the document and read it carefully.
The content of the document is very detailed, listing everything from the geographical location of the land, planning indicators, the surrounding business environment, competitor analysis, to the preliminary positioning of the project and profit forecast. Latte used his advanced business acumen and the knowledge he had just acquired in the Commercial Real Estate Operation Handbook to quickly evaluate the feasibility and potential of this project. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. This piece of land is simply an unpolished gem. Once successfully developed, its commercial value will be immeasurable. The letter of intent for cooperation drafted by Qin Haishan also fully reflects his sincerity and trust in Latte. After reading the document, Latte had already made up his mind. Mr. Qin, I have no objection to this letter of intent for cooperation. He raised his head, his eyes determined. I will raise the 2 billion yuan in funds as soon as possible. As for the subsequent project operations and management, I will also be personally responsible and guarantee to give you a satisfactory answer. Qin Haishan nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Then it's a deal. He stood up and held out his hand. Friend Lu, I wish us a happy cooperation. Letian also stretched out his hand and shook hands tightly with Qin Haishan. Happy cooperation, Mr. Qin. At this moment, the two business giants, who have a huge age gap but both possess extraordinary vision and courage, officially reached a strategic cooperation. A brand new business legend is about to begin. After negotiating the cooperation matters with Qin Haishan, Latte returned to the hotel. He immediately summoned Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue and told them in detail about the cooperation with Qin Haishan to develop the commercial complex project. After hearing this, Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue were so shocked that they were speechless. A 5 billion super project. Cooperate with a business giant like Qin Haishan. This was something they had never dared to imagine before. Tianer, you are not kidding, right? Guan Shanyue asked stutteringly, feeling that his brain was not enough. Su Wanqing also took a deep breath and tried to calm her excitement. Mr. Lu, this project is both an opportunity and a huge challenge for us. Latte nodded. That's right. So, I need your full support. He looked at Su Wanqing. Wanqing, the liquidation of the Zhang family's shares must be completed as soon as possible. At the same time, you must also begin to establish a professional commercial real estate operations team to prepare for subsequent project operations. Su Wanqing nodded. Yes. Director Lu. I will definitely get it done. Letian looked at Guan Shanyue again. Shanzi, the investment holding company you're in charge of needs to get its operations up and running as soon as possible. This commercial complex project will become one of our holding company's core assets in the future. Guan Shanyue also patted his chest and made a promise. Don't worry, Tianer. I promise it'll be fine. After arranging the tasks, Letian let them go about their business. He went into the bedroom and began to think about the source of the 2 billion funds. He currently has about 3.5 million in personal cash available. If the Zhang family's shares are successfully converted into cash, it is estimated that they can reach 200 to 300 million. Altogether, it's only about 300 million, which is far from 2 billion. It seems that he has to find a way to revitalize the other assets on hand as soon as possible. For example, if he invests in shares of Jiha Technology and Xingyou Live, can he consider a new round of financing or a direct mortgage loan? Also, can some of the luxury cars and mansions that the system previously rewarded be converted into cash? Just as he was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang with a rapid beep. It's the system. Ding. The host has been detected to be facing a huge funding gap, triggering a special mission, turning stone into gold. Chapter 27, Turning Stone into Gold, System Mall. Ding. The host has been detected to be facing a huge funding gap, triggering a special mission, turning stone into gold. Mission description: the host must earn at least 1 billion in cash through reasonable and legal business means within 7 days. Task reward: System Mall opening basic, choice points plus 5,000, and additional mysterious rewards will be issued based on task completion. Penalty for mission failure: all current cash of the host will be cleared, and all acquired skill levels will be reduced by 1 level. In his mind, the cold prompt sound of the system cheered up Letian. Special missions. Turn everything into gold. Earn 1 billion in 7 days? This task is extremely difficult. However, the mission rewards are equally tempting. System Mall. This is the feature he has been looking forward to. There are also 5,000 decision points and mysterious rewards. More importantly, the punishment for mission failure is extremely severe. Cash cleared, skills downgraded. This is simply going to bring him back to his original form. Latte took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement and challenge. He must complete this task. And it has to be done beautifully. System, are there any restrictions or tips for this turning stone into gold mission? Ledian asked in his heart. Tip, this mission is designed to test the host's business acumen and adaptability. Please make full use of the resources and skills you have, plan rationally, and try boldly. Warm tip, the host's wealth or a primary and business acumen advanced skills may bring you unexpected help. The prompts given by the system are still a bit vague. But Latte did capture some key information from it. Aura of wealth. Business acumen. These two skills are indeed his most relied upon money-making tools at the moment. 10 billion in 7 days. Latte began to calculate quickly in his mind. He currently has only about 3.5 million in cash available to him. Although the Zheng family shares are worth 2 or 300 million, it takes time to cash them out, and it may not be possible to find a suitable buyer in time. Jihad Technology and Xingyao Live are currently in the investment stage, and it is difficult to generate huge returns in the short term. As for those luxury cars and mansions, although they are valuable, they cannot be converted into cash in a short time. It seems that in order to complete this task, he must find another way and find a breakthrough that can quickly generate huge profits. Perhaps, we can start with the stock market or other financial derivatives markets? Lu Tian's heart moved. He now possesses a high-level business sense, and his sensitivity and judgment of the market far exceed those of ordinary people. Coupled with the blessing of the halo of wealth, perhaps a miracle can be created in the short term. However, the financial market is extremely risky and one may lose everything if one is not careful. He must proceed with caution. Just as he was thinking, Su Wanqing walked in. Director Lu, I've just contacted several powerful investors and large restaurant groups, and they've all expressed some interest in the Zheng family shares. However, the specific price and transfer methods still require further negotiation. Su Wanqing reported on the progress of the work. Latte nodded. Very good. Please continue to follow up on this matter. Remember, our goal is to realize the profit as quickly as possible. You can make some concessions on the price. He is in urgent need of cash flow. Su Wanqing noticed that Ledian seemed to be worried and asked with concern. Mr. Lo, have you encountered any difficulties? Ledian glanced at her, pondered for a moment, and decided to reveal some information about the mission to her and Guan Shangyue. After all, they are his most trusted right-hand men. He called Guan Shangyue in and briefly explained to them the turning stone into gold task issued by the system, as well as the rewards and penalties of the task. Of course, he still concealed the existence of the system appropriately, saying only that it was a huge challenge and opportunity he faced. After hearing this, Su Wanqing and Guan Shangyue were so shocked that they were speechless. Earn 1 billion in 7 days? This is simply a fantasy. Tianer, you are not kidding, right? How can this be accomplished? Guan Shangyue stammered, feeling like his worldview was about to collapse. Su Wanqing also frowned, her face full of worry. Director Lu, this goal is truly too astonishing. With our current funds and resources, I'm afraid. Ledian waved his hand, interrupting them. I know it's difficult, but it's not impossible. He looked at the two of them with a firm gaze. I need your help. Wanqing, please use your connections and expertise to help me analyze what short-term investment opportunities are worth paying attention to, both domestically and internationally, especially in the financial markets. Shanzi, you are responsible for helping me with some chores and ensuring that I can devote myself to this mission. Su Wanqing and Guan Shangyue looked at Lu Tian's eyes full of confidence and fighting spirit, and the doubts and worries in their hearts were gradually replaced by an inexplicable trust and excitement. They know that Latte never does anything without confidence. Since he dares to accept this challenge, he must have the confidence. Yes. Mr. Lu. I will definitely do my best. Su Wanqing nodded solemnly. Honor. Don't worry. I'll be your strong support. Guan Shangyue also patted his chest and made a promise. For the next few days, Latte locked himself in the presidential suite of the hotel and hardly left the house. He used his advanced business sense and the various market analysis reports provided by Su Wanqing, as well as the business manuals rewarded by the system, to frantically absorb all kinds of information, looking for the opportunity that would allow him to turn stone into gold. Stocks, futures, foreign exchange, precious metals. He has researched nearly every investment area that could generate high returns quickly.
Time passes by every second. The task deadline is getting closer and closer.
However, Latte never found the breakthrough that would enlighten his eyes. His brows were getting more and more furrowed. On the 5th day of the mission, when Latte was almost in despair, suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind.
He thought of an area that he had overlooked.
A field with extremely high risks, but equally amazing rewards. Virtual currency. Especially those altcoins that have just been issued and have not yet received widespread attention from the market, but have huge potential.
With his advanced business acumen and halo of wealth, if he can accurately grasp 1 or 200-fold coins that are about to explode, the goal of 1 billion may really be achieved in a short period of time.
Of course, the risks are equally huge. The virtual currency market is volatile, and one thought can lead to heaven or hell. But wealth and honor come at the cost of risk. There was a flash of madness and determination in Li Shen's eyes. He decided to take a gamble. He immediately contacted Su Wanqing and asked her to mobilize all resources to collect information on newly issued virtual currencies around the world and those with the potential to explode. At the same time, he also asked Guan Shanhua to transfer the only 3.5 million cash left in his personal account and the first payment of 50 million after the Zheng family shares were liquidated, all into a secret overseas trading platform account.
A total of 53.5 million.
This is all the cash he can currently use. He wants to use this money to leverage 1 billion in wealth.
Success or failure depends on this one move. The night is dark.
Letian sat alone in front of the computer, looking at the constantly jumping numbers and K-line charts on the screen, his eyes focused and sharp. His fingers moved quickly on the keyboard and mouse.
Buy. Sell. Every operation is accompanied by huge risks and opportunities.
His heart was beating violently with the fluctuation of the numbers.
Time passes by minute.
There are only 2 days left before the mission ends.
Chapter 28: A crazy night, 1 billion in hand. Time is approaching the deadline for the task every minute and every second.
Latte was alone in the presidential suite of the hotel, his eyes bloodshot, staring at the dazzling K-line chart and constantly jumping numbers on the computer screen. His entire fortune of 53.5 million has been invested in several new virtual currencies that he carefully selected and that have great potential for explosive growth.
This is a big gamble. If you win, the sky will be the limit, the system mall will be opened, and your strength will leap forward again. If you lose, there is no return, your cash will be cleared, your skills will be downgraded, and you will be back to your original form.
Su Wanqing and Guan Shanhua stood not far from him, not daring to breathe, for fear of disturbing him. Although they didn't understand virtual currency, they could still feel the thrill of this gamble from Latte's solemn expression and the thrilling ups and downs on the computer screen.
Tian'er, why don't you take a break first? Guan Shanhua looked at Lu Tian's haggard appearance and whispered with some heartache.
Lu Tian shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the screen.
No, I can still hold on.
His voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes were unusually bright, flashing with an almost crazy persistence. He knew that this was a critical moment, and if he relaxed even a little, all his efforts would be wasted.
With his superior business acumen and halo of wealth, he keenly captured the unusual movement of a new virtual currency called Starcoin.
This type of coin has just been launched and has a very low market value, so almost no one is interested in it. But in Latte's perception, it contains a powerful energy that is about to explode.
That's it.
A gleam of light flashed in Li Shen's eyes, and he decisively put all the remaining funds in his account into Starcoin.
The injection of more than 50 million yuan is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the small-cap virtual currency.
The price of Starcoin began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye.
10%. 30%. 50%.
In just a few minutes, the increase exceeded 100%. Guan Shanhua and Su Wanqing were stunned, their hearts almost jumping out of their chests.
Isn't this too exciting? Lu Tian's heart was in his throat.
He knew this was just the beginning. The virtual currency market is changing rapidly, and after a sharp rise, it is often followed by a sharp fall. He must act decisively at the most appropriate time. Time passes by minute. The price of Starcoin is still soaring wildly.
Double. 3 times. 5 times. Rakuten's account balance is also growing at an alarming rate. 100 million. 200 million. 500 million. Su Wanqing and Guan Shanhua were completely numb. They felt like they were dreaming.
A few hours ago, they were still worrying about the 1 billion yuan target. Now, Latte is madly creating a wealth myth in a way that they can't understand at all. Just when the price of Starcoin was about to break through tenfold, a cold light flashed in Li Shen's eyes, and his fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard. Sell. All sold. Without hesitation. Almost at the moment he completed the operation, the price of Starcoin began to plummet wildly like a kite with a broken string. Those speculators who chased the rising prices at high prices were trapped in an instant, and waiting was everywhere. And Latte successfully cashed out at a high price. His account balance finally settled on an astonishing figure. 1.135 billion. Success! Letian let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair as if he was exhausted. Although the process was thrilling, he finally completed this almost impossible task. Within 7 days, with a capital of more than 50 million, he earned a profit of more than 1 billion. This is simply a real-life version of turning stone into gold. Guan Shangyue and Su Wanqing were stunned for a few seconds before they reacted and burst into deafening cheers. Honor. You're so awesome. You're like the reincarnation of the stock god. Guan Shangyue was so excited that he danced with joy. Su Wanqing was so excited that her eyes turned red, and the look she gave Lu Tian was full of admiration and respect. She knew that she had followed the right person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the special mission turning stone into gold. Task completion exceeded. Task rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining System Mall Opening Primary. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Choice Points plus 5,000. Congratulations to the host for receiving the extra mysterious reward, the skill Photographic Memory, which can greatly improve memory and learning efficiency. Congratulations to the host for receiving an extra mysterious reward, the item Fortune and Prosperity Talisman X3. After use, it can greatly improve your wealth within 24 hours. In my mind, the system prompt sounds rang one after another, like the sound of nature. A satisfied smile appeared on Latte's lips. System Mall. Photographic Memory. Fortune and Prosperity Talisman. The reward for this mission is really generous. Especially the System Mall, this is the feature he has been looking forward to. He couldn't wait to open the System Mall interface. In the primary mall, only a few areas are currently open. Basic skills area, you can purchase some daily life and basic business skills, such as driving proficiency, foreign language proficiency, negotiation skills, etc. Assistive items area, you can purchase some one-time or time-limited auxiliary items, such as stamina recovery potions, concentration enhancement cards, lucky charms, etc. Special item area, currently there is only one item, System Experience Acceleration Card Primary, which can speed up the acquisition of system experience within a certain period of time after use. Although it is just a primary mall with a limited variety of items, it is enough for Rakuten. He can use decision points to purchase the skills and props he needs to further improve his strength. Very good. Latte's heart was filled with joy. This turning stone into gold mission not only made him earn a huge fortune, but also opened up the treasure trove of the System Mall, which was simply killing two birds with one stone. Just as he was immersed in joy, his cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Lu Tian raised his brows slightly and answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Latte? A somewhat old but majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, may I ask who you are? Mr. Lu is really forgetful. I am Zhao Mingxuan's father, Zhao Shiji. Zhao Shiji? The head of the Zhao family in Beijing? What was he calling himself for? Could it be that he is here to call for punishment? Lu Tian narrowed his eyes and spoke in a calm tone. It's Mr. Zhao. I wonder what brings you here. Chapter 29, The Old Fox's Test, a New Game. Zhao Shiji. The head of the Zhao family in Beijing. Lu Tian held the phone, his eyes slightly fixed. He didn't expect that the head of the Zhao family would call him personally. Could it be that he came to hold him accountable for his good-for-nothing son Zhao Mingxian and Zhang Haoyu, who was previously sent to Africa to mine? It turned out to be Mr. Zhao. Lu Tian's tone was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. I wonder what advice Mr. Zhao has for me, given all the time he's been busy calling me. Zhao Shiji on the other end of the phone let out a hearty laugh and sounded like an amiable elder. Mr. Lu is too polite. I can't really say I'm giving you any advice, I just want to make friends with you. I heard that Mr. Lu, despite his young age, has a unique vision and extraordinary courage, and has made a name for himself in the business world.
He truly is a hero born young. The corners of Lu Tian's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. This old fox started with a business exaggeration. It seems like he is a weasel visiting a chicken to pay a New Year's visit.
He has no good intentions.
Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. I was just a little luckier.
Latte responded neither humbly nor arrogantly.
Luck is also a part of strength.
Zhao Shiji changed the subject. Mr. Lu, to be honest, I called you this time mainly because of my good-for-nothing son Zhao Mingxian and that Zheng family kid Zheng Haoyu.
I want to apologize to you. They are both blind and ignorant, and have offended Mr. Lu.
I beg you, Mr. Lu, to be magnanimous and not to take it personally.
Latte raised an eyebrow. Zhao Shiji's attitude is quite humble.
It seems that Qin Haishan's previous warning did work.
Mr. Zhao, you're too serious.
It's inevitable for young people to make mistakes. As long as they can learn from their mistakes and don't cause trouble again, I'm not that petty.
Latte performed Tai Chi.
He knew that an old fox like Zhao Shiji would not just apologize.
Ha, Mr. Lu is truly magnanimous. I admire him.
Zhao Shiji said, to express my apologies and to make friends with Mr. Lu, I've specially prepared a small gift.
I'd like to invite Mr. Lu to have a simple meal together. What do you think, Mr. Lu? Treat me to a meal? Give me a small gift? Letian sneered in his heart. This old fox is finally going to show his true colors. Mr. Zhao, you're too polite. No need to have dinner, I've been quite busy lately. As for the gift.
Letian paused, his tone playful. If Mr. Zhao is really sincere, it would be more practical to just give him a discount. Zhao Shiji on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect Letian to be so direct. He was silent for a few seconds before he laughed. Mr. Lu is quick-witted and Zhao likes his words. Since Mr. Lu has said so, I won't beat around the bush. I heard that Mr. Lu has recently become very interested in the live streaming industry and even acquired Xingyao Live? Lu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly.
This old fox is quite well informed. Yes, that's what happened. Ha, Mr. Lu really has good vision.
The future potential of the live streaming industry is immeasurable. Zhao Shiji changed the subject and said, to be honest with you, Mr. Lu, our Zhao family also has some industries and connections in the field of entertainment and media. If Mr. Lu doesn't mind, our Zhao family would be happy to engage in some in-depth strategic cooperation with Mr. Li's Xingyao Live, such as resource sharing, content co-creation, and even equity investment.
We are not out of the question. The real purpose is revealed. Letian sneered in his heart.
This Zhao Shiji, after going around in circles for so long, turns out to be trying to get a piece of the pie under the guise of an apology, and even wants to control Xingyao Live through equity investment.
What a good calculation. Ding.
The host has been detected being solicited and tested by a potential business rival, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, refuse sternly, draw a clear line with the Zhao family, and avoid inviting a traitor. Reward, earn the title of self-protective, improves your ability to avoid danger. Choice 2, play coy and temporarily agree to cooperate, then figure out the other party's details and true intentions before making any plans. Reward, improves negotiation skills, plus 800 choice points. Choice 3, use their tactics against them and become the master. Utilize their resources to strengthen your own strength, then kick them off. Reward, gain the business game skill elementary, allowing you to more effectively formulate and execute business strategies and see through your opponent's intentions, and Mystical Assist X1 provides unexpected assistance at critical moments, now refreshed.
Lu Tian looked at the options given by the system, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Playing tricks on the old fox? He is optimistic and has never been afraid of anyone. I choose 3. Select confirm. Rewards are being distributed.
A flood of knowledge and skills about business games flooded into Latte's mind. He felt that his thoughts suddenly became clearer and sharper. Mr. Zhao has this intention, so Latte is naturally very welcome.
There was just the right amount of surprise and flattery in Latte's tone.
Xingyao Live is still in its early stages and needs partners like Mr. Zhao who have the strength and resources to grow and develop together. As for the strategic cooperation and equity investment, I think we can find a time to sit down and discuss it in detail. Zhao Shiji on the other end of the phone was also happy when he heard Li Shen's words. He didn't expect that Latte would take the bait so easily. It seems that this young man is still a little immature.
Ha, Mr. Lu is a quick-witted person. Then it's settled. When Mr. Lu is free, I will definitely pay him a visit and discuss the plan with him. Zhao Shiji's tone was full of pride. Okay, then I'll wait for Mr. Zhao's good news. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Letian's face disappeared instantly, replaced by coldness and disdain. Zhao Shiji, this old fox, really thinks that Letian is so easy to fool? Want to use him? Want to control his property? It's just a pipe dream. He wanted to see what trick Zhao Shiji could come up with. And he will also let Zhao Shiji know what it means to lose both the wife and the army. Just then, Su Wanqing knocked on the door and walked in. Director Lo, Mr. Qin sent someone to deliver an invitation. She handed Latte a beautifully crafted gold-stamped invitation. Latte opened it and saw that it was an invitation to a top charity auction dinner that would be held in the city. The person who invited him was Qin Haishan. Charity auction dinner? Lu Tian raised his brows slightly. This kind of occasion is a good opportunity to make friends with celebrities and expand your network. Moreover, Mr. Qin specially invited him, which must have a deeper meaning. Wan Qing, help me prepare. We will go to the dinner together the day after tomorrow night. Latte made a decision. He knew that a new game of chess had begun. And he is ready to face all challenges. Chapter 30 Charity Dinner, Undercurrent. 2 days later, night fell. The city's top 7-star hotel, the Brilliant Hotel, is brightly lit and filled with luxury cars. A top-level charity auction dinner hosted by Qin Haishan is about to kick off here. All those who received invitation letters were political and business celebrities and social elites from the city and even the surrounding areas. Latte was dressed in a tailor-made Armani high-end suit and looked energetic. He appeared at the entrance of the dinner with Su Wanqing, who was also dressed in a gorgeous dress. Su Wanqing chose a light blue off-shoulder evening dress today, which perfectly brought out her elegant and refined temperament, making her look like a fairy who was not of this world. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of many men present. Guan Shanyue was wearing a slightly formal suit and followed behind the two of them, acting as a bodyguard and assistant. Mr. Lu, Ms. Su, welcome. Qin Haishan's female assistant Shanzi had been waiting at the door for a long time. When she saw Letian and the other two, she immediately came over with a professional smile on her face. Sister Shanzi, you're welcome. Latte responded with a smile. Led by Shanzi, the three of them walked into the magnificent banquet hall. In the hall, people were dressed in elegant clothes and drinking wine, creating a luxurious scene of upper-class society. Many big figures that Latte only saw in financial news were now holding wine glasses, gathered in twos and threes, chatting and laughing. Latte's appearance did not attract much attention. After all, he was too young, and in front of these well-known bosses, he was just an unknown junior. However, Su Wanqing, who was beside him, became the focus of many people's attention. Who is this beautiful lady? Why haven't I seen her before? She has such a good temperament. I wonder which family she is from. Some young rich second generations have begun to get restless and want to approach and strike up a conversation. Letian calmly protected Su Wanqing by his side, and used his eyes to warn off those with malicious intent. Little friend Lu, you're finally here. Qin Haishan's hearty laughter was heard. He was also wearing a tang suit today, looking energetic, and surrounded by many bigwigs who came forward to talk to him. When he saw Latte, he immediately walked over with a smile, enthusiastically took Latte's hand and introduced him to the people around him. Everyone, let me introduce you to my close friend, Letian. Young friend Lu. Despite his young age, he's already the chairman of several companies. His future is limitless. Qin Haishan's words carry great weight. The fact that he introduced Latte so solemnly and described him as a friend regardless of age difference and with unlimited future is enough to show the position Latte holds in his heart. Those big guys who originally didn't care about Latte all looked sideways and re-examined the young man after hearing his words. Oh? It's Mr. Lu. I've heard a lot about you. The person that Mr. Qin values must be extraordinary. For a moment, many people took the initiative to come forward to greet Latte and exchange business cards. Latte responded calmly, neither humble nor arrogant, showing a calmness and composure that was inconsistent with his age. Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue watched from the side, their hearts filled with pride. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from the crowd. Ha, Mr. Qin, your friend, regardless of age difference, is a little too young, isn't he? Has his hair grown out yet? The voice was full of contempt and provocation.
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man wearing a fancy suit, with a slicked back hair and a somewhat wretched appearance. He was holding a wineglass and looking at Lution with disdain.
Lution frowned slightly. Who is this guy? He doesn't seem to know him.
Qin Haishan's face darkened slightly.
Boss Wang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want.
He obviously knew the guy who made the rude remarks. The middle-aged man called Mr. Wang didn't take it seriously and instead became even more aggressive.
Mr. Qin, I'm not saying anything nonsense.
In today's society, anyone can call themselves a chairman. I don't know if they rely on their family's small fortune or have resorted to some shady means. His words were obviously an allusion to Latte.
The people around also showed expressions of enjoying the show.
Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue were both a little angry and wanted to step forward to argue, but Letian stopped them with a look.
Letian looked at Mr. Wang with a faint smile on his face. Mr. Wang, I wonder what business you're in. You're quite arrogant.
Mr. Wang raised his chin proudly.
I'm not very talented.
I've opened a few small real estate companies in this city and barely make ends meet. He paused, then changed the subject with a hint of boasting. However, I heard that Mr. Qin recently set his sights on a prime piece of land and plans to develop a high-end commercial complex.
I wonder if I, Wang, have a chance to get involved?
When he said this, the people around him were a little surprised. Although the news that Qin Haishan wanted to develop prime land was circulated in small circles, it was not made public.
Mr. Wang is quite well informed.
Qin Haishan narrowed his eyes and did not answer immediately.
But Latte smiled. Boss Wang is quite well informed. He paused, his tone calm. However, I'm afraid I'll disappoint Mr. Wang.
I've already participated in Mr. Qin's project.
Moreover, I will be leading the subsequent operations and management. What?
As soon as Latte said this, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Everyone looked at Latte in disbelief. Qin Haishan's massive project, with an investment of 5 billion yuan, was actually being led by this unknown young man? How is this possible?
Mr. Wang was like a duck with its neck pinched. The smugness and disdain on his face froze in an instant, turning into astonishment and disbelief.
You, what did you say? You're in charge? Boy, stop bragging about not paying taxes here.
He didn't believe Latte's words at all. Letian shrugged and ignored him, but looked at Qin Haishan.
Mr. Qin, it seems some people don't quite understand our cooperation. Qin Haishan laughed and patted Letian on the shoulder. Little friend Lu is right. This project is indeed led by little friend Lu. I, an old man, just put up some money and act as a hands-off manager.
His words were equivalent to publicly supporting Latte and confirming Latte's statement.
This time, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Everyone's eyes were focused on Letian, filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and a hint of imperceptible awe.
Mr. Wang looked as pale as death, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He knew that he had hit a wall this time.
Moreover, it is a super iron plate made of reinforced concrete.
Ding!
The host demonstrated their strength in a high-end setting, successfully slapped the provocateur in the face, and gained the recognition of the important figures present. System experience points increased significantly. Reward, decision points plus 2,000. Obtain the title of the social expert. Wearing it will enhance your charm and influence in social situations.
In my mind, the system prompt sounded again. The corners of Lu Tian's mouth rose slightly. Mr. Wang is really a good, experienced baby. Just when everyone was still immersed in shock, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall. A familiar figure slowly walked in, surrounded by a crowd of people. It turned out to be the head of the Zhao family in the capital, Zhao Shiji. Why is he here too?
Moreover, looking at his smug look, it seems he has bad intentions.
Chapter 31, Zhao family father and son, banquet provocation.
Zhao Shiji's sudden appearance caused the atmosphere in the originally lively banquet hall to stagnate slightly. Although the head of the Zhao family in the capital is not well known in the city, many well-informed people present still know some of his background. At this moment, seeing him walking in with his son Zhao Mingxian and several imposing bodyguards, with a faint smile on his face, everyone couldn't help but wonder what the purpose of this head of the Zhao family was today. When Qin Haishan saw Zhao Shiji, his brows frowned slightly, but he soon smiled again.
Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry for not welcoming you.
Qin Haishan took the initiative to greet him and started chatting with Zhao Shiji. Letian stood behind Qin Haishan, looking at Zhao Shiji calmly. The head of the Zhao family looks to be in his 50s, well-maintained, and wearing an expensive handmade suit, which makes him look extraordinary. However, in his slightly narrowed eyes, there was a glint of the shrewdness and calculation of an old fox. Zhao Mingxian, who was standing beside him, had a look of arrogance and disdain on his face, and his eyes were roaming around the venue, as if he was looking for something. When his eyes met Latte's, a hint of resentment and provocation flashed in his eyes. Letian sneered in his heart. It seems that this father and son have come with bad intentions today. Zhao Shiji exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin Haishan, then turned his gaze to Letian. This must be Letian, Mr. Lu, right? He is indeed a hero born young, so imposing and majestic. Zhao Shiji's face was full of smiles, and he took the initiative to extend his hand to Letian. Letian stretched out his hand and shook his hand gently. Mr. Zhao, thank you for your praise. Ha, Mr. Lu, there's no need to be so modest. I've heard that Mr. Lu, despite being so young, has already made a name for himself in the business world. Even Mr. Qin is full of praise for you. Your future achievements are limitless. Zhao Shiji's words were flawless. He praised Letian and also hinted at the relationship between Letian and Qin Haishan. Letian was secretly alert. This old fox is indeed not simple. Mr. Zhao, you're joking. I'm just lucky and got some support from Mr. Qin. Latte remains neither humble nor arrogant. At this moment, Zhao Mingxian, who had been standing next to Zhao Shiji, suddenly spoke with a hint of undisguised contempt in his tone. Lucky? Ha, I think some people are just lucky enough to be able to curry favor with a big shot like old Qin, right? As soon as he said this, the crowd around him quieted down and all looked at Letian and Zhao Mingxian. There's something interesting to watch. Qin Haishan's face darkened slightly, and he was about to scold him, but Letian stopped him with a look. Letian looked at Zhao Mingxian with a playful smile on his face. This must be Mr. Zhao, right? I wonder where Mr. Zhao got his high position. He's quite arrogant. Zhao Mingxian raised his chin proudly. I'm not very talented. I'm currently the vice president of my own company in Beijing, barely managing a business worth several billion yuan. His words were full of boasting and contempt for Latte. In his opinion, Latte is just a nouveau riche who got lucky. Even if it has some money, it is not presentable. When Letian heard this, he smiled. Oh? A plate worth billions? That's indeed quite small. He deliberately emphasized the word small. Zhao Mingxuan's face changed, he heard the sarcasm in Li Shen's words. What do you mean? It's nothing. Letian shrugged. I just think that since Master Zhao is in charge of such a big plate, his vision shouldn't be so short-sighted. Does Master Zhao think that those who can gain the favor of Master Qin are just lucky and flattering? His words were sharp but not gentle, referring to Zhao Mingxuan's provocation while also dragging Qin Haishan into the matter. Zhao Mingxian was choked by Letian and was speechless, his face flushed red. Seeing this, Zhao Shiji's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible anger, but he still had a smile on his face. Ha, Mingxian is young and hot-tempered, and he speaks without restraint. I hope Mr. Lu won't take offense. He came out to smooth things over and try to let the matter go. But Latte refused to give in. Mr. Zhao, it's understandable that young people are full of energy, but speaking without restraint is not a good habit. After all, trouble comes from the mouth. Sometimes, a wrong word can bring unnecessary trouble to yourself, or even to your family. What he said was meaningful. The smile on Zhao Shiji's face froze slightly, and his eyes became a little gloomy. He didn't expect that Lu Tian would be so disrespectful to him and contradict his son in public. The people around also sensed the tension and held their breath. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Mr. Lu is right. Some people take themselves too seriously. They think just because they have a little money, they can look down on everyone and do whatever they want. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man with fashionable clothes and extraordinary temperament slowly walking towards them, surrounded by a group of people. When Letian saw the person coming, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It turned out to be the founder of Zhiha Technology, Chen Feng. Why is he here too? Moreover, judging from the aura of the people around him, they don't seem to be ordinary characters. Chen Feng walked up to Letian and called out respectfully. Lo Dong. Then, he turned to look at Zhao Mingxian, with a hint of disdain on his lips. Vice President Zhao, long time no see. I heard your Zhao family has lost a lot of money in the entertainment and media sector recently. So, are you trying to get involved in the tech industry now? Chen Feng's words were blunt and directly exposed the Zhao family's shortcomings.
Zhao Mingxuan's face turned ashen in an instant. He didn't expect that Chen Feng would embarrass him in public. Chen Feng, stop talking nonsense here. It's not your turn to meddle in the affairs of our Zhao family. Zhao Mingxian roared in a timid manner.
Chen Feng didn't care, but smiled even more brightly.
I'm not talking nonsense. I'm just telling the truth.
He paused, changed the subject, looked at Letian, his tone full of admiration and gratitude. You may not know this yet, but we at Jihad Technology have just completed a series of funding round, with a valuation of 200 million. And our lead investor is none other than this young and promising Chairman Liu. Not only that, Chairman Liu has also provided an additional 50 million in interest-free loans to support our R&D and talent acquisition. How many of you here can match this level of courage and vision?
Chen Feng's words were like a bombshell dropped on the calm lake. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Latte in disbelief. A valuation of 200 million. An investment of 80 million. This young man actually has such strong financial resources and amazing generosity?
Zhao Mingxian and his son Zhao Shiji were even paler, as if they had seen a ghost. They could never have imagined that Latte had such hidden strength.
Ding!
The host, with the help of his partners, successfully counterattacked and slapped the provocateur in the face in a critical situation. His reputation has been greatly improved, and his system experience points have been greatly increased.
Reward, decision points plus 3,000, gain business insight aura elementary, enabling a keener understanding of business nature and potential risks. In my mind, the system prompt sounded again. The corners of Lu Tian's mouth rose slightly. Chen Feng's assist came at the perfect time. Chapter 32, the Zhao family withdraws and the auction begins.
Chen Feng's words were like thunder from the blue sky, exploding in the banquet hall. Everyone's eyes were focused on Letian, filled with shock, disbelief, and a hint of awe.
An investment of 80 million.
This is no small amount. In particular, many people present knew something about Jihad Technology and knew that it was a new technology company with an uncertain future and extremely high risks. Anyone who dares to invest so lavishly is either a fool with too much money to spend, or a real boss with extraordinary vision and courage.
And Latte obviously cannot be the former.
The expressions of Zhao Shiji and Zhao Mingxian, father and son, were extremely ugly at this moment.
They wanted to take this opportunity to suppress Latte's arrogance and test his background.
But he didn't expect that he would lose more than he gained, and was instead slapped in the face by Letian and Chen Feng. Zhao Mingxian was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Chen Feng and kept saying you for a long time, but he couldn't say a word. He knew that he was completely screwed this time. Zhao Shiji was an old hand after all. Although he was shocked and angry in his heart, he forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying.
Ha, it turns out Mr. Liu and Mr. Chen have collaborated before. Great minds think alike.
He tried to laugh it off and make light of the embarrassing situation.
But Letian didn't give him this opportunity.
He looked at Zhao Shiji with a playful smile on his face.
Mr. Zhao, I remember you mentioned earlier that our Zhao family has some businesses and connections in the entertainment and media sector, and that you'd like to engage in some in-depth strategic cooperation with my Xingyao live broadcast?
When Zhao Shiji heard this, the smile on his face froze instantly and a thin layer of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead.
How dare he mention any cooperation now? He couldn't wait to get away from this evil star. Well. Mr. Liu is joking. Zhao Shiji forced a smile.
With Mr. Liu as a wise leader, Xingyao Live is sure to have a bright future. We, the Zhao family, have only a few skills, so we won't show off our experience before them. He is surrendering in disguise.
Letian knew when to quit and did not continue to pursue the fallen dog.
After all, this is Qin Haishan's place, and it would not look good if things became too awkward.
In that case, forget it.
Letian spoke lightly and no longer paid attention to the Zhao father and son. Zhao Shiji felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly pulled Zhao Mingxian, whose face was ashen, and found an excuse to leave the banquet hall in disgrace. A small storm was thus settled. However, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became somewhat subtle because of the previous confrontation. Everyone began to re-examine the young man Latte. They knew that the city's business community might be in for a new storm because of the appearance of this young man. Qin Haishan looked at the Zhao father and son who left in disgrace, and a barely perceptible smile flashed in his eyes. He walked up to Latte and patted his shoulder.
Well done, my friend Liu. He was obviously very satisfied with Latte's performance just now. Latte smiled modestly. Mr. Chin, you are too kind.
They are just some clowns, not worth mentioning.
Ha, what a nobody. Chin Haishan laughed out loud. Come on, little friend Lo, I'll take you to meet some real friends.
In the following period, with Chin Haishan's introduction, Latte got to know many political and business celebrities in the city and even the surrounding areas. All of these people are leaders in their respective fields and have access to enormous resources and connections. With the title of a social expert and the halo of business insight, Latte had a pleasant conversation with them. His words and deeds showed maturity and wisdom far beyond his age, which left a deep impression on everyone. Su Wanqing and Guan Shangyue also followed Letian and witnessed the prosperity and complexity of this circle, which made them admire Letian even more.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, the charity auction dinner officially began.
The host is a well-known gold medal MC in China, and the auction items are all rare treasures, ranging from antique calligraphy and paintings, to jewelry and jade, to some collectibles with special significance, which are dazzling.
The celebrities present also donated generously and contributed their own efforts to charity.
Latte was not very interested in these antique calligraphy and paintings, but in order to match the atmosphere, he symbolically bought a few small items of insignificant value. He is more concerned about opportunities related to his future business empire.
For example, will the piece of prime land that Chin Haishan mentioned earlier appear at the auction tonight? Or, are there other projects or talents worth investing in?
Just in the middle of the auction, a special item caught Latte's attention. It was an invitation for cooperation from a student aid fund in a remote mountainous area. The fund is dedicated to supporting out-of-school children in impoverished mountainous areas, but is currently struggling due to lack of funds and effective operational promotion. After the host finished introducing the situation, the venue became a little deserted, and it seemed that not many people were interested in this project. After all, this kind of purely public welfare project will not see any returns in the short term and may even require continuous investment.
Latte looked at the children's eager eyes on the big screen and felt a slight movement in his heart.
He recalled the difficulties he had when he was in school. If he hadn't been lucky enough to obtain the system, he would probably still be struggling to make a living, let alone building a business empire.
System, if I invest in this scholarship fund, will there be any rewards? Letian asked in his heart. Ding.
Detected that the host is concerned about charity, triggering a hidden choice.
Choice 1, make a symbolic donation to show your appreciation.
Reward, earn the title of charitable, a small boost to your social reputation. Choice 2, deeply participate, not only providing financial support, but also leveraging your own resources to help the fund improve its operations and expand its influence. Reward, gain the charity ambassador aura, significantly boosting your social reputation and positive image, with a chance to attract exceptional individuals with a philanthropic spirit, plus 5,000 choice points, and additional mysterious rewards based on the project's subsequent development.
Latte looked at the options given by the system and chose 2 without hesitation. When it comes to charity, he has always been unambiguous. Moreover, the halo of charity ambassador and the additional mysterious rewards also made him quite excited.
I'll donate 5 million to support the scholarship fund.
Latte raised his sign and announced a number that surprised everyone in the audience. 5 million. For an unknown student aid fund, this is definitely a huge sum of money.
The host was also a little excited.
5 million. This young Mr. Liu offers 5 million. Is there a higher offer? There was complete silence in the venue.
Obviously, no one is willing to pay a higher price to compete for a purely public welfare project.
5 million once. 5 million twice. 5 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations, Mr. Liu. Thank you for your great contribution to charity.
The host made the final decision and the audience burst into warm applause.
Everyone looked at Latte with admiration.
They didn't expect that this young man was not only rich and courageous, but also had such a kind heart.
Latte smiled calmly amid the applause of the crowd. To him, these 5 million are just a drop in the bucket.
But if this little money can be used to change the fate of some children, it would be a very meaningful thing. At this moment, the host of the auction suddenly announced a bombshell news.
Dear guests, next, we will auction off the most anticipated item tonight.
It is this commercial land numbered A001, located in a prime location in the city center.
Chapter 33, The Battle for Land King, Hidden Mystery. Dear guests, next, we will auction off the most anticipated item tonight.
It is this commercial land numbered A001, located in a prime location in the city center. The host's voice spread throughout the banquet hall through the microphone, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the big screen. The screen displays detailed information about the land: superior geographical location, convenient transportation, strong surrounding business atmosphere, planned use as a high-end commercial complex, an ideal floor area ratio and building density. There is no doubt that this is a real land king. Many real estate developers and investment tycoons present had a fiery gleam in their eyes. They know that whoever can acquire this piece of land will have control over the city's business landscape in the next few years. Letian and Qin Haishan smiled at each other, their eyes filled with confidence that they were determined to win. They have been eyeing this piece of land for a long time. Commercial land is 001, starting price 1 billion. Each bid must be no less than 50 million. Bidding begins now. As soon as the host finished speaking, bidding sounds rang out one after another in the venue. 1 billion and 50 million. 1.1 billion. 1.2 billion. Prices have skyrocketed and competition is fierce. All those who participated in the auction were powerful consortiums and real estate tycoons. Letian and Qin Haishan did not rush to take action, but observed the situation on the field leisurely. They knew that the real battle was yet to come. Soon, the price was raised to 2 billion. This price has exceeded the psychological expectations of many people, and some bidders with weaker strength began to hesitate and retreat. The number of competitors in the market has also been reduced from the original 7 or 8 to 3 or 4. Among them, the most eye-catching is a real estate group from outside the province, Hongyuan Group. The representative of Hongyuan Group is a middle-aged man who wears gold-rimmed glasses. He looks gentle but has extremely sharp eyes. Every time he raised the price, he seemed calm and determined to win. 2.5 billion. The representative of Hongyuan Group raised the bid again, directly raising the price by 300 million. This price made many people in the venue gasp. Too cruel. Qin Haishan glanced at Letian and nodded slightly. Lu Tian understood and raised the number plate in his hand. 3 billion. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the banquet hall. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were focused on Latte, the bidder who was a little too young. Raising the price by 500 million at a time? Who is this young man? The representative of Hongyuan Group also frowned, obviously not expecting such a Cheng Yaojin to appear out of nowhere. He glanced at Letian, then at Qin Haishan beside Letian, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. 3 billion and 50 million. He raised his sign again, showing no sign of weakness. Lu Tian raised his lips slightly and raised the sign again. 3.5 billion. Another 500 million yuan price increase. The atmosphere in the venue was extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Hongyuan Group's response. The Hongyuan Group representative's expression was already somewhat ugly. He obviously didn't expect that Latte would be so strong and act so unconventionally. He whispered a few words with the assistant beside him, and finally gritted his teeth and raised the sign again. 3.6 billion. This time, he only added 100 million. Obviously, he is already lacking in confidence. Letian saw it and sneered in his heart. He knew that the other party was almost reaching his limit. He raised the sign again, his voice calm but with an unquestionable majesty. 4 billion. Another 400 million yuan price increase. This price is like dropping a bombshell on the calm lake. The whole audience was completely boiling. Everyone looked at Latte as if he were a monster. So crazy. This young man is simply a lunatic. The representative of Hongyuan Group's face turned ashen. He glared at Letian fiercely, and finally put down the license plate in his hand helplessly. 4 billion is far beyond their budget. If you continue to do this, you will be acting on impulse. 4 billion at a time. 4 billion twice. 4 billion. Just when the host was about to make the final decision, a slightly hoarse but familiar voice suddenly came from the back of the banquet hall. 4 billion 100 million. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall and thin man in a black suit and sunglasses slowly walking in, surrounded by a group of bodyguards. There was a faint sneer on his face, and his eyes were full of provocation and resentment. When Letian saw the person coming, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was actually him? Zhang Haiyu's father, Zhang Jiangwo? How did he appear here? Moreover, you dare to openly compete with him for this piece of land? Zhang Jiangwo walked to the auction table, took off his sunglasses, and revealed his face, which was distorted with anger and unwillingness. He glanced at Letian, then at Qin Haishan, and sneered. "Mr. Qin, Mr. Lu, how are you?" His voice was filled with suppressed anger. Qin Haishan frowned slightly, obviously not expecting Zhang Jiangwo to appear suddenly. "Boss Zhang, what are you doing?" Zhang Jiangwo interrupted him and looked directly at Letian. "Lu Tian, I know you want this land. But I also like it." He paused, a cruel arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Today, I'm going to show you what it means to draw water with a bamboo basket and get nothing." He is going to fight to the death with Letian. Ding! The host has been detected to be facing blatant provocation and malicious bidding from a former enemy, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, give up the bid, avoid direct confrontation with Zhang Jiangwo, and seek another opportunity. Reward, earn the title of bearing humiliation, increases forbearance. Choice 2, persevere to the end, seize the land at all costs, and give Zhang Jiangwo a hard slap in the face. Reward, obtain the title of Commercial Real Estate Development Master, significantly improves commercial real estate project operation capabilities, choice points plus 5,000, Zhang Jiangwo's hatred value increases significantly. Choice 3, use the enemy's strategy against you to lure them out. Intentionally raise the price so that Zhang Jiangwo takes over at a high price, and then find another way to deal with him. Rewards, gain the business trap skill elementary, allowing you to more effectively design and detect business traps, and mysterious assistance X1 provides unexpected help at critical moments, refreshed. Chapter 34, The Land King's Battle, The Old Fox's Calculation. Zhang Jiangwo's sudden appearance and open challenge made the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall instantly tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on Letian and Zhang Jiangwo, waiting for the new and old grudges to break out again. Qin Haishan frowned, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Zhang Jiangwo, his defeated general, would dare to jump out and disrupt the situation. Moreover, looking at his fearless look, it seems he has a new support behind him? Su Wancheng and Guan Shanyue also looked at Lu Tian nervously, their palms slightly sweaty. They knew that Zhang Jiangwo definitely had bad intentions this time. Lu Tian looked at Zhang Jiangwo's face, which was twisted with resentment, but a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. All in vain? He wanted to see who would be the one who got nothing today. Faced with the three options given by the system, Latte had almost no hesitation. Give up? Impossible. In his optimistic dictionary, the word surrender does not exist. A head-on confrontation? Although it would be satisfying, it might play into Zhang Jiangwo's hands and make him pay an unnecessary price. Then, there is only the third option left, to take advantage of the enemy's strategy and lure the snake out of its hole. I choose 3. Latte made a decisive choice in his heart. Select confirm. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the business trap skill basic. Congratulations to the host for obtaining mysterious assistance X1 refreshed. A stream of knowledge about business calculations and layout flooded into Latte's mind. He felt that his thoughts suddenly became clearer and more sophisticated. 4,100,000,000? Letian looked at Zhang Jiangwo with just the right amount of surprise and solemnity on his face. Boss Zhang, are you serious? Seeing that Letian seemed to be retreating a little, Zhang Jiangwo's face became even more proud. Of course I'm serious. Letian, I'm telling you, this piece of land is mine, Zhang Jiangwo. No one can take it away from me. He is openly declaring war on Latte. Lu Tian frowned slightly, as if weighing the pros and cons. He glanced at Qin Haishan beside him, then glanced at the bidders in the venue who were eyeing him eagerly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and raised the number plate in his hand again. 4,200,000,000. His voice was filled with reluctance. Seeing this, Zhang Jiangwo felt even more proud. In his opinion, Latte is already at the end of its strength and is just holding on. Ha, Letian, you are still too young. Zhang Jiangwo sneered and raised the sign again without hesitation. 4.5 billion. He directly added 300 million. The goal is to completely crush Latte and make him give up. The whole audience was in an uproar again. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Jiangwo's crazy behavior. 4.5 billion. This is far beyond the normal valuation of this piece of land. Is Zhang Jiangwo crazy? Qin Haishan also frowned. He was a little confused about Zhang Jiangwo's actions. Could it be that Zhang Jiangwo really found some powerful backer that made him fearless and determined to take over this land at all costs?
Letian looked at Zheng Jiangwo's determined look and sneered in his heart. The old fox finally took the bait.
His face showed an expression of pain and hesitation, as if he was making a difficult decision. He raised his number plate again, his voice trembling.
4.5 billion, 50 million.
This time, he only added 50 million. Moreover, judging from his appearance, he seemed to have given his all. Seeing this, Zheng Jiangwo became even more elated and burst into laughter.
Lu Tian. Is this all you can do? 50 million? You have the nerve to embarrass yourself by taking it out?
He slammed the table with a sound like a bell.
5 billion. I'll give you 5 billion. I want this piece of land. He looked around, his eyes full of provocation and demonstration. 5 billion. This number was like a bolt from the blue, making everyone present dizzy. Everyone looked at Zheng Jiangwo as if he were a madman. He is willing to lose everything and fight Latte to the end. Qin Haishan couldn't sit still any longer, and he whispered to Letian. Friend Lu, this price is too high. There's no profit margin left. How about, just forget it? He didn't want Latte to fall into a passive position because of his impulsive behavior.
Lu Tian gave him a mysterious smile, then slowly put down the license plate in his hand. He looked at Zheng Jiangwo with an expression of admitting defeat on his face.
Boss Zhang, you are truly wealthy and powerful. I admire you so much.
This land is yours. After saying that, he actually sat down directly, picked up the teacup in front of him, and sipped the tea leisurely. When Zheng Jiangwo saw Letian admit defeat, he was stunned at first, and then burst into even more arrogant laughter.
Ha 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 ha. Letian. You finally gave in. I thought you were so capable. Turns out you're just this good. He was so proud and arrogant. The host also recovered from his shock and quickly started the countdown. 5 billion at a time. 5 billion twice. 5 billion. Just as the host was about to drop the hammer.
Next to Zheng Jiangwo, a young man who had been silent all the time and looked like his assistant suddenly changed his expression. He leaned close to his ear and said something anxiously. Zheng Jiangwo's laughter stopped abruptly. The pride and arrogance on his face froze in an instant, turning into astonishment and disbelief. He looked at the young man suddenly, and his voice changed a little.
What did you say? Say it again.
The young man repeated it again with a bitter face.
Zheng Jiangwo's face turned as pale as paper in an instant.
He seemed to have been drained of all his strength, his body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. He pointed at Letian, his lips trembling, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a word.
He finally understood. He was fooled. Latte never thought about spending 5 billion to buy this land.
He had been setting a trap for him from the very beginning. Deliberately raised the price to lure him in and let him take over at a high price.
And he actually stupidly went in. 5 billion.
This is almost all the liquid funds of his Zheng family.
If he really used 5 billion to buy this piece of land, then his Zheng family would be on the verge of bankruptcy. Zheng Jiangwo pointed at Letian, shaking with anger, and almost vomited blood.
However, Lu Tian continued to sip his tea leisurely, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Zhang, congratulations on successfully winning this piece of land. I hope you can develop it well and don't let us down. His voice, like the devil's whisper, echoed in Zheng Jiangwo's ears.
Puff. Zheng Jiangwo couldn't bear it any longer, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell straight down. Dad. Mr. Zhang.
The scene suddenly became chaotic. Chapter 35 Auction Aftermath, New Calculations. Zheng Jiangwo's sudden fall to the ground plunged the already tense and exciting auction scene into complete chaos.
Dad. What's wrong with you?
The young man who looked like an assistant brought by Zheng Jiangwo rushed over in panic and tried to help Zheng Jiangwo up.
The guests around also looked sideways and talked a lot. Boss Zhang, is this a case of rage? 5 billion. No one can afford it. TSK, this Letian is too cruel, he directly tricked people into vomiting blood.
Serves him right. It's his own fault for being so greedy and wanting to fight with others. Various voices intertwined together, full of gloating and the desire to watch the fun. Qin Haishan frowned slightly at the sudden change, but soon relaxed again. He glanced at Letian, who was still calm beside him, and a hint of imperceptible approval and warning flashed in his eyes. This young man not only has courage and vision, but also has calculation and ruthlessness beyond his age.
In time, you will become a great person.
But he could also be a formidable opponent.
Lu Tian ignored the discussions and looked around him.
He picked up the teacup and blew on it gently, as if the farce before him had nothing to do with him.
Zheng Jiangwo's downfall was just a part of his plan.
Soon, the hotel security and medical staff rushed over, lifted the unconscious Zheng Jiangwo onto a stretcher, and rushed him to the hospital. The young man who looked like an assistant also left in a daze. An originally highly anticipated battle for the title of Land King ended in such a dramatic way. The host forced himself to remain calm and announced the results of the auction.
Commercial land no.
A 001 was won by Zhang Group at a sky-high price of 5 billion yuan. But I don't know if Mr. Zhang will still have the chance to develop this land. The auction continued, but the items that followed obviously no longer aroused the public's interest. Everyone's mind was still on the thrilling battle for the Land King and Latte's magical business trap. The eyes of many people looking at Lu Tian have changed from initial contempt and disdain to deep fear and awe. They knew that this young man was definitely not as simple as he seemed. After the dinner, Qin Haishan specially kept Letian.
My dear Lu, you played this move beautifully today.
Qin Haishan looked at Letian with admiration in his eyes.
Even an old man like me was almost fooled by you.
Latte smiled modestly.
Mr. Qin, you're too kind.
It's just a trivial skill, not worthy of being on the stage.
Ha, this isn't just some petty trick, it's an open conspiracy. You're manipulating people's hearts.
Qin Haishan shook his head. That idiot Zheng Jiangwo thought he was smart, but you played him in the palm of your hand.
How pathetic.
He paused and changed the subject. However, my friend Lu, although you successfully tricked Zheng Jiangwo, this piece of land ultimately ended up in the hands of the Zhang family.
What are your plans for the next step?
Letian put down the teacup, a gleam in his eyes.
Mr. Qin, do you think the Zhang family still has the ability to come up with 5 billion to pay for this land?
Qin Haishan stroked his beard and smiled when he heard this.
Although the Zhang family has some financial resources, losing 5 billion in cash flow is a huge blow to them.
Moreover, with Zheng Jiangwo in this state, the Zhang family will probably be in turmoil for a while.
Latte nodded.
So, I guess the Zhang family will soon find a way to sell this land in order to protect themselves.
And by that time,
Lu Tian raised his lips with a confident arc, it will be the best time for us to acquire it at a more suitable price.
Qin Haishan laughed out loud again when he heard this.
Great!
A mantis stalks a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. My dear friend Lu, you have a very clever plan.
He is now becoming more and more satisfied with Latte. This young man not only has courage and determination, but also has extraordinary wisdom and calculation. Cooperating with him, the future is promising.
Master Qin, I'm afraid you still need to intervene in this matter.
Letian made a timely compliment. He knew that in order to successfully acquire this piece of land, he would need Qin Haishan's connections and influence.
Qin Haishan waved his hand.
Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I'll take care of this. I'll have someone go and talk to the Zheng family. I'll make sure they give up the land at a reasonable price.
He paused and added.
However, my friend Lu, you must prepare your 2 billion funds as soon as possible.
Opportunities don't wait for anyone.
Latte nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I will take care of the funding. He now has 1.13 billion in cash, plus the money from the Zhang family shares and other financing channels. It should not be a problem to raise 2 billion.
Ding.
Detected that the host has successfully used business tactics to severely damage competitors and lay the foundation for subsequent business layout. System experience points have increased significantly. Reward, decision points plus 3,000, obtain the business negotiation handbook contains various advanced negotiation skills and strategies.
In my mind, the system prompt sounded again. Lu Tian was delighted. Another practical guide.
It seems that the system also encourages him to do more things. Just then, Su Wanqing walked over with a serious look on her face. Director Lu, I just received news that there seems to be some unusual activity at the Zhao family in the capital.
Lu Tian raised his brows slightly. Oh? Tell me about it.
Su Wanqing took a deep breath and spoke slowly. My spy inside the Zhao family company reported that Zhao Shiji was furious after returning from the charity dinner.
He seemed very dissatisfied with your performance at the banquet.
Furthermore, he has secretly contacted several investors who are on good terms with him, seemingly intending to target us in certain areas. When Letian heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This Zhao Shiji really won't give up. It seems that the last beating was not harsh enough. Sniper us? Letian sneered, does he have that ability? He is no longer the soft persimmon that can be bullied by others. He wanted to see what tricks the Zhao family in the capital could come up with. A new business storm seems to be brewing quietly. And Latte has already prepared to face all challenges. Chapter 36, Zhao Family Snipers, Latte Counterattacks. The news brought by Su Wanqing made Letian's eyes narrow slightly. The Zhao family in the capital is indeed still harboring evil intentions. Last time at the charity dinner, he was slapped in the face by him and Chen Feng. The old fox Zhao Shiji appeared to be submissive and cowardly, but was secretly plotting revenge. The Zhao family wants to snipe us? Where do they plan to start? Letian tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his tone calm, and no emotion could be heard. Su Wanqing frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. According to the intelligence we have so far, the Zhao family wants to put pressure on us from two aspects. First, they want to use their connections and resources in the entertainment and media sector to suppress Xingyao Live, which we just acquired. For example, they want to maliciously poach our anchors or spread negative public opinion to affect the platform's reputation. Secondly, they seem to be secretly contacting some investors in an attempt to create obstacles for our cooperation with Mr. Qin on the development of a commercial complex project, such as driving up the price of construction materials or obstructing project approval. Upon hearing this, Letian curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer. This Zhao Shiji is really scheming. Xingyao Live is an important part of his business empire, and he plans to build it into a traffic portal in cash cow in the future. The commercial complex project was a key move by him and Qin Haishan to join forces and establish their position in the city's business community. The Zhao family chose to attack from these two aspects, which really hit his weak spot. Director Lo, although the Zhao family is only a second-rate family in Beijing, they still have some foundations in the entertainment and real estate sectors. If they really suppress us at all costs, I'm afraid. A trace of worry appeared on Su Wanqing's face. Although she was full of confidence in Latte, she had to admit that the Zhao family's combination of punches was indeed a bit tricky. Guan Shanyue was listening from the side and was also a little anxious. Honor. This Zhao family is such a jerk. If they can't deal with it openly, they'll resort to covert tactics. Otherwise, why don't we just go straight to their door and have a fight? He waved his fist, looking ready to fight to the death. Letian waved his hand, signaling him to be patient. Shanzi, it's useless to deal with this old fox with fists alone. You have to use your brain. He looked at Su Wanqing, his eyes flashing with wisdom. Wanqing, how do you think we should deal with this? He wanted to hear Su Wanqing's opinion. Su Wanqing pondered for a moment and analyzed clearly. Director Lu, I think we can't just passively defend against the Zhao family's sniping. We must take the initiative and disrupt their rhythm. For Xingyao Live, we can, on the one hand, strengthen the construction of our own platform, improve the user experience, and stabilize the core anchors. On the other hand, we must also actively explore new content and cooperation channels. We can even consider reversely poaching some artists or anchors who are dissatisfied with the Zhao family and create trouble for them. As for the commercial complex project, we can communicate with Mr. Qin in advance and leverage his connections and influence to resolve any obstacles they may have in project approval and supply chain. At the same time, we must also make contingency plans and identify alternative suppliers and partners to ensure the smooth progress of the project. Letian listened, nodded from time to time, with approval in his eyes. Su Wanqing's analysis is indeed insightful and well considered. He is indeed an A-level talent. Very good. Letian said, Wanqing, your thinking is very clear. Let's do as you say. He paused, an unfathomable smile forming on the corner of his mouth. However, just defending and counterattacking like this is not enough. Since the Zhao family wants to play, then I will play with them. I want to let them know what will happen if they mess with me, Letian. Ding. The host has been detected as being maliciously targeted by a business rival and a counterattack plan has been formulated, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, take steady steps, follow Su Wanqing's plan, and conduct a defensive counterattack to gradually resolve the crisis. Reward, gain crisis management experience, plus 1,500 choice points. Choice 2, remove the fire from under the cauldron, take the initiative, and directly break the Zhao family's arrogance, making them pay a heavy price. Reward, receive the Business Empire Construction Blueprint Draft, contains the preliminary plan and direction for building a business empire, Mystical Assist X1 can provide unexpected assistance at critical moments, has been refreshed, and a significant increase in the Zhao family's hatred value. Ledian looked at the options given by the system, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Play it safe? That's not his style. Since the Zhao family wants to play dirty, he will let them know what a real dimensionality reduction attack is. I choose 2. Select Confirm. Rewards are being distributed.
A huge stream of information flooded into Latte's mind. It was a preliminary plan and direction on how to build a business empire. Although it was only a rough draft, it gave him a clearer understanding of future development. At the same time, the familiar, mysterious helper was refreshed again.
Ledian took a deep breath and his eyes became sharp. He walked to the window and looked at the bustling city night scene outside, with a bold plan in his mind. Wanqing, you just said that the Zhao family has some foundation in the entertainment and real estate sectors?
Yes, Mr. Liu.
Does their family have any core-listed companies or industries that they rely on? Latte asked.
Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then she understood what Ledian meant, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes.
Mr. Lo, what you mean is?
A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lu Tian's mouth. Since they're trying to mess with our project, let's just cut off their support and wipe out their lair.
I remember that the Zhao family seems to have a listed company in the film and television entertainment industry called Huaying Media? Su Wanqing nodded.
Yes, Mr. Liu.
Huaying Media is one of the Zhao family's most important businesses and their primary source of cash flow.
However, the company has been operating poorly in recent years, its stock price has been relatively low, and it has been plagued by negative news. When Ledian heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes.
The opportunity has come. Excellent. Ledian made a prompt decision.
Wanqing, contact the professional trading team and financial public relations company immediately.
We want to give the Zhao family a big gift.
I want to make Huaying Media's stock price plummet to rock bottom in the shortest possible time.
I might even delist it.
Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue both gasped when they heard this.
Too cruel.
Li Shan's move is simply to destroy the Zhao family.
Director Liu, is this too risky? Su Wanqing was a little worried.
After all, manipulating the stock price of a listed company is not an easy task.
If you are not careful, you may end up in trouble.
Latte smiled confidently.
Don't worry, I know my limits.
He now has more than 1.1 billion in cash, coupled with the blessing of advanced business acumen and halo of wealth, as well as the ideas provided by the blueprint for building a business empire just rewarded by the system. He has enough confidence that he can destroy the Zhao family. Shanzi, you are responsible for cooperating with Wanqing and mobilizing all the resources we can.
Yes. Honor. Guan Shanyue also became excited. He loved watching Latte's strong counterattack the most. The Zhao family wants to play dirty tricks on us?
Then let them experience what true despair feels like. There was an icy light flashing in Li Shan's eyes. A commercial sniper war against the Zhao family in Beijing is about to begin. And he couldn't wait to see what kind of expression Zhao Shiji, the old fox, would have when he saw his company's stock price plummeting and even facing the risk of delisting.
Chapter 37 Capital Hunting, Huaying Collapse.
Once Latte's counterattack plan was decided, it was implemented with great vigor. Su Wanqing demonstrated her strong execution ability as an A-level talent. In just one day, she contacted the country's top short-selling institutions and financial public relations teams, and developed a detailed sniping plan against Huaying Media. Guan Shanyue also fully cooperated and mobilized all available resources under Latte's newly established investment holding company to provide logistical support for this hunting operation. Latte, on the other hand, sits in the center, coordinating and directing the entire plan with the help of his advanced business acumen and halo of wealth, as well as various business manuals rewarded by the system. He injected the 1.13 billion in cash he had on hand in the 500 million loan he had just obtained by mortgaging part of the equity of Xingyao Live and Jiha Technology, a total of 1.63 billion, into several secret overseas accounts in batches, preparing to launch a fatal blow to the stock price of Huaying Media. A capital war without the smoke of gunpowder has quietly begun. The next day, the stock market opened. Various negative news about Huaying Media are spreading like mushrooms after rain on major financial media and social platforms.
Huaying Media's massive investment project has been wiped out, and financial fraud is suspected. Shocked.
Huaying Media executives are suspected of insider trading and have been investigated by the China Securities Regulatory Commission. With scandals constantly breaking out among its artists, Huaying Media's management is in disarray and fraught with crisis. These news, some true and some false, some real and some fake, quickly fermented under the operation of a professional financial public relations team, causing panic in the market and among investors. The share price of Huaying Media fell sharply. Less than half an hour after opening, the stock price hit the limit down. Capital City, Zhao family mansion. Zhao Shiji looked at the glaring limit down number on the computer screen and was so angry that he was shaking all over. The purple clay teapot in his hand fell to the ground with a clang and broke into pieces. Outrageous! Outrageous! He roared, his face ashen. He never expected that Li Shan's counterattack would be so swift and so brutal. It was aimed directly at the lifeblood of the Zhao family. Dad! Calm down! Zhao Mingxian was so scared that he was trembling, and hurried forward to comfort him. Calm down? How can I calm down? Zhao Shiji pointed at the computer screen and cursed, "It must be that little bastard Li Shan's doing. He's going to destroy our Zhao family." He immediately called the CEO of Huaying Media and his connections in the China Securities Regulatory Commission and the media, trying to control public opinion and stabilize the stock price. However, it was all too late. This time, Lotte invested heavily and hired the top team in the country to manage the business. Those negative news, like maggots on the tarsal bones, tightly entangled Huaying Media and it was impossible to get rid of them. What's even more terrifying is that in the next few days, the stock price of Huaying Media plummeted like an avalanche. On the second trading day, the stock continued to hit the lower limit. On the third trading day, it still hit the limit down. 3 consecutive limit downs caused Huaying Media's market value to evaporate by nearly 10 billion. Countless investors lost all their money and the country is in mourning. As a result, the Zhao family's assets shrank significantly and their vitality was severely damaged. Zhao Shiji was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He begged for help from everyone, but it was of no use. Those partners and investors who once treated him as a brother now avoid him as if he were a plague. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. When the drum breaks, everyone beats it. This is the cruelty of the capital market. And Lotte, like a cold-blooded hunter, watched all this calmly. He was waiting for the best opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the Zhao family. The fourth trading day. After 3 consecutive limit downs, the share price of Huaying Media finally broke through the limit down. However, what awaits it is an even more violent wave of selling. Countless desperate investors are selling their stocks regardless of cost, trying to escape from this bottomless pit. Lotte seized the opportunity, directed the trading team, and used the huge amount of funds in his hands to start frantically shorting Huaying Media's stocks. At the same time, he also instructed the financial public relations team to release more breaking news about the internal management chaos of Huaying Media and the risk of delisting in the future. Under the double blow, Huaying Media's stock price plunged again. It directly fell below the issue price. It even approached the edge of becoming a penny stock at one point. Zhao Shiji looked at the stock price falling like a waterfall, his eyes went dark, and he almost vomited blood. He knew that Huaying Media was finished. His Zhao family is finished too. He lost. A complete defeat. He lost to the young man whom he once looked down upon. Lu Tian, you are so cruel, you are so cruel. Zhao Shiji slumped in the chair, his face ashen, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. At this moment, Lotte was in the presidential suite of the hotel, leisurely sipping red wine, looking at the shocking K-line chart on the computer screen, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Zhao, this is just the beginning. He knew that this capital hunt was not yet completely over. What he wants is not only to make Huaying Media collapse, but also to completely trample the Zhao family under his feet and prevent them from ever getting back on their feet. Ding! The host successfully used capital to inflict a devastating blow on their business rivals. The prototype of their business empire has taken shape, and their system experience points have exploded. Reward, decision points plus 10,000. Gain the special skill Capital Operation Master allows more effective use of various financial tools for capital operations and risk control. Receive the special item Golden Recruitment Order X1 allows you to recruit an S+ level special talent, forcing them to sign a contract regardless of their wishes, but at a price. In my mind, the system's prompt sound bloomed like fireworks. Lotte's eyes gleamed. 10,000 decision points. Master skills of capital operation. There is also a golden recruitment order. The reward this time is really generous. Especially the golden recruitment order, it is simply a heaven-defying prop. S+ level special talent. Mandatory signing. This means that as long as he takes a fancy to a talented person, he can recruit him regardless of whether the other party is willing or not. This will undoubtedly be a huge help to him in building his future business empire.
Letian took a deep breath and calmed his excitement.
He knew that although this time he dealt a heavy blow to the Zhao family, he also created a mortal enemy with them. In the future, there will definitely be more challenges and dangers waiting for him.
But he is fearless.
With the system at his disposal and more trump cards and helpers, he is confident that he can crush all enemies under his feet. Just then, Su Wanqing knocked on the door and walked in, with a hint of excitement on her face.
Director Lu. Good news. The Zhang family has finally given up.
They're willing to transfer that prime land to us for 2 billion.
Chapter 38, Land in Hand, New Goal. Director Lu. The Zhang family has finally given up.
They're willing to transfer that prime land to us for 2 billion.
The news brought by Su Wanqing made Letian's smile even brighter.
Everything was within his expectations. The old man Zhang Jianghua was severely injured after the stock price of Huaying Media collapsed and was unable to take care of himself. For him, the piece of land that was bought at a sky-high price of 5 billion is no longer a piece of cake, but a hot potato. If he doesn't act quickly, the subsequent capital investment and bank interest alone will drag him down. Although the price of 2 billion was higher than his original psychological expectation, it was still within an acceptable range. After all, the true value of this piece of land is far more than this.
Very good. Lutian nodded, a gleam in his eyes.
Wanqing immediately arranged for a team of lawyers to liaise with the Zhang family and sign the land transfer contract as soon as possible. I'll take care of the funding. He has now made at least hundreds of millions of dollars by shorting Huaying Media. Adding to that the remaining cash in the Zhang family's restaurant and hotel shares that were ready to be liquidated, it would be no problem to raise 2 billion. What's more, he has the powerful backing of Qin Haishan.
Su Wanqing nodded. Yes. Director Lu. I'll do it right away.
She is now full of admiration for Latte's business acumen.
Plan carefully and win the battle from afar.
In just a few days, the once arrogant Zhao family was severely damaged, and the Zhang family was forced into a desperate situation. This priceless piece of prime land was acquired at a relatively reasonable price. This method is simply amazing.
Guan Shanyue was listening at the side and was also very excited. Honor. You're amazing. Not only did we get our revenge, but we also got a large piece of land for free. When our commercial complex is built, it will definitely be the most impressive landmark in this city. Letian smiled and didn't say much.
For him, this was just the first step in a long journey. His goal is to build a real business empire. In the next few days, with the efficient operation of Su Wanqing and her legal team, the transfer procedures for the prime land were quickly completed. Latte invested 2 billion in his personal name and successfully bought the commercial land numbered A001 from the Zhang family.
Ding!
The host has successfully acquired prime land, laying a solid foundation for the commercial complex project. The business territory has further expanded, and the system experience value has been greatly increased. Reward, decision points plus 5,000, obtain the title of Architectural Master, wherein it will enhance your understanding and control of architectural design and engineering management.
In my mind, the system prompt sounded again. The corners of Lu Tian's mouth rose slightly. Another useful title. It seems that the system wants to make him an all-round business genius. Now that the land is in hand, the next step is project planning and construction.
Letian immediately summoned Qin Haishan, Su Wanqing, Guan Shanyue, and some newly recruited professionals to hold the first project preparation meeting. At the meeting, Latte, relying on his title of Architectural Master and the knowledge in the Commercial Real Estate Operation Handbook, put forward many unique and insightful views on the overall planning, design concept, functional layout, investment attraction, and other aspects of the project, which amazed everyone present. Qin Haishan was full of praise for Letian and was glad that he had not chosen the wrong person. He made the decision on the spot to hand over all control of the project to Latte, and he himself stepped behind the scenes, only responsible for providing financial and network support.
Latte did not disappoint Qin Haishan's trust.
He quickly formed a professional project team, hired top domestic and foreign architectural designers and engineering management companies, and began to carefully plan and design this prime land. His goal is to turn this commercial complex into a super landmark that integrates shopping, dining, entertainment, offices, and hotels.
Become the most dazzling commercial pearl in the city and even the country.
Just when Latte was busy with the commercial complex project, good news came from Xingyo Live and Jiha Technology.
Driven by Mu Wanqing's heavenly voice, the user data of Xingyo Live continues to climb, and the number of daily active users has exceeded 10 million, making it a dark horse in the domestic live broadcast industry.
Various commercial collaborations and advertising endorsements have also come in, greatly improving the profitability of Xingyo Live. Over at Jiha Technology, with sufficient financial support from Lotte, Chen Feng led his team and successfully overcame the technical difficulties in mass production of AI chips. The first batch of high-performance AI chips will soon be launched on the market. Once this chip is recognized by the market, Jiha Technology's valuation will surely soar again. Lotte's business empire is expanding and growing at an astonishing rate.
Everything seems to be moving in a good direction.
However, Lotte knew that a big tree attracts the wind. His recent actions have been too big and will inevitably arouse some people's vigilance and dissatisfaction. Especially the Zhao family in the capital, they will definitely not give up after being severely hit by him. Beneath the calm surface of a lake, there is often a turbulent torrent hidden. That evening, Lotte had just finished a seminar on the design plan of a commercial complex project and was preparing to return to the hotel to rest. His cell phone suddenly rang.
It's an unfamiliar encrypted number. Lu Tian raised his brows slightly and answered the phone.
Hello, who is this? From the other end of the phone came a processed electronic synthesized voice that made it hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Mr. Lotte, our boss wants to discuss a business deal with you.
Lu Tian's eyes narrowed.
Who is your boss?
What's your business?
Mr. Lotte, don't be nervous. Our boss is very impressed by your recent achievements in the business world. He would like to invite you to join a broader stage and create greater glory together. The electronic synthesized voice paused, with a hint of temptation in its tone. Of course, if you refuse, our boss has also prepared some small gifts.
I believe Mr. Lotte will definitely like them.
This naked threat made a cold light flash in Li Shen's eyes. It seems that trouble has come again. Moreover, this time's opponent seems to be more mysterious and powerful than the previous Zheng family and Zhao family. Who is your boss?
Letian asked in a deep voice.
Mr. Letian, you will know when the time comes. 3 days later, at 8 p.m., at Yunding Mountain Villa on the outskirts of the city, our boss will be waiting for you.
Remember, you can only come here alone.
Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone.
Lu Tian looked at the phone screen with deep eyes. Hentaying Highlands? Going alone? This is another Hongmen banquet. However, he is optimistic and not easily frightened. He wanted to see who this mysterious boss was and what tricks he was planning to play. Chapter 39, Yunding Banquet, surrounded by strong enemies. Mysterious phone calls, naked threats.
Letian put down his phone, his eyes were deep, but a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Hentaying Highlands, the Hongmen banquet. It seems that his recent popularity has finally attracted more powerful enemies. However, he is optimistic and has never been afraid. Mr. Lu, what happened? Su Wanqing noticed that Letian looked strange and asked with concern.
Lotte shook his head and put his phone in his pocket. Nothing, just a fool who wanted to buy me a cup of tea. He did not tell Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue about the seriousness of the matter because he did not want to worry them.
There are some dangers that he needs to face alone.
Wanqing, Shanzi, I'll leave the company's affairs to you for now. I may need to take care of some personal matters in the next few days.
Letian ordered.
Although Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue were a little confused, they nodded when they saw Letian's unquestionable look.
Okay, Ledong Tianer, don't worry. 3 days later, night fell. On the outskirts of the city, Hentaying Highlands. This is a luxurious manor covering a vast area and built on the mountain.
It is heavily guarded and not open to the public on weekdays, and is full of mystery. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove in the night and stopped at the gate of the manor.
Lotte, dressed in black casual clothes, got out of the car.
He looked up at the brightly lit building deep in the manor, his eyes calm, but his heart was already on guard. His sense of crisis skill told him that there were many masters hidden in this manor, and they all had strong murderous intentions. Mr. Lu, our boss has been waiting inside for a long time. 2 burly men in black suits and expressionless faces walked out of the manor gate and made a pleased gesture to Letian.
Letian nodded and walked into the manor. The interior of the manor, with its pavilions, towers, bridges and flowing water, is decorated in an extremely elegant manner, yet exudes an indescribable sense of oppression and solemnity.
Led by the strong man, Lu Tian came to an independent villa located in the center of the manor. The villa was brightly lit, and 4 bodyguards, also wearing black suits and with a calm aura, stood at the door.
Mr. Lu, please come in.
The strong man pushed open the door of the villa.
Letian took a deep breath and walked in.
The villa's lobby is magnificently decorated, comparable to a palace. In the center of the hall, beside a huge mahogany round table, sat a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a tang suit, with an elegant face but extremely sharp eyes. He was playing with 2 valuable walnuts in his hands, with a faint smile on his lips, and was looking at Lu Tian, who came in with interest. Behind him stood 2 men in black with even more terrifying auras, like 2 door gods, motionless. Lu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly.
This middle-aged man in tang suit should be the mysterious boss. He exuded the majesty and danger of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. The strength should never be underestimated.
Mr. Lu is indeed very courageous.
He actually dares to go to the meeting alone.
The middle-aged man in tang suit put down the walnut in his hand and spoke slowly. His voice was gentle, but it carried an unquestionable pressure. Letian walked to the round table, pulled out a chair and sat down.
Your Excellency went to great lengths to invite me here, surely it's not just to praise me?
His tone was calm, neither humble nor arrogant. A hint of approval flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man in tang suit.
Good. That's straightforward. I like dealing with straightforward people.
He paused and introduced himself.
My name is Long Xiaotian. I'm from the underworld. Please be kind enough to call me Lord Long. Long Xiaotian.
Lade's heart trembled. Although he had never heard of this name directly, judging from the other party's aura and demeanor, he was definitely the kind of ruthless character who could make the entire underworld tremble with just one stomp of his feet.
It seems that the enemy this time is even stronger than he imagined.
It turns out to be Lord Long.
I've heard of your great name for a long time. Lu Tian remained calm and responded indifferently. Long Xiaotian laughed heartily. You're welcome, Mr. Lu. I invited you here today mainly to discuss a business deal with you.
He held up 3 fingers.
3 conditions.
First, transfer all your assets to me, including Xingyao Live, Jihad Technology, and that prime land.
I can give you a reasonable price. Second, hand over the woman next to you, Mu Wanqing, to me.
I heard that her singing voice is very good, I like her very much.
Third, from now on, you will follow me, Long Xiaotian.
I can guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and glory, and no one will dare to bully you. After Long Xiaotian finished speaking, he looked at Lu Tian with burning eyes, waiting for his reply. The 3 conditions he proposed were nothing but naked plunder and humiliation. When Letian heard this, his eyes instantly turned cold. He didn't expect that Long Xiaotian would be so arrogant and look down on him.
Do you really think you are the emperor of the underworld and can do whatever you want? Ding.
It has been detected that the host is being coerced and bribed by a top boss and is facing a major decision, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, compromise and agree to the other party's unreasonable demands in order to save your life. Reward, obtain the title of Living in Compromise Permanent, significantly reduces your luck and charm.
Choice 2, play coy, feign agreement, and look for an opportunity to strike back.
Reward, gain the hidden inlay skill improves your ability to disguise and confuse your opponent, choice points plus 3,000.
Choice 3, strongly reject, confront head-on. Let them know, I'm Letian, not someone to be trifled with.
Rewards, gain the King's Spirit aura inflicts mental intimidation on all targets below your level, significantly boosting your aura and authority. Mystical Assist X1 provides unexpected assistance at critical moments, refreshed, and Long Xiaotian's hatred value explodes. Letian looked at the options given by the system, and a hint of madness and determination flashed in his eyes.
Surrender to compromise? Live in mediocrity? That's not his optimistic style. Since the other party wants to play, he will accompany him to the end. He wanted to see how capable this so-called Lord Dragon was. I choose 3. Select confirm. Rewards are being distributed. An incomparable powerful aura suddenly burst out from Letian. His eyes became as sharp as a knife, as if they could see through everything. The temperature of the entire villa hall dropped a few degrees because of the king's aura emanating from him. Long Xiaotian felt the change in Li Shen's aura, and a hint of surprise and solemnity flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this young man actually had such a powerful trump card. Lu Tian looked at Long Xiaotian, with a cold arc on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Long, right?
With all my forgiveness, I cannot agree to any of your conditions.
My property is mine.
And my woman, no one can touch her.
As for hanging out with you? Ha, I'm afraid you aren't qualified yet.
Lade's words were powerful and domineering. The smile on Long Xiaotian's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold murderous intent.
Boy, you're really brave.
It's a pity that people with guts often die quickly.
He slammed the table. Someone come.
The door of the villa hall was pushed open in an instant.
Dozens of black-clothed men holding sharp blades and full of murderous intent rushed in like a tide and surrounded Lu Tian.
A big war is about to break out. Lu Tian looked at the enemies around him who were eyeing him covetously, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, he showed a hint of excitement and a smile. He knew that tonight, he could have a good time to stretch his muscles again.
Chapter 40 Bloody Battle, System Assistance. Dozens of black-clothed men holding sharp blades and full of murderous intent surrounded Lu Tian like hungry wolves.
The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a suffocating murderous aura. Long Xiaotian sat at the mahogany round table, picked up the teacup in front of him, blew away the hot steam gently, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have foreseen Lu Tian's tragic end of being covered in blood. In his opinion, no matter how good Lu Tian is at fighting, it is impossible for him to escape unscathed from the siege of so many masters. Kid, in your next life, remember to keep your eyes open.
Some people are not someone you can afford to offend.
Long Xiaotian's voice was cold, as if sentencing Lu Tian to death. Lu Tian looked at the enemies around him who were eyeing him covetously, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, he showed a hint of excitement in his smile. The blood in his body completely boiled at this moment.
The aura of King Spirit is fully activated.
An invisible pressure emanated from him, causing the originally aggressive men in black to tremble in their hearts and slightly slow down their offensive.
Just relying on a bunch of you want to take my life? Letian sneered and took the initiative to greet him.
His figure, like a ghost, shuttled through the crowd. The effects of advanced fighting skills and strengthening combat instincts were brought to their fullest at this moment.
Every punch and every kick carries the force of thunder. Every dodge and every block is precise and efficient. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The dull sounds of impact, the crisp sound of bones breaking, and the shrill screams echoed one after another in the villa hall. Although those big men in black were numerous and powerful, and each of them was very skilled, they were like paper and could not withstand a single blow under Lu Tian's violent attack. People kept falling down, and their blood dyed the precious carpet red. The smile on Long Xiaotian's face gradually disappeared, replaced by solemnity and disbelief.
He didn't expect that Li Shan's strength would be so terrifying. How can he still be a young man just starting out?
This is clearly a peerless evil god who has experienced hundreds of battles and emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The two men in black with terrifying auras behind him finally moved. They looked at each other, and at the same time drew out two short knives flashing with cold light from their waists, like two black lightning bolts, attacking Lu Tian from both sides. The strength of these two people is obviously much higher than those ordinary thugs. The swordsmanship is ruthless, the cooperation is tacit, and every move is deadly.
Lu Tian's eyes are fixed, not daring to be negligent. He lowered his body and narrowly avoided the fatal blows of the two men, while his legs swept out like a whirlwind. Bang! Bang!
The two men in black were hit by Letian and staggered back a few steps, but they quickly steadied themselves and pounced on him again.
Lade fought 1 against 2 and was not at a disadvantage at all.
His punches and kicks were like a violent storm, beating the two men in black back step by step.
The pressure of the King's spirit made them uneasy and unable to exert their full strength. Puff! Lu Tian seized the opportunity and slashed the neck of one of the men in black with a knife.
The man in black groaned, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious.
When the other man in black saw this, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes, and his attack became even more frantic.
Letian sneered, and instead of retreating, he advanced and engaged in a more intense close combat with him.
Blood splattered in the air. Murderous aura permeates the villa. This is a real battle of life and death.
Lu Tian felt that his physical strength was being consumed rapidly. There were several wounds on his body that were deep enough to see the bones, and his clothes were stained with blood. But the fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more intense. He seemed to have returned to that night in the abandoned factory, fighting alone against many enemies in a bloody battle. The thrill of hovering on the edge of life and death further stimulated the potential in his body.
Die! Letian roared, seized a weakness in the opponent, and punched the man in black in the chest with all his strength. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking was heard. The man in black spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. He hit the wall, slid to the ground, and died completely. After defeating these two strongest enemies, Letian was a little out of breath. The severe pain in his body made him frown. But he knew that now was not the time to rest. Long Xiaotian, still watching there. He turned his head and looked coldly at Long Xiaotian, who was sitting at the mahogany round table. Long Xiaotian looked at the mess on the ground and his men lying in a pool of blood. His face became extremely ugly. He could never have imagined that the killing plan he had carefully arranged would be broken by Lu Tian in such a strong manner. This young man is simply a monster. You, who are you? Long Xiaotian's voice was hoarse and trembling with a hint of disbelief. Letian walked towards Long Xiaotian step by step, and every step seemed to step on his heart. Master Long, don't you want to know if I'm qualified to hang out with you? Now, I'll tell you the answer. You don't deserve it. Letian walked up to Long Xiaotian and looked down at him, his eyes full of disdain and murderous intent. Long Xiaotian was frightened by the powerful aura and murderous intent from Letian, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. He knew that this time, he had really offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, let's talk it over. Let's talk it over. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying and tried to beg for mercy. Lu Tian remained unmoved and slowly raised his right hand. He wants to solve this serious problem with his own hands. Just then. Ding! The host is about to cause fatal damage to the target person, triggering a system warning. Warning: the target, Long Xiaotian, has a special identity and is connected to a hidden force. If the host forcibly kills him, it may lead to unpredictable serious consequences and even cause the main mission to fail. Host, please act with caution. The system's warning sound was like a wake-up call, causing Lu Tian's raised right hand to pause slightly. Hidden forces? Serious consequences? Failure of the main quest? Latte frowned. He didn't expect that Long Xiaotian had such a complicated background. It seems that it is unlikely to kill him today. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. A cold light flashed in Li Shen's eyes and he changed his mind. He suddenly slapped his palm on Long Xiaotian's dantian qi. Puff! Long Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. He felt the internal force in his body burst out like a flood. His martial arts skills were wasted. You destroyed my martial arts? Long Xiaotian looked at Lu Tian in disbelief, his eyes full of resentment and despair. For a martial artist like him, having his martial arts skills destroyed is more painful than killing him. Letian looked at him coldly. It's just a little lesson. Master Long, I don't care what hidden forces or powerful backgrounds you have behind you. From today on, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, next time, I promise you will die a miserable death. After saying that, Letian didn't even look at him anymore, turned around and walked out of the villa. He knew that after the battle tonight, Long Xiaotian would not dare to provoke him again in the short term. He also needs time to digest tonight's combat experience and investigate the so-called hidden force. Chapter 41, The Aftermath, Mysterious Clues. Latte walked out of Hentaying Highlands with his tired but still upright body. The night breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness, making the burning wounds on his body feel a little more comfortable. Although this battle tonight was dangerous, it also brought him great gains. Not only did he eliminate the great threat Long Xiaotian, but he also received generous rewards from the system. More importantly, through the battle with Long Xiaotian and his men, he gained a clearer understanding of his own strength and the hidden dangers of this world. Honor. Are you okay? Guan Shanyue and Lu Guanming had been waiting at the gate of the manor. When they saw Letian coming out, they immediately went to greet him, their faces full of anxiety and worry. They were even more shocked when they saw the shocking bloodstains on Letian's body. Letian waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. His voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes were still sharp. Shanzi, Manager Lu, thank you for your hard work tonight. Honor, what are you talking about? As long as you are okay, that's all that matters. Guan Shanyue and Lu Guangming said in unison. Letian nodded, got into the car without saying anything else. He now needs to rest well, treat his wounds, and then think carefully about his next actions.
When they returned to the top-floor mansion of Tianyue Mansion, Su Wanqing was already waiting there anxiously. When she saw Letian coming back covered in blood, her eyes turned red and she almost cried.
Mr. Liu. You are injured?
She quickly stepped forward, wanting to support Letian, but was afraid of touching his wound.
Latte smiled at her, trying to look relaxed.
Wanqing, don't worry, it's just a superficial wound.
You won't die.
He asked Su Wanqing to get the medicine box and treated the wound himself. Although the knife wounds looked scary, fortunately none of them hit the vital parts. With his physical fitness far exceeding that of ordinary people, and the recovery potions that may be purchased in the system mall, he should be able to recover soon. After treating the wound, Letian changed into clean clothes, sat on the sofa, and began to review what happened tonight. The appearance of Long Xiaotian and the so-called hidden force behind him made Letian feel a little pressured. He knew that this world was far more complicated and dangerous than he had imagined. Although he now has the system and his strength has been greatly improved, he is probably still far behind those truly top forces. It seems that I need to improve my strength and expand my network as soon as possible.
Letian thought to himself.
He needs to study the skills and props in the system mall carefully. And who will be the golden recruitment order for the S+ level special talent? And how will it be used? These are the issues he needs to think about next.
Just as he was thinking, Lu Guangming walked in. Mr. Liu, I've already sent people to clean up the mess at Yunding Villa. I won't leave any traces behind.
He reported respectfully.
Latte nodded. Thank you, Manager Liu.
He paused and asked.
How much do you know about Long Xiaotian?
Lu Guangming pondered for a moment and spoke slowly.
Long Xiaotian, nicknamed Zhongbei Dragon King, is a powerful figure in the Zhongbei underworld.
He has immense power and connections. It is said that he relied on his ruthlessness and extraordinary courage in his early years to climb to his current position step by step. He has connections in both the black and white worlds.
As for the so-called hidden power behind him, I don't know much about it.
I only know it's extremely mysterious and powerful. Even Elder Qin seems a little wary of him. Upon hearing this, Letian frowned slightly.
A force that even Qin Haishan is wary of?
Then this hidden force is probably not simple. Mr. Lo, although you've relieved yourself by crippling Long Xiaotian's martial arts, you've also completely offended him and that hidden force.
I'm afraid there will be considerable trouble in the future.
Lu Guangming said with some concern. A cold light flashed in Li Shen's eyes.
Trouble? I'm optimistic and never afraid of trouble. If they dare to come, I will let them know what true despair is. He once again exuded that heart-pounding aura of a king. Lu Guangming felt the powerful aura from Letian, his heart trembled, and he quickly lowered his head. Yes. Mr. Liu is awesome. He knew that his young boss was no ordinary person and his future achievements were limitless.
Just then, Su Wanqing walked in quickly with a tablet computer, with a serious look on her face.
Mr. Liu, I just received an encrypted email. The sender is unknown, but the content may be related to you. Latte took the tablet and opened the email. The content of the email is very simple, with only a picture and a sentence. The picture shows an ancient bronze token with the word Wu engraved on the front in a flamboyant style, and a mysterious star pattern on the back. And that sentence is even more intriguing.
Dragons and snakes rise from the land, and the wind and clouds rise again.
To know the way forward, the token will guide you. Letian looked at the bronze token and his eyes instantly became sharp. He has seen this token before. Or rather, he once had one exactly like it. It was given to him by a mysterious old Taoist priest when he was a child, who said it could keep him safe. Later, when his family fell into poverty and he was in the most difficult time, he pawned the token for a few $100s. Could it be that this token has something to do with the trouble he encountered this time and the so-called hidden force? Ding! The host has been detected to have come into contact with a key clue related to his or her own life experience, triggering a hidden mission, Mystery of Life Experience. Mission description: investigate the origin of the bronze token and its connection with the hidden forces and your own destiny. Task reward? Depending on task completion and level of secrets revealed. Penalty for mission failure? Unknown. In my mind, the system's cold prompt sound rang again. The mystery of his life? A huge wave rose in Latte's heart. He always thought that he was just an ordinary orphan, but he didn't expect that his life experience would involve such a complicated background in forces. That mysterious old Taoist priest,
that bronze token, that hidden power. All of this was like an invisible net that enveloped him. It seems that this world is much more exciting than I imagined.
An unfathomable smile appeared on Lu Tian's lips, and his eyes were shining with excitement and anticipation. He knew that a bigger storm was coming. And he is ready to face all challenges. Chapter 42 Bronze Token, Mysterious Background. Bronze Token. Mystery of Life.
The system's prompt sound was like a huge rock thrown into Lu Tian's calm heart, stirring up thousands of waves. He always thought that he was just an ordinary orphan, and it was with the help of the system that he got to where he is today. But I didn't expect that my life experience actually hid such a shocking secret. That mysterious old Taoist priest, that seemingly ordinary bronze token, and that hidden force that even Qin Haishan feared. All of this was like a fog that enveloped him.
Mr. Lu, are you okay?
Su Wanqing saw Letian looking at the picture on the tablet computer for a long time without saying anything, and his expression was a little uncertain, so she couldn't help but ask with concern. Letian came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and handed the tablet to Su Wanqing and Guan Shangyue.
Look at this.
Su Wanqing and Guan Shangyue took the tablet and were puzzled when they saw the picture and the puzzling words on it.
Bronze token? Dragons and snakes rise from the land, and the wind and clouds rise again? What does this mean?
Guan Shangyue scratched his head and looked confused.
Su Wanqing frowned slightly and looked carefully at the pattern on the bronze token, as if she was thinking about something. Letian looked at them and said in a deep voice,
I saw this token exactly like it when I was a kid. He briefly told them about his encounter with the mysterious old Taoist priest when he was a child and the pawning of the token. Of course, he still concealed the existence of the system. After hearing this, Su Wanqing and Guan Shangyue both showed surprised expressions.
Tian'er, are you saying this token is the same one the old Taoist priest gave you when you were a child? Then who is the person who sent the email? How does he know about this token?
Guan Shangyue asked a series of questions.
Latte shook his head. I don't know either.
However, I have a hunch that this token is inextricably linked to the trouble I'm facing this time, as well as my own life experience. He took a look at the hidden task of Mystery of Life on the system interface. The mission rewards and failure penalties are unknown, which adds to the mystery and importance of the mission.
Director Lo, what should we do now? Su Wanqing asked.
She knew that this matter was of great significance to Latte.
Lu Tian tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his eyes gleaming with thought. First, we have to find a way to find the bronze token I pawned when I was a child. Secondly, we need to investigate the identity and purpose of the person who sent the email. Finally, and most importantly, we need to find out the origins of that so-called hidden force and what their relationship is to me, or rather, to this token of mine. Latte analyzed clearly. Guan Shangyue patted his chest. Tian'er, don't worry. Leave the task of finding the token to me. I'll go find out right away if that pawnshop is still there. Su Wanqing also nodded.
Director Lo, leave the investigation of the sender and that hidden force to me. I will use all the resources we can mobilize to find some clues as soon as possible.
Letian looked at the two of them with a hint of warmth in his eyes. Okay.
I feel relieved with you guys here.
He knew that the next investigation would be full of difficulties and dangers.
However, in order to uncover the mystery of his own life experience and to find out the true identity of that hidden force, he must face the challenge.
Ding!
It's detected that the host has begun investigating his own life experience and has received strong support from his team members, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, act cautiously, starting small, gradually gathering clues to avoid alerting the enemy. Reward, gain investigation skills elementary, improves the ability to collect and analyze intelligence. Choice 2, take the initiative, utilize existing resources, conduct a high-profile investigation, lure the enemy out of their hole, and force them to reveal themselves. Reward, gain deterrent aura, which has a deterrent effect on those with ulterior motives, preventing them from acting rashly, choice points plus 2,000. Choice 3, seek external assistance, leverage the power of Qin Haishan and others, conduct joint investigations, and share the risks. Reward, increase Qin Haishan's favorability, and have a chance to obtain key intelligence or assistance from Qin Haishan.
Letian looked at the three options given by the system and fell into deep thought.
Acting cautiously, while safe, was too inefficient, and he didn't have much time. Taking the initiative is too risky and may expose yourself and cause unnecessary trouble. Then, there is only the third option left: seeking foreign aid. Qin Haishan has extensive connections, great power, and is highly regarded by everyone. If we can get his help, the difficulty of the investigation will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Moreover, Qin Haishan also seemed to know something about that hidden force.
I choose 3. Latte made a decision in his heart. Select confirm. Rewards are being distributed. Qin Haishan's favorability has increased. Letian nodded, took out his cell phone and called Qin Haishan. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Ah, my friend Lu, why should we be so polite? Qin Haishan laughed heartily. Have you run into any trouble? Letian did not hide anything and told Qin Haishan everything about the mysterious email, the bronze token, and his own guesses. Qin Haishan on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time after listening. Letian could feel that old Qin's mood seemed to be fluctuating. After a long while, Qin Haishan slowly spoke, his voice solemn. Friend Lu, I seem to have some impression of the bronze token you mentioned. Latte was delighted. Master Qin, have you seen this token?
Qin Haishan pondered. Many years ago, I saw a similar token in a very secret setting. Those who held the token were all extremely noble, and were all related to an ancient family with a centuries-old heritage.
Ancient family? Latte's heart was lifted again. Old Qin, that family, which family is it? Qin Haishan sighed. Friend Lu, this is a long story.
Furthermore, it involves so many things that it can't be explained in a few words.
How about this, you come to my place tomorrow and we can talk in person. Maybe I can help you solve some mysteries. Upon hearing this, Letian was filled with anticipation. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I will be there on time tomorrow.
After hanging up the phone, Letian took a deep breath and his eyes became unusually firm. The mystery of life experience, ancient family, hidden power. All of this is like a fog, waiting for him to uncover it. And he is ready to face all challenges. He wants to let those enemies hiding in the dark know that he, Latte, is not so easy to mess with.
A new storm is coming. And he will be the most dazzling existence in this storm. Chapter 43, Qin Lao's Secret, The Mystery of the Ancient Clan. The next morning, Letian drove alone to the quiet courtyard in Qin Haishan.
His heart was filled with anticipation and a hint of inexplicable nervousness. There are too many mysteries waiting for him to uncover about his own life experience, the mysterious bronze token, and the so-called ancient family. Qin Haishan had already been waiting in the pavilion in the courtyard. In front of him was a set of exquisite tea sets, and the aroma of tea was wafting in the air.
Little friend Lu, here you are.
When Qin Haishan saw Letian, a gentle smile appeared on his face and he motioned him to sit down.
Letian sat down opposite Qin Haishan and got straight to the point. Old Qin, regarding the bronze token and the ancient family.
Qin Haishan nodded, picked up the teacup and took a sip. My dear friend Lu, this matter is a long story, and it is also extremely secretive. If you hadn't produced the pattern of that token, I would probably not have mentioned it so easily. He put down the teacup, his eyes became a little distant, as if he was lost in distant memories. Many years ago, when I was still a young man just starting out, I had the honor of following my master and attending a very secret gathering. At that gathering, I met several people holding bronze tokens. Each of them was extraordinary, of noble status, and they all possessed some incredible abilities.
Incredible abilities? Lutian's mind moved and he thought of his own system. Could it be that there are other people in this world who possess similar golden fingers?
Qin Haishan seemed to see Lutian's confusion and continued. Those abilities didn't come out of thin air, but rather stem from the legacy of the ancient family behind them. That family is said to have existed for hundreds, even thousands of years. They keep a low profile, hiding from the world, yet they wield immense wealth and power beyond imagination. They call themselves guardians.
Guardian? Lutian frowned slightly. This name sounds full of mystery. Then what does this guardian family have to do with me, or rather, with my bronze token? Latte asked. Qin Haishan sighed. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics of the relationship.
I only know that bronze token is a symbol of identity for the core members of the guardian family. Each one is unique, representing a special status and a mission. As for why you possess such a token and why you ended up among the common people, that is beyond my ken.
After hearing this, Letian felt even more confused. If the bronze token is so important, why did the mysterious old Taoist priest give it to him so easily? And why does he know nothing about his own life experience? Master Qin, do you know how to find this guardian family? Latte asked.
This is what he is most concerned about at the moment.
Qin Haishan shook his head.
The Guardian family is secretive and rarely interacts with the outside world.
Finding them is incredibly difficult.
But he changed the subject. I do know a clue that may be related to them.
Latte's eyes lit up. What clue?
In the western suburbs of the city, there's a Taoist temple called Qingyun Temple. It has a long history and is very popular, but it's said to be connected to some hidden forces. Many years ago, I heard my master casually mention that the Guardian family seemed to send people to Qingyun Temple every once in a while to perform some kind of special ritual.
Qingyun Temple. Latte kept this name firmly in mind. Master Qin, thank you for telling me this.
These clues are very important to me,
Latte said solemnly. Qin Haishan waved his hand. You're welcome, young friend Lu. We are close friends, regardless of age.
I will naturally not refuse to help you in any way I can. He paused and spoke meaningfully.
However, my dear friend Lu, I still want to remind you. The Guardian family is a shady place.
If you wish to investigate your own past, proceed with caution and consider your own capabilities.
Do not put yourself in danger due to impulsive actions. Latte nodded. Junior understands. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your advice.
He knew that Qin Haishan really cared about him. After leaving Qin Haishan, Lu Tian's mood could not calm down for a long time.
The Guardian family, the bronze token, the Qingyun Temple.
These clues, like a fog, shroud his life experience. But he knew that he was getting closer and closer to the truth. He immediately contacted Su Wansheng and Guan Shanyue and told them the news he had received from Qin Haishan. After hearing this, Su Wansheng and Guan Shanyue also showed solemn expressions.
Tianer, this Guardian family sounds very complicated. You must be careful.
Guan Shanyue said worriedly.
Su Wansheng also nodded. Director Lu, Elder Qin is right. We know nothing about this family right now.
It would be too risky to investigate rashly.
Lu Tian looked at the two of them with a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, I know my limits.
However, before investigating this Guardian family, we have something more important to do. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The person hiding in the shadows, sending the anonymous emails and trying to lure me into this with bronze tokens, must be caught first. He had a hunch that this person might be the one behind the mysterious Lord Long or was related to them. If he is not caught, Lu Tian will not be able to sleep or eat.
Ding!
Detected that the host has determined a new investigation direction and formulated a preliminary action plan, triggering a new decision.
Choice 1, split into 2 groups, investigating the whereabouts of the bronze token while tracking down the source of the anonymous email.
Reward, gain multi-threaded processing capability improves the efficiency of handling multiple tasks simultaneously. Choice 2, focus all your efforts on tracking down the source of the anonymous email and identifying the mastermind behind it, then investigate the mystery of his origins. Reward, gain the Master Hacker Skill Beginner level, enabling more effective network tracking and information cracking, plus 3,000 choice points.
Ledian looked at the options given by the system, thought for a moment, and made a decision.
The mystery of his life experience is certainly important, but the threat at hand needs to be resolved first.
I choose 2. Chapter 44 Hacker Master, follow the clues. I choose 2nd. Concentrate all our efforts on tracking down the source of the anonymous email and finding the mastermind behind it.
Latte made a decisive choice in his heart.
Select Confirm. Rewards are being distributed.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hacker Master Skill Basic. Congratulations to the host for obtaining decision points plus 3,000. A vast and sophisticated knowledge of network technology instantly flooded into Latte's mind. The various codes, protocols, and attack and defense techniques were like a revelation, bringing his understanding of the internet to a whole new level. Although he is only a junior hacker master, it is more than enough to deal with general network tracking and information cracking.
Very good. A confident arc appeared on Lu Tian's lips.
He looked at Su Wanqing.
Wanqing, send me the original data of that anonymous email.
Although Su Wanqing was a little puzzled, she immediately did as she was told and forwarded the detailed information of the email to Li Shen's personal mailbox.
Mr. Lu, do you want to track down the sender yourself? Su Wanqing asked in surprise.
In her opinion, this kind of professional technical work should be left to professional technicians.
Lu Tian nodded without further explanation. He opened his laptop and began rapidly tapping on the keyboard. A series of complex codes flowed through his fingertips like flowing water.
Su Wancheng and Guan Shanyue were watching from the side, both stunned.
They never imagined that Latte actually had such advanced hacking skills hidden. This is truly an all-round talent.
Latte used his newly acquired Hacker Master's skills to begin tracing the source of the anonymous email. The sender's IP address has been redirected and encrypted multiple times and is obviously carefully disguised.
However, in the face of Latte's powerful technology, these little tricks are completely vulnerable.
He peeled off the disguise layer by layer, like a butcher cutting up an ox, and accurately located the sender's true location.
Time passes by minute by minute.
A layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out of Lu Tian's forehead, but his eyes became brighter and more focused.
Finally. Found it. Lu Tian suddenly hit the enter key, and a clear geographical location coordinate popped up on the computer screen.
And a network ID associated with the coordinates Dark Night Ghost.
Night Ghost? Lu Tian frowned slightly. This ID sounds mysterious and dangerous.
He sent the coordinates and ID to Su Wanqing. Wanqing, immediately investigate the exact location of these coordinates and the identity and background of this Dark Night Ghost.
Su Wanqing was cheered up and started to act immediately. Yes. Director Lu.
With the accurate information provided by Letian, Su Wanqing quickly found some key clues through her connections and intelligence channels.
Director Lu, those coordinates are located in an abandoned industrial park on the outskirts of this city.
And the latest activity record of the online ID Dark Night Ghost is closely related to Long Xiaotian, the one whose martial arts you crippled. There's even intelligence suggesting this Dark Night Ghost is most likely Long Xiaotian's top confidant, responsible for intelligence gathering and assassinations.
Long Xiaotian's confidant? Latte's eyes turned cold. It's him.
It seems that even though Long Xiaotian's martial arts skills have been crippled, he still has evil intentions and is still doing tricks in secret. That anonymous email and the picture of the bronze token were probably baits he had deliberately put out, with the purpose of luring me into the game or testing my background.
What a Long Xiaotian. What a night ghost.
A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lu Tian's mouth.
Since you came to me, don't blame me for being rude.
Wanqing, notify Lu Guangming immediately and have him bring some men with him to go with me to that abandoned industrial park.
I want to personally meet this night ghost and see what kind of monster he is.
There was a murderous intent flashing in Li Shen's eyes.
Su Wanqing was a little worried. Director Lu, since the other party is Long Xiaotian's confidant and acts so secretly, I'm afraid he's not someone you can easily deal with. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go alone? Guan Shanyue also spoke quickly. Yes, Tianer. I must go with you this time. More people means more care.
Lu Tian felt warm in his heart when he saw the concerned looks in their eyes.
Don't worry, I know what to do.
He paused, his tone unquestionable.
This operation must be concluded quickly and without any leaks. Shanzi, you come with me.
Wanqing, you will be responsible for long-range coordination and be ready to provide support at any time. Seeing that Lu Tian had made up his mind, Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue could only nod in agreement.
Yes. Le Dong Tianer.
Soon, Lu Guangming brought an elite security team to meet up with Letian and Guan Shanyue. A group of people, riding in a few inconspicuous commercial vehicles, drove quietly towards the abandoned industrial park on the outskirts of the city under the cover of night. In the car, Lu Tian closed his eyes to rest, but he was quickly making an action plan in his mind. He knew that the person he was facing this time was likely to be a dangerous person who was experienced and skilled in lurking and assassination. He must be careful and not be careless at all. The skill of smell of crisis has long been upgraded to the highest level. Everything that happened around him could not escape his perception. When the convoy drove into the abandoned industrial park, Latte suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed a faint sense of danger.
Parking! Letian shouted in a deep voice.
The driver stopped the car immediately.
What's wrong? Tianer? Guan Shanyue asked vigilantly.
Latte glanced sharply at the dilapidated factories and warehouses around him.
There's an ambush here.
As soon as he finished speaking.
Bang! 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 A few dull gunshots suddenly came from the darkness not far away.
The bullet whizzed past the car body, splashing a string of sparks.
There's a sniper. Take cover.
Lu Guangming is experienced and immediately raised a loud warning.
Everyone in the convoy looked for cover to hide. Latte's eyes turned cold. Another sniper. These guys are really haunting. He quickly activated the mysterious assist that the system had previously rewarded him, enhanced combat instinct. A powerful force surged throughout my body again. His reaction speed and perception ability instantly reached the extreme. He opened the car door and rushed out like a cheetah, running quickly towards the direction where the gunshots came from. He had to get rid of the sniper hiding in the dark in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, all of them will become sitting ducks. A new life and death battle begins again. Chapter 45, Desperate Counterattack. The Sniper's Doomsday. The night was as dark as ink, and gunshots tore through the silence in the abandoned industrial park. Bang! Bang! The bullet whistled as it narrowly brushed past the body of Latte's recently parked commercial vehicle, leaving several hideous scratches on the cold body and splashing sparks. There's a sniper! Take cover! Luke Wangming was very experienced and made a judgment almost the moment the gun shot. He lowered his body and roared into the communicator. The people in the convoy were well trained and were looking for cover. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A cold light flashed in Lishan's eyes. It's a sniper again. These guys who hide their heads and show their tails are really haunting. The effect of strengthening combat instinct surged in his body, and all the movements around him became extremely clear in his perception. He opened the car door and rushed towards the direction of the gunshot without stopping. Ding! The host is detected to be in a life or death crisis, triggering a new decision. Choice 1, call for support, retreat safely, and wait for follow-up forces to clear the area. Reward, 1 safe evacuation certificate, plus 500 decision points. Option 2, take the initiative and capture the leader first. Eliminate the threat with lightning speed. Rewards, stealth rush skill temporary, lasts 10 minutes, sniper position precision lock card X1. I choose 2. There was no hesitation in Lu Tian's mind. Retreat? That wasn't his style. Leaving his back to an unknown enemy was sheer folly. A mysterious feeling came over me, my body seemed to become lighter, and I became more adept at using my surroundings. The stealth advanced skill has been added. At the same time, a virtual card appeared in his mind. On it was a flashing red, clearly indicating the approximate location where the sniper was hiding at the moment: southeast, on the top floor of an abandoned cement factory about 300 meters away. Very good. Letian exerted force with his feet, increasing his speed a bit more. He did not choose to attack in a straight line, which would have made him a sitting duck. With the help of abandoned factories, piled up building materials, and the cover of night, his figure quickly shuttled through the complex environment, like a shadow blending into the darkness, approaching the target silently. The sniper in the distance was obviously no mediocre either. After missing the target, he immediately changed his position. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit a concrete pier that Letian had just passed by, sending gravel flying everywhere. Letian frowned slightly. The sniper's position had changed again, shifting slightly to the left by dozens of meters than what was shown on the card. It was obvious that the other party moved immediately after firing the shot, which was extremely cunning. Interesting. Instead of getting angry, Lu Tian laughed, and his fighting spirit became even stronger. He activated the sniper position precision lock card again, and the red dot refreshed, still pointing to the cement factory, but the position was more precise, and he could even roughly determine the cover the opponent was relying on. See where you're running to. Latte's steps changed, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and his route was strange and unpredictable. The stealth charge technique allowed him to make the most of the environment. Every corner and every shadow became his best cover. The top floor of the factory. A man in camouflage uniform and with oil paint on his face was holding a modified heavy sniper rifle and searching for targets through the scope. His brows were furrowed and sweat was oozing from his forehead. Strange, where are the people? The target's movements were so strange, not like those of an ordinary person at all. There were several times when he thought he had locked onto him, but his shots were always empty. This feeling of hunting in the dark but being fooled by the prey gave him an ominous premonition. He quickly moved his position again, chose a new sniper spot, and watched below vigilantly. Just as he was concentrating on searching for Lu Tian's whereabouts, a cold voice, like a cold wind from the underworld, suddenly sounded behind him. Are you looking for me? The sniper's hair stood on end, and an extreme sense of crisis exploded from the bottom of his heart. Without thinking, he rolled forward, trying to create distance and raise his gun to fight back. However, it was all too late. Lu Tian appeared behind him like a ghost, at a speed that was beyond the ability of a human to react.
As the sniper rolled over, Letian had already rushed forward and chopped the back of his neck with a knife with incredible precision. Well! The sniper felt a black scream before his eyes, his body instantly went limp, and the sniper rifle in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Letian caught the sniper rifle that was about to fall to the ground, and took the opportunity to completely subdue the unconscious sniper, tied his hands behind his back, and tied him up tightly with the tactical rope on his body. The whole process was smooth, clean and neat, and took only a few seconds. It was not until then that Lu Guangming and Guan Shanhua rushed up from the stairs, panting, with several elite men. When they saw the scene in front of them and the ferocious-looking heavy sniper rifle on the ground, they all opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with disbelief. Tianer, is this solved? Guan Shanhua stammered. He hadn't even seen how Letian got up. Lu Guangming was also shocked. He had led troops and seen many masters, but it was unheard of for someone like Letian to single-handedly and quietly eliminate an experienced sniper in such a short time. This was beyond his understanding of combat. Letian casually tossed the sniper rifle to one of his men, dusted off his hands, and spoke in a calm tone. It's just a small roll, and I wasted a lot of time. He walked up to the tied-up sniper, squatted down, and reached out to remove the camouflage mask on his face. An ordinary face, but with a bit of fierceness, was revealed. Lu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he seemed to catch a trace of familiarity on this face. He reached out his hand, groped the sniper's chin and cheek for a few times, and then tore it apart suddenly. He tore off a human skin mask as thin as a cicada's wing. Under the mask, there was a slightly pale face, but the eyes were full of fear and resentment. Zhang Haoyu? Guan Shanhua screamed in shock, his eyes almost popping out. That's right. The sniper captured by Latte was none other than Zhang Haoyu, the rich second generation who was sent by Latte to Africa to mine minerals and was supposed to suffer hardships thousands of miles away. Why is he here? And a sniper? Lu Tian looked at Zhang Haoyu's face, which was twisted with fear, and a sinister arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Zhang, long time no see. It seems that life in the African mines has taught you a lot of new skills. Zhang Haoyu's body was shaking violently, and the hatred in his eyes almost seemed to be spewing fire, but more than that, it was fear that penetrated deep into his bones. He could never have imagined that the ambush he had carefully planned would end in this way. What's more, it is unexpected that Latte's strength has reached such an unbelievable and terrifying level. Letian, you, don't be so complacent. Lord Shadow won't let you go. Zhang Haoyu's voice was hoarse, and he roared in a fierce but weak manner. Lord Shadow? Lu Tian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that there was indeed a bigger fish behind this. And this Zhang Haoyu is obviously just a discarded pawn pushed to the front. However, this abandoned child might be able to reveal something useful. Letian stood up and looked down at Zhang Haoyu, who was like a dead dog, with a cold tone. Take him down and give him a good treat. I want to know all the information about that shadow in your operation. Yes. Mr. Lu. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Guangming's eyes, and he immediately ordered his men to drag Zhang Haoyu away. A sudden sniper crisis was resolved by Latte with lightning speed. But everyone knows that this is just the beginning. The shadow hiding behind the scenes and the forces he represents are the real trouble. Latte looked deep into the industrial park, which should be the real hiding place of the Dark Knight Ghost. Tonight is destined not to be peaceful. Chapter 46 Interrogating Ghosts, The Remnants of Long Xiaotian. The cold wind was howling on the top floor of the cement factory. Latte dealt with Zhang Haoyu, the unexpected sniper, and turned his attention to the deeper part of the industrial park. That is the real lair of the Dark Knight Ghost. Mr. Lu, Zhang Haoyu has been taken away. Lu Guangming walked over quickly with a steady voice. The two men behind him also brought Zhang Haoyu's heavy sniper rifle and some equipment. Letian nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on the sniper rifle for a moment. The modification is good, and the power must be astonishing. Zhang Haoyu can get such a thing without the support of Shadow behind him, it is impossible. Notify everyone, be alert and prepare for an assault. Lu Tian's voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible majesty. Yes. Lu Guangming immediately gave orders through the communicator. Soon, under the cover of night, more than a dozen elite security personnel quietly completed the encirclement of the target area and abandoned warehouse. This warehouse is located in a remote area, surrounded by weeds, with only an inconspicuous small door for entry and exit, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Lu Tian observed the terrain and frowned slightly. He never fights a battle unprepared. Shanzi, take 2 people and find a way to infiltrate through the ventilation holes at the back of the warehouse.
Make some noise and attract attention. Guan Shanyue patted his chest when he heard this. Don't worry, Tian'er. I promise to complete the task.
He called 2 of his nimble men, crouched down, and quickly disappeared into the night.
Letian looked at Lu Guangming again.
Manager Lu, lead the main force and attack from the main gate.
Remember, try to capture them alive. I have something else to ask.
Lu Guangming's expression changed.
Understood, Mr. Lu. After the deployment was completed, Lu Tian took a deep breath and moved his wrist.
His figure also quietly blended into the shadows on one side of the warehouse, ready to find the best time to break in.
A moment later. Bang! Clang!
Suddenly, there was a loud sound of metal collision at the back of the warehouse, followed by a few short shouts.
Guan Shanyue and the others took action. Action!
Lu Guangming let out a low roar, took the lead, and led his men to rush towards the main entrance of the warehouse like a tiger descending from the mountain.
Inside the warehouse,
a man wearing a black tight combat suit and a gas mask on his face, revealing only a pair of sinister eyes, was sitting in front of a simple control console. The screen displayed surveillance images from all over the park. He is the Dark Knight Ghost. Hearing the strange noise behind him, he stood up suddenly, with a flash of vigilance in his eyes.
What's going on?
He pressed the communicator, but received no response. At this moment, a loud bang was heard from the main door of the warehouse. The heavy iron door was forcibly broken open by Lu Guangming's men using a portable doorbreaker.
Don't move! Put your hands up!
Several security guards entered one after another, armed with weapons, pointing their guns directly into the warehouse.
Dark Knight Ghost reacted extremely quickly.
Almost at the moment the door was knocked open, it rolled over and hid behind the console. He turned his wrist, and several cross darts flashing with cold light shot out towards the door.
Careful! Lu Guangming was prepared.
He shouted loudly, dodged to the side, and raised his hand to shoot back.
Bang! Bang! The bullet hit the console, sparks flying.
The Dark Knight Ghost was agile and could move around in the narrow space, constantly using obstacles to dodge bullets. At the same time, he had a lot of hidden weapons in his hands, causing considerable trouble to Lu Guangming and others. This guy is not only good at intelligence and assassination, but also has pretty good close combat skills. Just as both sides were fighting fiercely and their attention was drawn to the front battlefield, a figure quietly crawled in from an inconspicuous hole on the side of the warehouse.
It's Latte!
He was like a hunter in the dark, without making any sound, his eyes calmly fixed on the Night Ghost who was dealing with Lu Guangming and others.
The Dark Knight Ghost obviously also sensed the threat from the flank.
He turned his head suddenly, crossed the 2 short blades in his hands to protect his chest, and his eyes were full of vigilance. But what he saw was just an extremely fast afterimage. Letian had already calculated everything, and at the moment he turned his head, he had already launched the attack. There are no fancy moves, only a simple, direct, yet extremely powerful punch.
Bang! A muffled sound. Lu Tian's fist hit the short blade of the Dark Knight Ghost that was blocking the opponent.
The enormous force made the Dark Knight Ghost feel numbness in his arms and severe pain in his palms, and the short blade in his hand almost flew out of his hand. He took several steps back before he could barely steady himself. His eyes were full of horror as he looked at Letian.
What a strong power! What kind of monster is this guy? Lu Tian succeeded in his attack, but did not stop. He exerted force with his feet and attacked again. His attack was like a storm, continuous and endless. Fists, palms, elbows, knees, every part of the body turned into the most powerful weapon. Although the Dark Knight Ghost has extraordinary skills, under the full-strength burst of Latte, it can only defend itself and has no power to fight back. He danced the short blade in his hand tightly, trying to block Letian's attack, but every collision made his arms numb and his internal organs shaken. Crack! A crisp sound.
The short blade in the hand of Dark Knight Ghost was broken by Letian's punch. He was horrified and felt that there was a flaw in his attack.
Letian seized the opportunity, moved sideways, and hit him hard in the chest with an elbow. Puff! Dark Knight Ghost spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily to the ground, and the gas mask on his face rolled to the side. He revealed a pale and distorted face, his eyes full of unwillingness and despair. Lu Guangming, Guan Shanyue and others had already taken control of the situation at this time. They rushed over and surrounded the Dark Knight Ghost. Tian'er, are you okay?
Guan Shanhua looked at the Dark Knight ghost wailing on the ground, then looked at Letian, who was unharmed, and his admiration for him increased a little more. Letian waved his hand, walked up to the Dark Knight ghost and looked down at him condescendingly. "Are you the Night Ghost?" Dark Knight ghost coughed up a mouthful of blood foam and stared at Letian with resentment. "Kill if you want to, stop talking nonsense." A cold smile appeared on Letian's lips. "Want to die? It's not that easy." He turned and said to Lu Guangming, "Take him to the interrogation room. I have something to ask him." "Yes, Mr. Lu." Lu Guangming responded and immediately ordered someone to drag the Dark Knight ghost away. Inside the interrogation room, the Dark Knight ghost was tied to a special chair, and he was extremely stubborn and didn't say a word. Letian was not in a hurry either. He sat quietly opposite, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, his eyes so calm that it made people uneasy. Time passed minute by minute, and the only sound in the interrogation room was the monotonous sound of Latte's fingertips tapping on the table. This invisible pressure is far more unbearable than torture. Finally, the Dark Knight ghost couldn't bear it anymore. Cold sweat oozed out of his forehead and his eyes began to flicker. Letian caught the change in his mood and spoke slowly. "Tell me all the information about Shadow and your operation. Also, who asked you to send that anonymous email with the picture of the bronze token?" The Dark Knight ghost rolled his throat, still trying to be tough. "I won't say anything. You can't get anything from me." Letian chuckled, stood up and walked in front of him. He reached out and gently patted the night ghost's cheek. "You know what? Long Xiaotian was just as stubborn as you in front of me." "What's the result?" The pupils of Dark Knight ghost suddenly shrank. He remembered the miserable state of Long Xiaotian when his martial arts were crippled. That kind of despair that was worse than death was the nightmare of his life. Letian looked at him, his voice still calm, but with a chilling meaning. "I have many ways to make you speak. Trust me, you don't want to experience that." The psychological defense of the Dark Knight ghost collapsed little by little under Letian's calm tone and deep eyes. He knew that the young man in front of him could do what he said. I say. His voice was hoarse and trembling. "It was indeed Lord Shadow who instructed me to send the email and plan this ambush. He is a special envoy sent by the power behind Lord Long to handle Jiangbei affairs. He also provided the image of the bronze token. He said it was bait to lure you in." The Dark Knight ghost told everything he knew intermittently. It turned out that after Long Xiaotian was deposed, the hidden forces behind him were indeed furious and sent this special envoy codenamed Shadow. On the one hand, Shadow has to stabilize the situation in Jiangbei. On the other hand, and most importantly, it has to test Letian's background and his reaction to the bronze token. Zhang Haoyu is just a chess piece casually placed by Shadow to test Latte's strength and style of doing things. "That Shadow, where is it now?" Letian asked. This was what he cared about most. Dark Knight ghost shook his head. I don't know. Lord Shadow's whereabouts are secretive and he never reveals his exact location to us. I only know that he is from the capital. Capital city." Lutian's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that all the clues eventually point to that place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. Chapter 47 Mysterious Shadow, New Threats Emerge. The lights in the interrogation room were a little dazzling. The Dark Knight ghost slumped in the chair, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and his eyes no longer had the previous ferocity. There was only the relief of surviving the disaster and the fear of the unknown. Letian listened to his confession quietly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, making a light clicking sound. Capital city. Shadow. These two key words swirled in his mind. It seems that the core strength of the so-called hidden force behind Long Xiaotian is indeed not in a place like Jiangbei. What does that shadow look like? What are its characteristics? Letian spoke again, his voice calm, but with an unquestionable sense of oppression. The Dark Knight ghost tried hard to recall, his body trembling slightly unconsciously because of fear. I only saw him once, in a very dark place. He was very tall and thin, and always wore a black windbreaker, a hat and a mask, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. The voice has also been processed, so you can't tell the age. But he gave people a feeling, very scary, like a poisonous snake lurking in the darkness. When the Dark Knight ghost said this, he couldn't help but shudder, and it was obvious that he was deeply impressed by the shadow. Lutian frowned slightly. Tall, thin, wearing a black windbreaker, a hat and a mask, and voice processing.
These clues are so vague as to be almost non-existent. This shadow is really flawless in his actions. Besides asking you to send the email and arrange the ambush, did he tell you anything else? Latte continued to ask. The Dark Knight Ghost thought about it and shook his head. There is none left. Master Shadow only said that this operation was mainly a test to see how you react to the bronze token and the depth of your strength. If we fail this time, he will take action himself. Take action personally? A cold light flashed in Li Shen's eyes. He wanted to see what kind of powerful means this hidden shadow had. Deal with him cleanly and don't leave any traces. Letian stood up and gave instructions to Lu Guangming, who was standing beside him. Yes, Mr. Lu. Lu Guangming bowed in response. He understood what it meant to clean up. Latte will never show any mercy to such a desperado with blood on his hands. Walking out of the interrogation room, the night wind blew, bringing a bit of coolness. Lu Tian looked up at the deep night sky, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. The appearance of the shadow and the possible power of the capital behind it were like a huge rock pressing on his heart. This is no longer a simple business competition, but involves a deeper game, and may even be closely related to the mystery of his life experience. He needs to improve his strength as soon as possible and master more cards. Ding! The host successfully obtained key intelligence about the shadow and dismantled a conspiracy against himself. System experience points increased. Reward, decision points plus 2,000, gain crisis warning enhancement, a passive skill that increases your sensitivity to potential dangers and increases your early warning time. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, which made Lu Tian's spirits slightly lifted. Crisis warning enhancement, this skill comes at the right time. When facing an unknown and powerful enemy like the shadow, any ability that can increase the chance of survival is invaluable. Tianer, what's wrong? Guan Shangyue came forward with a look of concern on his face. I found out some things. Letian simply repeated the information he got from the Dark Knight Ghost. After hearing this, Guan Shangyue frowned. Capital? Shadow? This guy is hiding really well. Tianer, what should we do next? Should we go to the capital to explore the route first? Latte shook his head. No rush. Now the enemy is in the dark and we are in the open. If we rashly go to the capital, we will only alert the enemy. The most urgent task is to deal with the situation in Zhongbei first, eliminate the remaining forces of Long Xiaotian, and consolidate our foundation. At the same time, we must also find a way to find the whereabouts of my bronze token as soon as possible. He had a hunch that the bronze token might be the key to solving all the mysteries. As for that shadow. Letian paused, a cold look flashing in his eyes. Since he wants to play, I will play with him slowly. I believe that he will soon be unable to resist and strike again. Then it will be the perfect time for us to uncover his true identity. When Lu Tian returned to Tianyue Mansion, Su Wancheng had already prepared a midnight snack and was waiting for him in the living room. Seeing Letian return safely, she finally felt relieved and hurried forward to take his coat. Mr. Lu, is everything going well? Letian nodded and briefly told Su Wancheng the results of the interrogation and his own judgment. After listening to this, Su Wancheng frowned slightly and a solemn expression appeared on her face. The forces in the capital. Shadow. It seems that our future opponents will become increasingly powerful. She paused, and her eyes looking at Lu Tian were full of trust and determination. But I believe that no matter what difficulties we encounter, Director Lu will be able to overcome them. Lu Tian felt warm in his heart when he saw the undisguised trust in Su Wancheng's eyes. With such a group of capable partners around him, he is not fighting alone. Wanqing, how's your investigation going into Long Xiaotian's businesses and connections in Zhongbei? Latte asked. Su Wancheng immediately took out a document from the briefcase beside her and handed it to Lu Tian. Director Lu, this is the information I compiled based on the existing intelligence regarding Long Xiaotian's main assets and core personnel in Zhongbei. He was involved in a wide range of industries, including entertainment venues, underground banks, smuggling, and so on, and his network of relationships was also intricate and complex. However, after you abolished him, his subordinates have become panic-stricken, and many of them are seeking a way out. Letian took the document and flipped through it quickly. Long Xiaotian's power is even greater than he imagined. If these resources can be integrated, it will undoubtedly be a huge supplement to his business empire. Of course, he would not touch those shady black industries. What he needs to do is to remove the cancer, whitewash the valuable parts, and use them for his own benefit. Very good.
Letian put down the documents, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Wanqing, you must formulate a detailed plan and cooperate with Lu Guangming to thoroughly clean up and integrate Long Xiaotian's remaining forces. If you don't obey, just kill it. Those who are willing to surrender and can be of use to us can be given a chance. I want to completely change the master of Jiangbei's underground world in the shortest possible time. Su Wanqing's expression changed, and she immediately understood what Letian meant. This is to use thundering means to cut the Gordian knot. Yes, Director Lu. I'll do it right away. Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She liked the feeling of being in control of the overall situation. Just then, Latte's cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Lu Tian raised his brows slightly and answered the phone. A slightly old but powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Is it Latte-chan? When Letian heard the voice, he felt it sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Who are you? Ha, this old man is Qin Haishan. Qin Haishan. Old Qin. Li Shen's heart moved, and he quickly spoke politely. It turns out to be Mr. Qin. I apologize for my disrespect. I wonder what advice Mr. Qin has for you, calling so late at night? Qin Haishan on the other end of the phone spoke with a tone that was both smiling and serious. Friend Lu, I just received some news that may be related to you, or related to the matter you are investigating. If you have time, why not come to my place tomorrow and we can talk in person? Something to do with him? Something to do with what he was investigating? Could it be that old Qin also knew about the shadow or the bronze token? Lu Tian's thoughts raced, and he responded immediately. Okay. Mr. Qin, I will be there on time tomorrow. Chapter 48, Eliminate the Roots. Clean up the remaining followers of Long Xiaotian. As the night deepened, the lights in the top-floor mansion of Tianyue Mansion were brightly lit. Lu Tian hung up the phone with Qin Haishan, and there was a hint of thought in his eyes. Mr. Qin called specifically and mentioned that it was related to the matter he was investigating, which was by no means a trivial matter. It seems that tomorrow's trip to the Qin family will yield important results. But right now, there are more pressing matters to deal with. He turned his gaze to Su Wanqing, who was holding a tablet and browsing something quickly, her eyebrows sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. Wanqing, how is the cleaning plan going? Latte asked. Su Wanqing raised her head and turned the tablet towards Letian. A complex network map was displayed on the screen, which marked Long Xiaotian's various strongholds and main leaders in Jiangbei. Director Lu, based on the intelligence provided by the Dark Knight Ghost and combined with our previous investigation, I have already preliminarily sorted out Long Xiaotian's core interest chain and personnel structure in Jiangbei. She tapped her finger on the screen and magnified an area. At present, the news of Long Xiaotian's dethronement is probably still spreading within a small circle. His subordinates dare not make any major moves for the time being, but they are definitely making a lot of small moves in secret. Manager Lu Guangming has already begun to monitor several key locations according to your instructions. Letian nodded slightly, very satisfied with Su Wanqing's efficiency. Very good. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city night scene below. The lights are bright and the traffic is bustling, but beneath this prosperity, there are countless unknown dark sides hidden. Long Xiaotian has been entrenched in Jiangbei for many years, and his power has long been deeply rooted. It is not easy to eradicate it. But Latte never does things halfway. Either don't do it, or do it thoroughly. Notify Lu Guangming and take action tonight. Letian turned around and spoke in a quiet voice, but with a firm and resolute tone. Tonight? Su Wanqing and Guan Shanyue beside her were both slightly stunned. They didn't expect that Latte would be so decisive and didn't want to wait even one night. Yes, tonight. Latte's eyes were sharp. We must take advantage of the fact that Shadow hasn't figured out our true situation yet, and that Long Xiaotian's men are leaderless and demoralized. Catch them off guard. I want the entire Jiangbei underground world to know who has the final say here from now on. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and immediately understood Li Shen's intention. Cut the Gordian knot and intimidate the villains with the force of thunder. Yes. Director Lu. I'll contact Manager Lu right away. She no longer hesitated, immediately picked up the phone and began to convey Latte's orders. Guan Shanyue was also ready to go, with an excited look on his face. Honor. How can I be left out of this kind of thing? I'll go with Manager Lu. We promise to put those bastards in a state of obedience.
Letian looked at him and nodded. Be safe. Hee, don't worry, Tianer. I'm thick-skinned.
Guan Shanyue grinned, turned around and followed Su Wanqing to arrange the action.
Latte was the only one left in the living room.
He sat back on the sofa, picked up the tea that had already gone cold on the table, and took a sip.
Tonight, Zhangbei is destined to be sleepless.
And he will be the chess player of this storm.
At the same time, in a secret manor on the outskirts of Jiangbei City.
This is one of Long Xiaotian's favorite places to stay, and it is also the gathering place of his core subordinates. In the past, this place was brightly lit and bustling with people. But tonight, it seems unusually quiet, even a little depressing. In the largest conference hall of the manor, more than a dozen men sat around a long conference table with different expressions, all with frowns and silence. These people are all the most capable generals under Long Xiaotian.
They usually dominate one side of Jiangbei and call the shots.
But at this moment, there was a trace of anxiety and uneasiness on their faces that was difficult to conceal.
Master Long. Did something really happen?
Finally, a burly man with a beard and a dragon tattooed across his arm couldn't help but speak and broke the silence, his voice a little hoarse.
His name is Wang Hu. He is one of the 4 Vajras under Long Xiaotian and is in charge of entertainment venues in the west of the city.
Sitting opposite him was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked gentle but had an unusually cold look in his eyes. His name was Li Mo, also known as Master Li. He was Long Xiaotian's think tank, responsible for handling various accounts and external contacts. Li Mo pushed his glasses and spoke in a low voice. The news has been confirmed. Master Long was in Yunding Villa, and his martial arts skills were crippled. Hiss. There was a sound of people gasping in shock in the conference hall. As Long Xiaotian's subordinates, they knew best what kind of strength Long Xiaotian had. In Jiangbei, it can almost be said that he is invincible. The strength of the person who could destroy his martial arts was simply unimaginable.
Who did it?
Wang Hu slammed the table with a fierce look in his eyes.
Dare to touch Lord Long. I'll skin him alive. Li Mo glanced at him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Skin it? Wang Hu, what are you going to use to skin it?
According to reliable sources, the perpetrator is a young man named Letian. Not only is this person incredibly powerful, but his background is also extremely mysterious. Even Dark Knight Ghost and the Zheng family kid who just returned from Africa fell at his hands.
Latte? This name was not unfamiliar to some of the people present.
Especially the few people who had colluded with the Zheng family and the Zhao family before, their faces changed slightly. They didn't expect that the young man who was stirring up trouble in the business world actually possessed such terrifying martial arts power.
Then, what should we do now?
A man with a pointed chin and monkey-like face asked in a panic. He was Zhao Si, who was in charge of the underground casino business. With Lord Long down, we're leaderless.
What if that Letian comes knocking on our door? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted coldly by Li Mo. What are you panicking about?
Li Mo glanced at everyone, his voice carrying a hint of majesty. Although Lord Long is in trouble temporarily, the forces behind him are not to be trifled with. I've received news that Lord Shadow will personally visit Jiangbei soon.
With Shadow-sama here, that latte can't make any waves. Shadow-sama?
Upon hearing this name, everyone present was cheered up, with awe and anticipation in their eyes. They all knew that Shadow was a special envoy sent by the mysterious force behind Lord Long, with extraordinary means and unfathomable depths. If Lord Shadow is willing to take action, then Letian is indeed nothing to be afraid of.
Hope rekindled in Wang Hu's eyes. All right.
As long as Lord Shadow is willing to avenge Lord Long, we brothers will follow Lord Shadow's lead.
That's right. Kill that latte.
Others also echoed it, and the crowd was excited for a while.
Li Mo looked at everyone's reactions and a barely perceptible sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is exactly the effect he wants.
Keep the troops' morale steady and wait for the Shadow to arrive. However, just when they thought they could sit back and relax and wait for reinforcements.
Boom! With a loud bang, the heavy gate of the manor was violently knocked open.
Immediately afterwards, dozens of black-clothed men armed with weapons and full of murderous intent rushed in like a tide.
The leaders were Lu Guangming and Guan Shanyue. Everyone, freeze! Put down your weapons.
Lu Guangming's voice was like a bell, and the muzzle of the gun in his hand was pointed directly at everyone in the conference room. Long Xiaotian's men in the conference hall were suddenly shocked. They never expected that Latte's counterattack would come so quickly and so fiercely.
Damn it! Fight them!
One who reacted the fastest. He roared, pulled out a machete from his waist, and wanted to rush forward.
However, as soon as he moved, bang! A gunshot!
The bullet hit his wrist accurately, and the machete fell to the ground. Wang Hu screamed, covered his wrist, and cold sweat broke out instantly. Guan Shangyue blew away the smoke from the muzzle of the gun and grinned.
This is what happens to those who disobey.
The big men in black behind him also raised their weapons, and the black muzzles of their guns exuded the breath of death. The atmosphere in the conference hall instantly froze to freezing point. Those leaders who had just been clamoring to avenge Long Xiaotian were now pale and silent. They are used to acting arrogantly on a daily basis, and have never seen such a scene before.
Li Mo's face also became extremely ugly.
He pushed his glasses and tried to remain calm.
Who are you? Do you know where this place is?
If you dare to act wild here, you are not afraid of Lord Long.
Lord Long? Lu Guangming sneered and interrupted him.
Your Lord Long can hardly protect himself now.
From today on, Jiang Bei's surname is Lu.
He glanced at everyone present and his voice was cold. If you know the situation and cooperate, you might be able to survive. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Under the powerful threat of military force, the psychological defenses of Long Xiaotian's men completely collapsed. They threw away their weapons, raised their hands and chose to surrender. Liemo looked at the scene in front of him, and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes.
He knew it was over. The power that Long Xiaotian has built up in Jianbei for many years will completely collapse tonight.
And all this is just because of the young man named Latte.
Who is he? Chapter 49, Xin Lao's Warning, Undercurrent in the Capital.
After one night of wind and thunder, the ruler of Jiangbei changed. When the first rays of sunlight in the early morning shone on the earth, the underground world of Jiangbei City had quietly completed the change of power.
The power that Long Xiaotian had built up for many years collapsed under Lu Tian's powerful tactics.
The core members were either arrested or scattered, and a few who knew the current situation chose to surrender.
Lu Guangming and Guan Shangyue did not sleep all night, but their spirits were extremely excited.
They successfully carried out Li Shen's orders and controlled the storm to the smallest scope without causing too much social unrest.
The top floor of Tianyue Mansion.
Lu Tian stood in the morning light, looking at the city that had just undergone an invisible reshuffle, his eyes calm and deep.
He knew this was just the beginning.
The trouble in Jiangbei has been solved, but the mysterious shadow in the capital and the possible forces behind him are the real concerns.
Director Lo, this is the preliminary report of last night's operation, as well as a list of Long Xiaotian's remaining assets.
Su Wanqing also did not sleep all night, but there was no sign of fatigue on her pretty face. Instead, she looked excited and capable. She handed Latte a thick document.
Letian took the document and flipped through it quickly. Su Wanqing's ability is unquestionable.
In just one night, she sorted out Long Xiaotian's complicated industries in an orderly manner and proposed a preliminary integration plan.
Well done. Letian put down the documents and gave Su Wanqing affirmation.
Hearing this, Su Wanqing raised a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, and her bright eyes sparkled with brilliance.
Next, I will quickly separate the clean parts of these industries and inject them into our investment company for standardized operations.
As for those involving black and gray areas, I would recommend that they be completely eliminated or handed over to the relevant departments for handling.
Latte nodded. Just do as you say.
Jiangbei will be temporarily handed over to you, Manager Lu, Shanzi and the others in charge.
I'm going to visit Mr. Qin. Su Wanqing's expression changed slightly when she heard this. Is there any new news from Mr. Qin?
She knew that it was unusual for Qin Haishan to contact Letian at this time.
Lu Tian didn't say much, just responded.
He didn't want Su Wanqing and the others to worry too much before some things were clarified. After washing up and changing into casual clothes, Letian drove to the quiet courtyard in Qin Haishan. Qin Haishan had already been waiting at the stone table in the courtyard. The familiar tea set was still placed in front of him, but the aroma of tea today seemed to be mellower than usual.
Little friend Lu, here you are.
When Qin Haishan saw Letian, a gentle smile appeared on his face and he raised his hand to motion him to sit down.
Morning, Mr. Qin.
Letian sat down on the stone bench and took the teacup handed to him by Qin Haishan. The wind and waves in Jiangbei were quite strong last night. Qin Haishan took a sip of tea, his eyes showing a bit of approval and a bit of meaning. Ledian knew that what happened last night could not be hidden from a person of Qin Haishan's level. He did not hide anything and briefly recounted the details of the campaign to wipe out the remaining forces of Long Xiaotian, as well as the news about Shadow and the capital city that he had obtained from the Dark Knight Ghost. After Qin Haishan heard this, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a solemn look. Friend Lu, although your action this time was decisive, it did stir up a hornet's nest. He put down the teacup and tapped his fingers lightly on the stone table. Although I haven't come into direct contact with that Shadow, I've heard a little bit about it. This person is ruthless and treacherous. He's a scavenger employed by a powerful faction in the capital, specializing in handling shady matters. He showed up in Jiangbei this time, and his target might not just be Long Xiaotian.
Lu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Master Qin means that he was targeting me from the very beginning?
Qin Haishan nodded, then shook his head.
Not exactly.
To be precise, he's here for the variables that might exist in you.
Long Xiaotian's rise to power in Jianbei naturally comes with the tacit approval and support of certain people in the capital. If you touch Long Xiaotian, you're essentially touching their cake. And your recent series of actions in the business world and the energy you displayed have aroused the vigilance of those people. They need to send someone to find out your background, assess the threat you pose, and then decide whether to win you over or eliminate you. As Ledian listened to Qin Haishan's words, his mind gradually became clear. It seems that I have underestimated the sensitivity of those old foxes in the capital. Then, according to Elder Qin, are they trying to win me over or get rid of me? Latte asked.
Qin Haishan picked up the teacup and blew away the hot steam, but did not answer directly. Instead, he changed the subject.
Little friend Lu, do you know that the Zhao family in the capital has been having a hard time recently? Lu Tian's heart moved.
Oh?
I'd like to hear more about it. He.
Qin Haishan chuckled. Your previous capital hunting strategy severely damaged the Zhao family.
Huaying Media's stock price has not recovered to this day.
Zhao Shiji, that old fox, is said to have been bedridden for several days due to his rage. The Zhao family's status in the capital has plummeted as a result, and many of their former allies have begun to distance themselves from them. Upon hearing this, Letian raised a cold smile. They brought this upon themselves.
But
Qin Haishan changed the subject again, his eyes became sharp.
A lean camel is bigger than a horse.
The Zhao family has been operating in the capital for many years and has deep roots.
They can't just give up like this.
I've heard that the Zhao family seems to have been secretly contacting some forces on their side recently, preparing for a new round of revenge against you. And this time, they might resort to some even more unsavory means.
Lu Tian raised his brows slightly. Even more shameful means? For example, using official power to censor and pressure your industry, or hiring someone to hurt someone, or even.
Qin Haishan didn't finish his words, but his meaning was self-evident.
Lu Tian's eyes turned cold. These big families will resort to any despicable means for the sake of profit. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for the reminder. Ledian said in a deep voice.
But if the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. If they want to play, I will accompany them to the end.
Qin Haishan looked at the fearless look in Li Shen's eyes and nodded secretly.
This young man is really brave.
Young friend Lu has such courage, I admire him.
He paused and continued. I called you here today, not only to remind you of these things, but also to discuss something with you.
Mr. Qin, please speak.
The waters of the capital are deep and murky.
You are alone.
Although you are very powerful, you are still weak.
I have some connections in businesses in the capital. If you don't mind, perhaps we can.
Qin Haishan stopped talking here and looked at Lu Tian with burning eyes.
Lu Tian's heart moved, and he immediately understood what Qin Haishan meant.
This is to form an alliance with him to jointly deal with the pressure and challenges from the capital. This is undoubtedly a huge help to him.
Ding!
Detected that the host is facing an important interpersonal decision, triggering a new decision.
Choice 1, politely decline Qin Haishan's proposal, remain independent, and deal with the turmoil in the capital alone.
Reward, Lone Brave title temporary, increases personal combat effectiveness, but reduces teamwork efficiency. Choice 2, gladly accept Qin Haishan's alliance proposal, join forces, and jointly create a new situation in the capital. Reward, Qin Haishan's favorability will be greatly increased, and you will receive a copy of the Beijing Network Development Map Elementary, and unlock exclusive cooperation missions for Qin Haishan's faction.
Lu Tian looked at the options given by the system without any hesitation. At this critical moment, it is far wiser to have a powerful ally than to act bravely for a moment.
What's more, Qin Haishan is a trustworthy person in terms of both character and strength.
Mr. Qin is so kind to me.
I am so grateful to him.
Letian stood up and bowed solemnly to Qin Haishan.
It is an honor for the younger generation to be able to work hand in hand with Elder Qin. Seeing that Letian agreed so readily, Qin Haishan showed a relieved smile on his face.
Good. 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 He said good 3 times in a row, obviously very satisfied with Latte's choice. Friend Lu is quick-witted and outspoken. I was right about him. From now on, you and I are allies. In the capital, we will help each other and advance and retreat together.
Letian and Qin Haishan smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. Just then, Qin Haishan's housekeeper hurried in with a strange look on his face.
Master, outside, there's someone claiming to be the 3rd young master of the Zhao family asking to see you. He said he has something important to discuss with Mr. Lu. The 3rd young master of the Zhao family?
Letian and Qin Haishan looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes.
What is the purpose of the Zhao family coming to our house at this time? Chapter 50 Zhihe Technologies press conference shocked the industry.
In Qin Haishan's courtyard, the atmosphere became a little subtle due to the sudden visit of the 3rd young master of the Zhao family.
Letian and Qin Haishan exchanged glances, and each saw a hint of amusement in the other's eyes.
The weasel pays a New Year's visit to the chicken with no good intentions. The Zhao family sent someone over at this time, and specifically asked to see Letian.
Their intention was self-evident. Let him in. Qin Haishan waved to the housekeeper in a calm tone. He wanted to see what the Zhao family was up to.
A moment later, a well-dressed young man with a somewhat arrogant look but a hint of uneasiness in his eyes walked into the yard under the guidance of the butler. This person is none other than Zhao Minghui, the 3rd young master of the Zhao family in Beijing, and also Zhao Mingxuan's cousin. Unlike his arrogant cousin, Zhao Minghui looks more calm, but he still can't hide the sense of superiority of a child from an aristocratic family.
Grandpa Qin as well.
Zhao Minghui first bowed respectfully to Qin Haishan with a very humble attitude.
Qin Haishan nodded slightly and responded indifferently. Minghui, you are a rare guest. Please take a seat.
Zhao Minghui then turned his gaze to Letian standing beside him, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, including curiosity, scrutiny, and a subtle fear.
Is this young man in front of him the Lu Tian who turned his Zhao family upside down and made his cousin Zhao Mingxian and grandfather Zhao Shiji lose face? It doesn't seem like he has any special abilities. I guess this is Mr. Li Shen?
Zhao Minghui forced a smile on his face and extended his hand. I've long heard of your great name, and seeing you today, I can see that it truly lives up to its reputation.
Letian looked at the hand he extended, but did not shake it immediately. He just glanced at him lightly. You're too polite, Mr. Zhao. I wonder what brings you here today, young Master Zhao.
His tone was neither cold nor hot, revealing a sense of alienation. Zhao Minghui's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his composure and withdrew his hand awkwardly.
He knew that Latte was trying to intimidate him. However, he came here today with a mission and cannot get angry easily. Mr. Lu is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush.
Zhao Minghui cleared his throat and said seriously. I'm here on behalf of my grandfather, Zhao Shiji, and the entire Zhao family to apologize to Mr. Lu.
Apologize?
Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Tian and Qin Haishan's eyes.
What is the Zhao family doing? With the character of Zhao Shiji, that old fox, how could he easily admit his mistake? Oh?
Latte raised an eyebrow, a playful smile playing on the corner of his mouth.
What did the Zhao family do wrong? Why should they apologize to me?
Zhao Minghui showed a bitter smile on his face. Mr. Lo, my cousin Zhao Mingxian and my grandfather had some unpleasantness with Mr. Lu due to some misunderstandings. My grandfather is deeply sorry for this and has already severely reprimanded cousin Mingxian. I hope Mr. Lu will be magnanimous and not treat our Zhao family with the same leniency. As he spoke, he took out an exquisite gift box from the briefcase he was carrying and handed it to Lu Tian with both hands.
This is a small gift from my grandfather. I hope Mr. Lu will accept it.
Letian did not take the gift box, but just looked at Zhao Minghui quietly, his eyes so deep that it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Zhao Minghui felt a little scared when he looked at him, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew that the young man in front of him was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Qin Haishan picked up the teacup and blew on it gently, breaking the silence. Minghui, your grandfather asked you to come here for more than just an apology, right? If you have anything to say, just say it. Zhao Minghui was shocked when he heard this, knowing that he could not hide it from an old veteran like Qin Haishan. He took a deep breath and put a smile back on his face. Grandpa Qin has a keen eye. To be honest, besides asking me to apologize, my grandfather also hopes to reconcile with Mr. Lu and even explore some opportunities for cooperation. Cooperate? Letian sneered in his heart. Is the Zhao family scared by the attack and wants to use a delaying tactic, or do they have other intentions? Cooperate? Latte pretended to be surprised. It seems that there is no area in which the Zhao family and I can cooperate? Zhao Minghui said quickly. Mr. Lu is wrong. Mr. Li's Jiha technology has achieved remarkable achievements in the field of AI chips and has unlimited future prospects. And our Zhao family also has some connections and resources in the capital. Perhaps we can provide some assistance to Mr. Lu in the promotion and application of Jiha technology. For example, we can facilitate cooperation between Jiha technology and some large state-owned enterprises or research institutions in Beijing, and even help Jiha technology obtain some important policy support. He spoke sincerely, as if he was really thinking about Latte. Lu Tian listened, but his mind was clear. The Zhao family has seen the potential of Jiha technology and wants to get a piece of the pie, or even plan for something bigger. Just then, Latte's phone suddenly rang. It's Chen phone calling. Letian nodded apologetically to Zhao Minghui and Qin Haishan and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen, what's going on? On the other end of the phone, Chen Feng's extremely excited voice came. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. Great news. Such great news. Our Venus One chip launch conference was a complete success. The response on site was unprecedentedly enthusiastic. Representatives from dozens of domestic and foreign technology giants and investment institutions expressed strong interest in our chips. Several companies have already expressed their intent to purchase on the spot. The order amount, preliminary estimates put it at least 1 billion. Also, just now, the leaders of the Shenzhen Stock Exchange called us personally to congratulate us on our technological breakthrough and promised to provide us with the greatest policy support and financial assistance. Our Jiha technology is about to soar to the sky. Director Lu. Chen Feng's voice was a little incoherent due to excitement, but the joy and excitement in it were clearly conveyed. As Lu Tian listened, a relieved smile appeared on his face. He expected the success of Jiha technology, but he was still very satisfied with the huge response it received. Okay. Mr. Chen, thank you for your hard work. As for the follow-up matters, just go ahead and do it. Don't worry about the funding. I will fully support you. Yes. Mr. Lu. I will definitely not let you down. After hanging up the phone, Latte was in a good mood. Zhao Minghui, who was standing by, looked extremely excited after hearing the content of the call. Shock, envy, jealousy, and a hint of unconcealable greed. A billion-yuan order. Congratulations from Shenzhen market leaders. The greatest policy support. The potential of Jiha technology is far more terrifying than he imagined. If the Zhao family can be deeply bound with such a company, then... The abacus in his mind was clattering. Letian took in all the changes in Zhao Minghui's expression and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He put down his phone and looked at Zhao Minghui with a calm tone. Young Master Zhao, you just said that the Zhao family can help me with the promotion and application of Jiha technology? Even helping Jiha technology get policy support? When Zhao Minghui heard this, he was delighted, thinking that Letian was moved, and nodded quickly. That's right. Mr. Lo, as long as our two companies cooperate and join forces, Jiha technology will definitely be able to. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Letian. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. Letian leaned forward slightly, his eyes as sharp as a knife, staring directly at Zhao Minghui. Jiha technology does not need the Zhao family's help. Whether it's market promotion or policy support, we can handle it ourselves. As for cooperation... Latte paused, a hint of mockery in his tone. I am optimistic and never work with people who stab me in the back. Young Master Zhao, please go back. Also, please tell Mr. Zhao a message. If you want to play with me, the Zhao family is not qualified. Latte's words were firm and merciless. The smile on Zhao Minghui's face froze in an instant, and his complexion turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. It was a spectacular scene. He never expected that Lu Tian would be so disrespectful and say such decisive words on the spot. This is simply a slap in the face of his Zhao family. Ding! The host confronted the Zhao family representative directly, showing off his arrogance. The slapping effect was significant, and the system experience value increased. Reward, decision points plus 1,500, slight increase in business prestige. The system's prompt sounded at just the right moment. Latte felt relieved. If someone comes to you, you should slap him in the face. Chapter 51 System Upgrade. The Destiny Sandbox appears. In Qin Haishan's courtyard, the air fell into a moment of dead silence because of Li Shan's ruthless words. Zhao Minghui stood there, his face turning pale and blue, his fingers trembling slightly. Obviously he was very angry. This was the first time in his life that he was humiliated in public like this, and the other party was a young man whom he had never taken seriously before. You. Zhao Minghui pointed at Letian, his lips trembling, but he couldn't say a word. The exquisite gift box he brought also seemed extremely eye-catching at this moment. However, Lu Tian didn't even bother to look at him again. He picked up the teacup, took a sip, and looked relaxed. Qin Haishan watched from the side, a smile flashed in his eyes, but he did not speak. He knew that Lu Tian was establishing his authority and also declaring to potential enemies in the capital that he, Lu Tian, was not someone to be trifled with. Good. What a latte! Zhao Minghui finally came back to his senses from shock and anger. He swung his hand and threw the gift box hard to the ground. Bang! The gift box broke apart, and the contents scattered all over the floor. It seemed to be a piece of ancient jade of great value. Letian, don't be too proud. Zhao Minghui pointed at Letian and spoke sharply. My Zhao family won't let this go. Just wait and see. After saying these harsh words, he could no longer stay there and turned around and left in a panic, not even caring about the broken ancient jade on the ground. Looking at Zhao Minghui's fleeing back, Qin Haishan stroked his beard and smiled. Friend Lu, you have completely offended the Zhao family. Letian put down the teacup and a faint smile appeared on his face. I've been offended, so what? They have bad intentions, so do I have to greet them with a smile? Some people won't learn their lesson unless you hurt them. Qin Haishan burst into laughter when he heard this. Well said. Well said. Young people should have this kind of sharpness. He looked at Latte with admiration in his eyes. However, my friend Lu, the Zhao family is quite powerful in the capital. If they are really determined to deal with you, I'm afraid they will come up with endless methods. You still have to be more careful. Latte nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, I understand. It just so happens that I also have some things I want to ask Mr. Qin about, regarding the capital. The two of them talked in detail for a long time in the courtyard. Relying on the experience and connections he had accumulated over the years in the capital, Qin Haishan analyzed for Letian the interests of various forces in the capital, as well as some unspoken rules that needed to be paid attention to. Letian listened very carefully, nodded from time to time, and gained a deeper understanding of the capital. It was not until noon that Lu Tian said goodbye and left. After returning to Tianyue Mansion, Letian locked himself in the study and began to carefully sort out a series of recent events and the various information provided by Qin Haishan. The success of Jihe technology has greatly increased his business bargaining chips. Clearing out the remaining forces of Long Xiaotian will make his foundation in Zhongbei more solid. The alliance with Qin Haishan provides a strong backing for his future march into the capital. The Zhao family's renewed provocation and the mysterious shadow were like two huge mountains standing before him, waiting for him to conquer. Ding! It has been detected that the host has recently made major breakthroughs in business layout, power integration, and network expansion, which have had a significant impact on the trajectory of his own destiny. The system experience value has reached the upper limit. The system is about to be upgraded. Estimated upgrade time, 10 minutes. During the upgrade, some functions may be temporarily unavailable. Please be patient. At this moment, the system's cold prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. System upgrade? Latte's spirits lifted, and a gleam of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Since obtaining this God-level life decision system, although the system has rewarded many good things, its core functions have not changed much. What new surprises will this upgrade bring? He suppressed his excitement and waited quietly. 10 minutes seemed like a century. Finally. Ding!
System upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host. This upgrade has optimized and expanded the core functions of the system. New core function module Destiny Sandbox Primary. Function description: Destiny Sandbox allows the host to spend decision points to conduct limited deductions on specific future events or personal destiny. The deduction results will be presented in the form of a sandbox model, showing several major possible branches, keynodes, and success-failure probabilities. Notes: 1. The more complex the deduction, the more characters involved, and the longer the time span, the more decision points will be consumed. 2. The deduction results are for reference only. The future is full of variables. Every choice made by the host may change the final direction. 3. The accuracy of the primary Fate sandbox simulation is limited, and it cannot simulate events involving the system itself or beyond the current world rules. 4. Forcibly interfering with or changing important destiny nodes may trigger unpredictable backlash. Sandbox of Destiny? Latte looked at the introduction of new functions that appeared on the system interface, and a huge wave of emotion rose in his heart. This function is simply amazing. Although it is only elementary and has many limitations, it can deduce the future and see several possible directions. For him, this is undoubtedly a super cheat. This means that in many key decisions in the future, he will have more information advantages than others and will be able to avoid risks and seize opportunities more accurately. Good. That's great. Lu Tian couldn't help but clench his fists. The joy in his heart was beyond words. He immediately tried to communicate with the system through his mind, wanting to experience the function of this sandbox of destiny. A translucent virtual sandbox appeared in his mind. There was chaos on the sand table, as if waiting for him to input the target of deduction. Latte thought about it and decided to start with a relatively simple and more concerned issue. Deduction: the final outcome of the game between me and the Zhao family in the capital. Ding. Detected that the deduction target involves multiple entities, a long time span, and a complex causal chain. Estimated decision points consumed, 50,000 points. Confirm the deduction? 50,000 decision points? Latte was shocked. He only has tens of thousands of decision points now, and most of them will be consumed in one go. It seems that this Fate sandbox is not so easy to use. However, in order to deal with the Zhao family, which is a big threat to them, these points are worth spending. Confirm the deduction. Following Li Shen's confirmation, the virtual sandbox in his mind began to roll and change violently. Countless tiny points of light converge and separate on the sand table, evolving into various complex patterns and paths. Letian felt that his mental strength was being rapidly consumed as the sandbox evolved. After a long time, the sandbox gradually calmed down. Three main branches of possibility emerge above. The first branch involves an all-out war between Latte and the Zhao family, ultimately resulting in a mutually devastating defeat. While Latte emerges victorious, it comes at a significant cost, with its own power severely damaged. The success probability of this branch is 40%. The second path involves Latte leveraging its business and connections to gradually erode the Zhao family's influence and ultimately completely destroy them. However, this path will be extremely time-consuming and involve numerous variables. The success probability of this path is 60%. The third branch is vague and full of uncertainty, seemingly indicating that some powerful external force has intervened, causing the entire situation to spiral out of control. The probability of success for this branch is displayed as unknown. Looking at the deduction results on the sand table, Letian frowned. He didn't want both sides to suffer losses. It takes too long, involves too many variables, and is not the best option. As for the unknown third party's intervention, it seems that dealing with the Zhao family requires long-term planning and we cannot act rashly. More importantly, we must be wary of the possible emergence of third-party forces. The first experience of the Destiny Sandbox gave Latte a more intuitive understanding of this new feature. Although the cost is huge and the results are not 100% accurate, the possible references it provides are enough for him to make more informed decisions. Just then, his cell phone rang again. This time, it was Su Wanqing who called. As soon as the phone was connected, Su Wanqing's slightly anxious voice came. Mr. Lu, something happened. Something big happened over at our Xingyao live broadcast. Chapter 52, Xingyao lives counterattack. Poaching controversy. Director Lu, something happened. Something big happened over at our Xingyao live broadcast. Su Wanqing's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone, which instantly darkened Li Shen's joyful mood due to the system upgrade.
Xingyao Live is an important part of his business empire and one of the main sources of cash flow, and it cannot be lost.
Don't be impatient, tell me slowly, what happened?
Letian spoke in a steady voice, trying to calm Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and tried to calm down, but her tone was still a little anxious.
That's right, Director Liu.
Starting this afternoon, several of our platform's top anchors have suddenly received calls from other platforms seeking to recruit them. The terms they offered were very generous. Not only was the signing fee much higher than ours, but they also promised more promotional resources and profit-sharing ratios.
2 second-tier anchors have already been persuaded by them and unilaterally announced the termination of their contracts.
Ms. Mu Wanqing has also received several calls. Although she has sternly rejected them all, the other party doesn't seem to have given up and is still harassing her through various channels.
Poaching? Lu Tian frowned slightly.
This method is quite common, but choosing to do it at this time, and targeting the top anchor right from the start, is obviously a long-planned move with ill intentions.
Do you know which platform did this? Latte asked.
According to the information provided by Ms. Mu and the preliminary tracking by our technical department, it is mainly a live streaming platform called Starlight Interactive Entertainment.
Su Wanqing answered quickly. Starlight Interactive Entertainment? Latte was a little unfamiliar with this name. Yes. Su Wanqing explained.
This platform was previously unknown and small, but in the past month, it suddenly received a large amount of financing and began to expand rapidly, poaching people everywhere. Also, according to some gossip we've received, it seems that behind this Starlight Interactive Entertainment is the Zhao family from Beijing.
Zhao family. Latte's eyes turned cold. It's them.
It seems that Zhao Minghui's so-called apology is just a delaying tactic.
In secret, they have already started to take action.
And as soon as he made a move, he directly targeted his important source of cash flow, Xingyao Live.
This is to cut off his food supply. What a cruel method. Besides poaching, do they have any other moves? Letian continued to ask. Have. Su Wanqing's tone was solemn. Since last night, a lot of negative news about our Xingyao Live has suddenly appeared online. Some say our platform's data is fake, some say we're withholding gifts from streamers, and some say our content is vulgar and skirting the line.
Much of this negative news is fabricated or maliciously exaggerated, but thanks to the promotion of some marketing accounts and online influencers, it has already caused a significant impact online, impacting the reputation and user activity of our platform. As Letian listened, his expression grew colder. Poaching and public opinion attacks, a two-pronged approach. This time, the Zhao family is determined to fight him to the death.
Director Lo, what should we do now? Su Wanqing asked with some concern. The anchors are panicking, and the negative public opinion on the platform needs to be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise. What are you panicking about?
Letian interrupted her, his tone still calm, but with a strong sense of confidence. When the enemy comes, we will stop him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth.
The Zhao family is just a small family. Do you think they can turn the world upside down?
He stood up, walked to the desk, and began to think quickly about how to deal with the situation. At the same time, he also communicated with the system, preparing to use the newly upgraded Fate Sandbox function.
System, deduction, regarding the poaching controversy and public opinion attacks currently facing Xingyao Live, what are the final consequences of our different counterattack strategies? Ding.
Detected that the simulation target involves multi-party gaming and short-term high-intensity confrontation.
Estimated decision points consumed, 10,000 points. Confirm the simulation? 10,000 decision points.
It's not a small amount, but it's worth it for the Star Glory Live.
Confirm the deduction.
The virtual sandbox in my mind reappeared, with light spots flashing and evolving into several different possible branches. Latte carefully observed the direction and key nodes of each branch.
After a while, the sandbox calmed down. The result is clear in my mind. A cold smile appeared on Lu Tian's lips. The Zhao family wants to play a war of public opinion and resources with me? Then let me show you what a true dimensionality reduction attack is.
He picked up the phone and dialed Su Wanqing's number again.
Wanqing, follow my instructions.
First, contact our legal department immediately and send a lawyer's letter directly to those marketing accounts and individuals who maliciously spread rumors and slander our platform.
If the offense is serious, sue them directly. Make sure they pay the price.
Second, we need to appease our existing streamers, especially the top streamers.
Tell them that the platform will not mistreat anyone who truly contributes to the platform.
At the same time, we will activate emergency plans to appropriately increase the salaries and resources allocated to high-quality streamers to stabilize their morale.
Third, and most important.
Letian paused, a sharp light flashing in his eyes.
Since they like to poach people, let's have some fun with them.
Immediately contact our HR department and scouting team and keep a close eye on Starlight Interactive Entertainment. If they poach one of our people, we'll poach 10 of theirs. Not only do I want to poach their anchors, but I also want to poach their operations teams and technical backbones. I want them to know that they're still a little naive when it comes to poaching from me.
As for the funds, don't worry, I'll take care of it.
As Su Wanqing listened to Li Shen's clear and progressive arrangements, all the worries in her heart disappeared, and were replaced by full confidence and fighting spirit. She knew that as long as Director Lu was there, any difficulty would not be a problem.
Yes. Director Lu. I'll do it right away.
Su Wanqing's voice was sonorous and powerful. After hanging up the phone, Letian immediately contacted Qin Haishan. Mr. Qin, I'm afraid I have to trouble you with another matter. He briefly recounted what had happened to Xingyao Live and how the Zhao family was behind the scenes. After hearing this, Qin Haishan smiled heartily.
Friend Lu, since you and I are allies, why would there be any trouble? I've heard about the Zhao family's shameful tactics before. Don't worry, I will help you with public opinion and ensure that all false information will disappear from the internet without a trace. As for that Starlight Interactive Entertainment.
Qin Haishan paused, a hint of disdain in his tone.
He's just a clown supported by the Zhao family. He won't amount to anything.
If you need me to, I can help you investigate their backgrounds, and even give them a small surprise. When Letian heard this, his heart warmed. With Mr. Qin's words, he felt much more at ease.
Thank you, Mr. Qin. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Qin. It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning.
Qin Haishan said with a smile. Having resolved its worries, Lotte turned its attention back to the counterattack of Xingyao Live. He opened the system mall and began to browse the skills and props related to live broadcast operations and talent recruitment.
If we are going to fight, we must beat them until they are convinced. He wanted to let the Zhao family know that anyone who dared to touch him, Letian, must be prepared to bear the wrath of thunder. An offensive and defensive battle surrounding Xingyao Live has quietly begun. And Letian had already laid a net of heaven and earth, waiting for the prey to fall into it. At the same time, in the capital, the Zhao family. Zhao Minghui reported to Zhao Shiji how he had been humiliated by Qin Haishan, adding fuel to the fire. After hearing this, Zhao Shiji was so angry that he was shaking all over, and the teacup in his hand shattered again. Outrageous! Outrageous! How dare Amir Letian act so arrogantly? Do you really think there is no one left in my Zhao family? He roared, his face livid. Grandpa, you must make the decision for me. Zhao Minghui cried aside. That Letian really doesn't take our Zhao family seriously. Zhao Shiji took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Minghui, don't worry. Grandpa will definitely help you get this place back. I've already made the arrangements. Soon, that Letian will know the consequences of offending my Zhao family. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. Xingyao Live is just the beginning. Chapter 53. The trip to Qingyun Temple is shrouded in mystery. The crisis of Xingyao Live was temporarily alleviated thanks to Lotte's thunderous counterattack and Qin Haishan's secret assistance. The negative public opinions on the internet were quickly suppressed, and there were even some reversals, accusing Starlight Interactive Entertainment of malicious competition. The counterattack against poaching organized by Su Wanqing has also begun to show results. Several potential middle-level managers and technical personnel have been poached from Starlight Interactive Entertainment, and they are suddenly in a state of chaos. Although the Zhao family would certainly not give up, it at least bought Lotte some breathing time. After dealing with the company's affairs, Letian turned his attention back to the mystery that had troubled him for a long time: the bronze token and his life experience. The clue provided by Mr. Qin, Qingyun Temple in the western suburbs, is his only breakthrough at the moment. He decided to go and find out for himself. The next morning, without disturbing anyone, Letian drove the slightly low-key phaeton alone towards the western suburbs. Qingyun Temple is located on the hillside of Qingyun Mountain in the western suburbs of the city. It is said to have a long history and is quite popular. The car drove on the winding mountain road for nearly an hour before finally arriving at the gate of Qingyun Temple. The mountain gate is simple and ancient, exuding an air of vicissitudes of time.
When Letian got off the car, he looked up and saw that the Taoist temple was built against the mountain, with red walls and black tiles, hidden among the green pines and cypresses, which looked quiet and elegant. He stepped into the mountain gate and a faint scent of sandalwood hit his nose. There are not many tourists and pilgrims in the Taoist temple, just a few in number, and most of them are elderly people. Letian walked slowly, carefully observing every blade of grass, every brick and tile in the Taoist temple.
On the surface, this place is not much different from an ordinary Taoist temple.
It enshrines the three pure ones in various gods, and there are Taoists performing rituals.
Everything seems normal.
However, Latte, relying on the keen perception brought by the upgraded crisis warning enhancement and some energy fluctuations vaguely detected by the system, sensed a hint of unusual aura. Especially deep in the backyard of the Taoist temple, there seems to be a vague energy barrier that prevents outsiders from prying, and the guards are much stricter than those in the front hall.
Lay Buddhist, are you here to burn incense or draw lots?
A little Taoist boy wearing a green Taoist robe and holding a whisk walked up to Lutian and bowed to him.
Lutian withdrew his gaze and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Excuse me, young Taoist priest.
I came here to burn incense, but I also wanted to look around and feel the tranquility of the Taoist temple. The little Taoist boy nodded and made a "please help yourself" gesture.
Layman, please feel free to ask if you have any questions. Lutian thanked him and continued to stroll around the Taoist temple.
He did not rush to the backyard, but walked around the front hall and the side halls, pretending to be a devout pilgrim, burning incense and donating some incense money.
Ding!
The host is detected in a special energy field, triggering a decision. Option 1, stay put, continue observing as an ordinary pilgrim, and look for an opportunity.
Reward, breath convergence skill temporary, reduces your presence.
Option 2, take the initiative and try to contact the core figure of the Taoist temple and directly inquire about the bronze token. Reward, verbal probing skill temporary, increases the success rate of rhetoric, and slightly increases the vigilance of the core figure of the Taoist temple.
Option 3, investigate secretly.
Use your abilities to avoid guards and sneak into the backyard to uncover the secret.
Reward, stealth mastery elementary, permanently improves stealth ability. The risk of being discovered is medium. The system's decision prompt appears again. Latte looked at the three options, stroking his chin lightly with his fingers. Asking directly is too risky and may alert the enemy. Although the rewards for secret investigation are tempting, the consequences will be disastrous if they are discovered.
After all, this is someone else's territory, and who knows what kind of experts are hiding here. It seems that it is better to be safe.
I'll choose one.
A mysterious feeling merged into his body, and Lutian felt that the aura around him became more restrained and peaceful, as if it had merged into one with the surrounding environment.
He continued to wander in the front hall, seemingly aimlessly, but in fact he was taking every detail into account. He noticed that every once in a while, a few Taoist priests with calm auras and sharp eyes would come out from the backyard, patrol the front hall, and then hurried back. These Taoist priests have completely different temperaments from the ordinary Taoist priests who are responsible for receiving pilgrims, and are obviously the core force of the Taoist temple. Lutian had a plan in mind.
He found a secluded corner and pretended to admire the murals on the wall, but in fact he was secretly observing the movements of the patrolling Taoist priests. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye it was noon. Just as Lutian was thinking about how to naturally get in touch with the core figures of the Taoist temple, an old and slightly hoarse voice sounded behind him. "Layman, I see you have an extraordinary appearance and a majestic bearing.
I wonder if you have gained anything from observing me for so long?"
Lishan's heart trembled and he turned around suddenly. He saw an old Taoist priest wearing a grey Taoist robe, with white hair and beard, but he was in good spirits and his eyes were as deep as an ancient well. He had been standing behind him without him knowing when. The old Taoist priest also held a whisk in his hand, with a faint smile on his face, and was looking at him quietly.
Lutian felt a powerful aura from him that far surpassed those of the patrolling Taoist priests before. This person is definitely not an ordinary person.
It is very likely that he is the abbot of Qingyun Temple mentioned by Old Qin, or a core figure of equivalent status. Lutian quickly collected his thoughts, put on a respectful look on his face, and bowed his head in greeting. Junior Letian, greetings to the Taoist priest.
Master, you have a keen eye.
I have always admired Taoist culture. Today, I was able to see your murals and was deeply impressed by their mysteries. Therefore, I was reluctant to leave. I hope that Master will forgive me for any impoliteness. When the old Taoist priest heard this, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes.
Ha, the layman is too humble.
I am Qing Feng, the humble Taoist priest, and I am honored to be the abbot of Qingyun Temple. I see you're not an ordinary pilgrim.
I wonder if you have any other important business here today? Taoist Qing Feng went straight to the point and directly pointed out Le Tian's purpose.
Le Tian's heart moved and he knew that the opportunity had come. He pondered for a moment and decided to tell the truth, but also to be reserved. To be honest, Taoist priest, I came here today, in addition to burning incense and praying for blessings, I also have something to ask for your help.
Or rather, I want to ask you for advice. Taoist Qing Feng flicked his whisk. Layman, please feel free to speak.
Lu Tian organized his words and spoke slowly. When I was young, I once met a wandering Taoist priest and was given a bronze token. The token has an ancient design, with the word Wu engraved on the front and a star pattern on the back.
The younger generation has always regarded it as a treasure, but they don't know its origin.
I've recently heard that Qingyun Temple is a sacred Taoist site, home to many renowned masters, so I've come to ask for your advice.
Taoist priest, have you ever seen a similar token? Do you know its origin?
As he spoke, he carefully observed the changes in Taoist Qing Feng's expression.
After hearing what Letian said, Taoist Qing Feng's originally calm eyes suddenly shrank. Although he quickly returned to normal, the abnormality at that moment was still keenly captured by Letian.
There's hope. Taoist Qing Feng was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of mystery and depth.
Bronze token, the word Wu, a star map.
He muttered to himself, as if recalling something. After a long while, he raised his head and looked at Letian, his eyes became somewhat complicated. The token that the layman mentioned.
I do have some impression of it.
However, this matter is of such importance that it cannot be explained in a few words. Besides, this place is crowded with people and not a place for conversation. He paused and made a pleased gesture.
If you don't mind, could you please come with me to the quiet room in the backyard so we can discuss this in detail? Backyard quiet room. Latte was delighted. This Taoist Qing Feng really knows something. Moreover, he didn't seem to be opposed to talking to himself in detail. However, Latte also remains vigilant.
The backyard is the core area of the Taoist temple, and the dangers there are unknown. But for the mystery of my life, this risk is worth taking. That is what I wish for, but I dare not ask for it.
Letian smiled slightly and agreed happily. Master, please. Taoist Qing Feng nodded, turned around and walked towards the backyard. Letian took a deep breath and followed.
He knew that he was one step closer to the truth. But at the same time, you may also step into a more dangerous vortex.
What kind of secrets are hidden in the backyard of Qingyun Temple? What will this Taoist priest Qing Feng tell him? Chapter 50 for the Taoist priest's riddle, the call of the token.
The backyard of Qingyun Temple is indeed completely different from the front hall.
There are no noisy pilgrims here, only quiet paths paved with bluestone and a few quaint rooms hidden deep in the bamboo forest.
The air is filled with a richer scent of sandalwood and an unknown herbal fragrance, which makes people feel peaceful. Occasionally, you can see a few Taoists wearing dark robes, walking hurriedly with solemn expressions. When they see Taoist Master Qing Feng, they will stop and salute respectfully.
Letian followed Taoist Qing Feng and observed his surroundings calmly.
He could feel that there seemed to be some kind of strange formation set up in this backyard, which not only blocked the outside world from praying eyes, but also made the energy field here appear extremely pure and powerful.
Ding!
The host has been detected entering a high energy density area. Physical functions are being slightly nourished, and mental recovery speed has been slightly increased.
The system's prompt sound confirms Latte's guess.
It seems that this Qingyun temple is indeed not simple. Taoist Qing Feng led Letian to an elegant quiet room. The quiet room is simply furnished with a wooden table, a few cushions, and an ink-and-wash landscape painting hanging on the wall. The painting is shrouded in clouds and mist, creating a distant artistic conception.
Please take a seat, sir.
Taoist Qing Feng gestured to Letian to sit on the cushion, while he himself sat cross-legged opposite him. A little Taoist boy brought 2 cups of tea, the fragrance of which was refreshing and invigorating. This is the Qingyun snowbud that I picked myself.
You may want to try it. Taoist Qing Feng said with a smile. Letian picked up the teacup and took a sip.
He felt a cool and sweet taste that went from the tip of his tongue straight into his heart, which lifted his spirits.
Good tea.
He admired it sincerely. Taoist Qing Feng stroked his beard and smiled, with a look of approval in his eyes.
It seems that the layman is also someone who understands tea.
He put down the teacup, turned his gaze back to Letian, and his expression became serious. I do have some impression of the bronze token that the layman just mentioned. To be honest, sir, this token is a token of a certain hidden family, and it will not be shown to others easily.
I wonder where the token of the layman is now. Lu Tian's heart moved. It seems that Taoist Qingfeng wants to confirm the authenticity of the token first.
He pondered for a moment and decided to tell the truth. To be honest, Taoist priest, when I was young and ignorant, and my family fell into poverty, I pawned that token.
When he said this, a look of shame appeared on his face.
Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingfeng frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure.
I see. The layman came here today to inquire about the origin of the token from me, or to retrieve it? Lu Tian looked into Taoist Qingfeng's deep eyes and knew that he was testing him. Instead of answering directly, he asked in return. Master, do you know who the wandering Taoist priest who gave me the token was? Why would he give such an important token to a child I don't even know?
When Taoist Qingfeng heard this, a complex and incomprehensible light flashed in his eyes. He was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of distance and vicissitudes. The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Some things, if you know them before the time comes, will be of no benefit to you.
Another ambiguous answer.
Letian felt a little helpless. These masters always liked to speak in riddles. But he knew that since Taoist Qingfeng was willing to see him and discuss the matter with him, it meant that there was still hope.
Then, Taoist priest, could you please tell me which family that is hidden from the world is? And why are they hiding from the world? Latte continued to ask. Taoist Qingfeng shook his head. I cannot reveal the name of my family.
As for why they secluded themselves from the world, it's simply because they shoulder a special mission and don't want to be burdened by worldly troubles.
A special mission? Latte was full of doubts. What exactly is this so-called guardian family guarding?
He was about to continue asking questions when Taoist Qingfeng suddenly changed the subject.
Layman, do you know what your token represents? Latte shook his head.
I am a foolish young man, so I would like to ask the Taoist for guidance.
Taoist Qingfeng looked at Letian, and his eyes became somewhat meaningful. That token is more than just a keepsake. It's more like a key. A key that can unlock some kind of hidden power.
If the holder of this order can gain the family's approval, they will have the opportunity to access that level, and even control that power.
The power of dust? The power of control? Letian was shocked when he heard this. This bronze token actually holds such an astonishing secret.
No wonder that Shadow is so determined to get it, or rather, wants to control itself through it.
Master, what should I do now?
Although my token was pawned, I will definitely find a way to get it back.
Latte said in a firm tone.
Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingfeng showed a hint of approval in his eyes.
Admitting one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue.
You are so determined that you have lived up to the expectations of that old Taoist priest.
He paused and continued. Retrieving the token is only the first step. More importantly, you need to prove that you are qualified to have it again. How do you prove it? Latte asked.
Taoist Qingfeng smiled slightly, but said no more. He just pointed to the ink landscape painting hanging on the wall of the quiet room. Letian looked in the direction of his finger, only to see that the painting was still shrouded in clouds and mist, and there was nothing special about it.
What does the Taoist priest mean? Latte was a little confused. Taoist Qingfeng slowly stood up, walked to the picture, stretched out his skinny fingers, and lightly touched a certain spot on the mountain in the painting.
Buzz. A slight buzzing sound was heard.
Suddenly, a faint golden halo appeared on the ordinary ink painting.
The clouds in the painting seemed to come alive and began to flow slowly. The outline of the mountain in the painting became clearer and more real.
Lu Tian widened his eyes and showed an expression of disbelief on his face. What is going on? Ding.
Special formation activated, host is being affected by an unknown energy field.
The system is analyzing energy fluctuations. Warning. High-intensity mental interference detected.
Please remain vigilant. The system's prompt sounds rang in Latte's mind one after another.
Lu Tian's heart tightened, and he immediately mobilized all the energy in his body and became alert. Taoist Qingfeng remained calm.
He turned his head and looked at Letian with an unfathomable smile on his face. Layman, you and that token have a deep connection. Whether you can unlock the secret and gain the family's recognition depends on your own luck. As he spoke, he flicked his whisk.
That's all I can tell you. You need to walk the rest of the way by yourself. As soon as the words fell, the golden halo in the quiet room suddenly became extremely dazzling.
Letian only felt a strong suction force coming, his eyes blurred, and then he lost consciousness.
When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was no longer in the quiet room. He was in a white fog, with no one around him and no sound.
Only in his chest, there seemed to be something that was slightly warm, faintly resonating with the fog in a strange way.
Letian reached out and took something out from his arms. It was an ancient bronze token.
It was the piece that the wandering Taoist gave him when he was young.
How did it get here? Could it be that everything before was just an illusion? Or did this token sense something and bring him to this mysterious place?
Letian held the warm token in his hand, his heart filled with doubts and a hint of inexplicable throbbing. He felt that the token seemed to be guiding him towards the depths of the fog.
What is hidden there? Chapter 55 Guan Shanyue's Discovery. The former pawn shop.
The white fog enveloped the surroundings, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Letian tightly grasped the slightly warm bronze token in his hand, his heart filled with shock and confusion. He clearly remembered that when he was young and his family fell into poverty, he had to pawn this token in order to raise medical expenses for his seriously ill mother.
How come he suddenly appeared in my arms? Could it be that everything that happened in the quiet room of Qingyun Temple before, including the conversation with Taoist Qingfeng, was just a dream or some kind of advanced illusion? Letian shook his head, trying to clear his mind.
He pinched his arm hard, and the clear pain told him that this was not a dream.
This token.
Letian lowered his head and carefully examined the bronze token in his hand.
The token felt smooth to the touch, exactly as he remembered it.
The Chinese character Wu on the front was powerful and emphatic, while the star pattern on the back was mysterious and profound. The only difference was that at this moment, the token was emitting a faint warmth, as if it had life, blending with the temperature of his palm. Moreover, he could clearly feel that there seemed to be a faint energy flowing inside the token, faintly echoing with the fog and pointing in a vague direction.
No matter where this is, we have to find a way out first.
Letian calmed down and stopped worrying about why the token suddenly appeared. The most urgent thing is to figure out where you are and how to get out of this hellhole. He tried to circulate the energy in his body and found that there was no obstruction, which made him feel a little relieved.
System, can you analyze the space I'm in now? Lu Tian muttered to himself. Ding. Analyzing the current spatial energy field. Analysis results, the current space is a special energy secret realm independent of the main world.
The energy structure is stable, but contains unknown risks. Hint, the bronze token in the host's hand has a high degree of resonance with the secret realm and may be the key to entering or leaving this secret realm.
Special energy secret realm? Lu Tian frowned slightly.
It seems that Taoist Qingfeng did not lie to him.
This bronze token is indeed involved in a huge secret. He looked at the token in his hand again.
The warm feeling seemed to be more obvious, and the direction it guided was clearer.
Since the token is the key, then follow its guidance.
Lu Tian no longer hesitated, held the token tightly, followed the faint sensation, and stepped into the depths of the fog.
The fog was thick and visibility was extremely low.
Latte moved forward cautiously, taking every step firmly. He didn't know what dangers were hidden in the fog, so he could only raise his vigilance to the highest level. Time passed by little, and I didn't know how long I had been walking. The surroundings were still white, with no reference points, as if I would never reach the end. Just when Lu Tian was feeling a little anxious, the token on his chest suddenly vibrated, and the feeling of warmth suddenly intensified. Immediately afterwards, the fog ahead began to thin at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Latte's spirits lifted and he quickened his pace.
Finally, he passed through the thick fog, and the scene before him suddenly became clear. What appeared before him was an open square. The square is paved with huge bluestones, which look simple and timeless. In the center of the square stands a towering stone tablet, engraved with dense and strange runes, exuding a heart-pounding ancient atmosphere. Surrounding the stone tablet are 8 stone sculptures of various shapes, including dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and black tortoises. Each stone sculpture is lifelike, as if it would come alive at any time.
Where exactly is this place? Latte was filled with shock.
He could feel that this square, the stone tablet and the 8 stone sculptures all contained unimaginable terrifying energy. At this moment, the bronze token in his hand vibrated violently again and made a buzzing sound, as if it had a strong resonance with the stone tablet in the center. Lution's heart moved and he walked towards the stone tablet. The closer it got to the stone tablet, the more violently the token vibrated and the hotter it became, even a little hot to the touch. When he walked closer to the stone tablet and saw the strange runes on it clearly, there was a sudden loud boom in his mind. Countless chaotic images and information flooded into his consciousness like a tide. Those scenes included ancient battlefields filled with swords and spears, earth-shattering battles between gods and demons, the great achievements of sages who created the world, and the apocalyptic scenes of suffering and the withering of all things. The information contained obscure ancient scriptures, mysterious cultivation methods, and fragments about the Guardian family's mission and heritage. Letion felt a splitting headache, as if his whole head was about to explode. He held his head in pain, kneed on one knee, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Warning! The host has been detected to be experiencing a powerful information flow shock, and their mental energy is being rapidly depleted. Please stabilize your mind as soon as possible, otherwise there is a risk of consciousness collapse. The system's warning sounded like an alarm bell in his mind. Lution gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. He knew that this might be what Taoist Qingfeng said was the key step to unlocking the sealed power. It is also a test for him. He took a deep breath and tried to recall the simple breathing techniques he had practiced before, trying to guide the energy generated by the system in his body to resist the impact of the huge flow of information. Although his practice was not systematic, it could still play some role with the system energy as a foundation. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Latte is fighting an arduous battle against the huge flow of complex information. His consciousness was teetering on the edge of collapse. Just when he felt that he was about to collapse, the hot bronze token in his hand suddenly burst out with dazzling light. A cool and pure energy surged out from the token, instantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones and pouring into his sea of consciousness. The originally violent and raging flow of information gradually calmed down under the soothing of this cool energy and began to be integrated into his memory in an orderly manner. Latte's tense nerves finally relaxed. He was breathing heavily, his whole body was already soaked with sweat, but his eyes became unusually bright and deep. Although the experience just now was extremely dangerous, it also brought him huge gains. He has a clearer understanding of the mission and heritage of the Guardian family. I also had a vague feeling about the so-called sealed power. More importantly, he felt that he had established an indescribable close connection with the bronze token in his hand. It seemed as if this token had become a part of his body. Just as Lution was digesting the new information in his mind and feeling the changes in himself, his cell phone suddenly rang. In this mysterious, isolated space, there's actually a cell phone signal? Lution was startled and quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket. What was displayed on the screen was a call from Guan Shanhua. He quickly answered the phone. Hey, Shanzi, what happened? Letion spoke in a hurried tone. He was worried that something strange had happened in Jiangbei again. On the other end of the phone, Guan Shanhua's voice sounded slightly excited, yet a little uncertain. Tianer. Guess what I found? About that bronze token of yours. I think I found a clue. What? Latte was shocked. He subconsciously glanced at the bronze token in his hand that had just established a miraculous connection with him, and then listened to Guan Shanhua's words on the phone, feeling a little dazed for a moment. Could it be that the piece in his hand is not the same piece where Guan Shanhua found the clue? Or is there something else behind this? Shanzi, please tell me slowly, what exactly is going on? Letion suppressed the shock in his heart and asked in a deep voice. That's right, Tianer. Guan Shanhua's voice was a little excited. I'll do as you said and go find the pawnshop where you pawned the token. That pawnshop has changed hands several times, and the original owner is long gone. It took me a lot of effort to find a master who had been an apprentice in the pawnshop. The old master is old and his memory is not very good. He couldn't remember it at first. Then I drew a picture of the token for him and mentioned the character Wu and the star pattern, and then he suddenly remembered it. He said he had indeed received a token like that back then. It left a deep impression on him. Because although the token looked insignificant, it was extremely heavy in the hand and had an indescribable ancient aura. Most importantly, Guan Shanhua paused, and his tone became somewhat mysterious. The old master said that your token has not been sold. Instead, the pawnshop's original owner treated it like a family heirloom, locked it in a specially made box and hid it in a secret room in the pawnshop's old house. He said that during the chaotic times of war, the boss hid all the valuables for fear of accidents. I just took some people to that old house according to the clues provided by the old master.
Guess what? We really found the secret room. We found the box too. Tianer, your token is probably still inside. Chapter 56 Redeem the token. Dusty memory fragments. Tianer, your token is probably still inside.
Guan Shanyue's excited voice, which was a little broken, came clearly from the receiver of the mobile phone, and every word struck Lu Tian's heart heavily.
Still in there?
Letian looked down at the bronze token in his hand, which was emitting warmth and resonating with this mysterious space. He listened to Guan Shanyue's words, his mind in a mess, but suddenly a flash of inspiration came to him.
Could it be? The piece in his hand is not a physical entity? But it is a kind of existence, similar to a projection or a mental imprint? Because I entered this special secret realm related to the token, it was activated and manifested? And the real physical token has been sleeping in the secret room of that old pawnshop?
Although this speculation is a bit bizarre, it seems to be the most reasonable explanation at present.
Shanzi. Are you sure?
Letian suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and his voice trembled slightly.
Tianer,
I'm not 100% sure, but what the old master said is very convincing, and we did find the secret room in the box.
Guan Shanyue's voice was still excited.
I'm at the door of the old house now.
The box is in my hand. Do you want to come over and take a look now? Send me the address. I'll be there right away. Lu Tian said immediately without any hesitation.
Now is not the time to worry about whether the token in your hand is real or an illusion.
The most urgent thing is to confirm Guan Shanyue's discovery.
If he could really get that physical token back, it would mean a lot to him.
It is not only the most important token between him and the Guardian family, but may also contain the key to unlocking the mystery of his life experience and mastering that sealed power.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Tian glanced at the still white fog around him, and then looked at the bronze token in his hand, which seemed to sense his emotional changes and vibrated even less. It seems that in order to leave here, we need some opportunities. He tried to walk in the opposite direction of the token, but found that the fog was even thicker and he could not tell the direction at all. When he refocused his attention on the projection token in his hand and tried to communicate with it, the token only vibrated slightly and did not give any clear instructions to leave. Note, the connection between the host and the physical bronze token has not yet been fully established, and the current secret realm exploration permissions are limited. Recovering the physical token and completing the initial recognition with it may unlock more secret realm functions and exit paths. The system prompt sounded at the right time.
It's true. Latte understood.
It seems that being trapped in this secret realm is closely related to the status of the physical token. Only by finding the physical token and completing a certain ritual can one truly control this secret realm, or in other words, control the power represented by the token.
Okay, then let's go get the physical token first. Latte no longer hesitated.
He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to concentrate his mental energy on the projection token in his hand. He imagined leaving this space and returning to the real world. Gradually, he felt a mysterious connection between the token in his hand and a certain point deep in his consciousness. The fog around him began to slowly rotate with him as the center. There was a slight pulling sensation. Latte suddenly opened his eyes. The scene before my eyes was no longer the white mist and the ancient stone square. He found himself in the quiet room in the backyard of Qingyun Temple again. But his hands were empty.
The projection token that emitted warmth had disappeared. It seemed as if everything that happened just now was really just a dream.
But Latte knew that it was definitely not a dream. The extra information about the inheritance of the Guardian family in his mind, as well as the wonderful connection established with the bronze token in his body, all clearly told him that the experience he had just had was true. It seems that the physical token is the key among the keys.
Lu Tian stretched his stiff body and walked out of the quiet room quickly. Taoist Qingfeng was still standing in front of the ink and wash landscape painting in the courtyard, as if he had never left.
Seeing Letian coming out, he slowly turned around with an unfathomable smile on his face.
Layman, did you gain anything from this trip?
Lu Tian looked at Taoist Qingfeng and knew in his heart that this old Taoist must know something. But he didn't point it out, just bowed and saluted.
Thank you for your guidance, Taoist priest. I have benefited a lot from it. It's just that I have something important to attend to, so I need to go first.
I will come back another day to ask for advice from the Taoist priest.
Taoist Qingfeng nodded slightly.
The rise and fall of fate are all predestined. Please make yourself at your own convenience, layman.
Lu Tian said no more and quickly left Qingyun Temple. He was extremely anxious now and just wanted to rush to the old pawnshop that Guan Shangyue mentioned. According to the address sent by Guan Shangyue, Lotte drove quickly. It was a remote alley located deep in the old city, surrounded by low and dilapidated old houses. The old pawnshop was an unremarkable two-story building. Its wooden doors and windows had long since decayed, and its walls were covered with moss, making it look particularly desolate. Guan Shangyue and several strong men were guarding the door. When they saw Li Shen's car approaching, they immediately came to greet him. "Honor, you're finally here." Guan Shanyue's face showed a bit of anxiety and excitement as he handed a wooden box that looked quite old to Lu Tian. "That's it." The old master said the token is locked inside. Letian took the wooden box and found it heavy in his hand. The box was locked with an old-fashioned brass lock. "Do you have a key?" Lotte asked. Guan Shanyue shook his head. The old master said that he had lost the key a long time ago. "We just tried it, and the lock is quite strong. We don't dare to force it, for fear of damaging the things inside." Lu Tian nodded. He looked at the wooden box in his hand, his eyes flashing with anticipation. He could feel that there seemed to be some kind of faint connection between himself and the wooden box. That feeling was somewhat similar to the feeling when I held the projection token in the secret realm before. "Stand back a little," Lotte said to everyone. He placed the wooden box flat on the ground, took a deep breath, and slowly inserted his mental power into the wooden box. This was a crude method of using mental power that he had just learned from the information passed down in the stone tablet. Although he was still unfamiliar with it, it should not be a problem to use it to sense the internal situation of an object. As his spiritual power penetrated, the scene inside the wooden box gradually became clear in his mind. Inside the box, there was a layer of soft silk. On the silk, a bronze token lay quietly. The style of the token was exactly the same as the one he saw in the secret realm. However, this physical token exudes an even stronger ancient aura, as if it has been sleeping for 1,000 years. "Found it! Really found it!" An indescribable excitement surged in Lu Tian's heart. He slowly withdrew his mental power and his gaze fell back on the copper lock. "Since the key is gone, I can only use some special means." He stretched out 2 fingers, pointing them like swords, and gathered a weak but extremely pure energy at his fingertips. This was the energy in his body generated by the system. After being guided by the information passed down by the stone tablet, it seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes, becoming more condensed and more penetrating. Laugh. A slight sound. Li Shen's fingers cut through the sturdy copper lock easily, just like cutting tofu. Guan Shangyue and others were stunned watching from the side. What kind of kung fu is this? Isn't it too mysterious? Lu Tian ignored their surprise. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the wooden box. Crack! The wooden box, which had been covered in dust for who knows how many years, made a slight sound. A heavy historical atmosphere hits you in the face. Inside the wooden box, a palm-sized bronze token lay quietly. The surface of the token is covered with fine lines, as if telling the vicissitudes of time. The word Wu on the front is written in a style of flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, exuding a sense of dominance that looks down on the world. The star pattern on the back is deep and mysterious, as if it contains the mysteries of the universe. Letian stretched out his hand, trembling, and gently took the bronze token out of the wooden box. The token feels cold to the touch, yet has a strangely warm feeling. The moment his fingertips touched the token. Buzz. The token suddenly made a low buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards, a huge and pure energy surged out from the token, instantly enveloping Lu Tian. Lu Tian only felt a bright golden light in front of his eyes, and countless chaotic images appeared in his mind again. Those images were clearer and more complete than what I had seen before in the stone tablet square. There are ancestors wearing ancient costumes, offering sacrifices to heaven and earth, praying for good weather. There are warriors holding bronze weapons, fighting bloody battles to protect their homes. There is a white-haired wise man who looks up at the starry sky and deduces the secrets of heaven. And a blurry figure solemnly handed a similar bronze token to another, younger figure, seemingly instructing someone. Those images flashed through his mind like a movie. At the same time, a warm and familiar feeling came from the token, blending into his blood and into his soul. It seemed as if he and this token were one and the same. After an unknown amount of time, the golden light gradually dissipated. Lu Tian slowly opened his eyes filled with understanding and a hint of sadness. He remembered. He remembered some dusty fragments of memory. End of this article.